Relax and listen to the voice. The 12 Idle Servants. 12 servants who had done nothing all day would not exert themselves at night either, but laid themselves on the grass and boasted of their idleness. The first said, "What is your laziness to me? I have to concern myself about mine own. The care of my body is my principal work. I eat not a little, and drink still more. When I have had 4 meals, I fast a short time until I feel hunger again, and that suits me best. To rise betimes is not for me. When it is getting near midday, I already seek out a resting place for myself. If the master call, I do exactly as if I had not heard him, and if he call for a second time, I wait a while before I get up, and I go to him very slowly. In this way, life is endurable." The second said, "I have a horse to look after, but I leave the bit in its mouth, and if I do not want to go do it, I give him no food, and I say that he has already had it. I, however, lay myself in the oat chest and sleep for hours. After this, I stretch out one foot and move it a couple of times over the horse's body, and then he is considered combed and cleaned. Who is going to make a great business of that? Nevertheless, service is too toilsome for me." The third said, "Why plague oneself with work? Nothing comes of it. I laid myself in the sun and fell asleep again. It began to rain a little, but why should I get up? I'd let it rain on in God's name. At last came a splashing shower, so heavy indeed that it pulled the hair out of my head and washed it away, and I got a hole in the skull. I put plaster on it, and then it was all right. I've already had several injuries of that kind." The fourth said, "If I am to undertake a piece of work, I first loiter about for an hour, that I may save up my strength. After that, I begin quite slowly, and ask if no one is there who could help me. Then I let him do the chief of the work, and in reality only look on, but that is also still too much for me." The fifth said, "What does that matter? Just think, I am to take away the manure from the horse's stable, and then load the cart with it. I only let it go on slowly, and if I have taken anything on the fork, I only half raise it up, and then I rest just a quarter of an hour until I quite throw it in. It is enough and to spare if I take out a cartful in the day. I have no fancy for killing myself with work." The sixth servant said, "Shame on ye! I am afraid of no work, but I lie down for 3 weeks and never once take my clothes off. What is the use of buckling your shoes on? For aught I care they may fall off my feet. It's no matter. If I'm going up some steps, I drag one foot slowly after the other on the first step, and then I count the rest of them that I may know where I must rest." The seventh said, "That will not do with me. My master looks after my work, only he's not home the whole day, but I neglect nothing. I run as fast as it is possible to do when one crawls. If I'm to get on, 4 sturdy men must push me with all their might. I came where 6 men were lying sleeping on a bed beside each other. I lay down by them and I slept too. There was no wakening me again, and when they wanted to have me home, they had to carry me." The eighth said, "I see plainly that I am the only active fellow. If a stone lie before me, I do not give myself the trouble to raise my legs and step over it. I lay myself down on the ground, and if I am wet and covered with mud and dirt, I stay lying until the sun has dried me again.
At the very most, I only turn myself so that it can shine on me in another spot."
The ninth said,
"That is the right way. Today the bread was before me, but I was too idle to take it, and nearly died of hunger. Moreover, a jug stood by it, but it was so big and heavy that I did not like to lift it up, and preferred just bearing thirst. Just to turn myself around was too much for me. I remained lying like a log the whole day."
The tenth said, "Laziness has brought misfortune on me. A broken leg and a swollen calf. 3 of us were lying in the road, and I had my legs stretched out. Someone came with a cart, and the wheels went right over me. I might have indeed drawn my legs back, but I did not hear the cart coming, for the midges were humming about my ears and creeping in at my nose and out again at my mouth. Who can take the trouble to drive those vermin away?" The 11th said, "I gave up my place yesterday. I had no fancy for carrying the heavy books to my master any longer or fetching them away again. There was no end of it all day long, but to tell the truth, he gave me my dismissal and would not keep me any longer, for his clothes, which I had left lying in the dust, were all moth-eaten, and I'm very glad of it." The 12th said, "Today I had to drive the cart into the country, and I made myself a bed of straw on it, and I had a good sleep. The reins slipped out of my hand, and when I awoke, the horse had nearly torn itself loose. The harness was gone, the strap which fastened the horse to the shafts was gone, and so were the collar, the bridle, and the bit. Someone had come by and carried off all the tack. Besides this, the cart had got into a quagmire and stuck fast. I left it standing and stretched myself out on the straw again. At last the master came himself and pushed the cart out, and if he had not come, I should not be lying here, but there, and sleeping in full tranquillity." The Nightingale and the Blind Worm. Once upon a time there was a nightingale and a blind worm, each with just one eye. For a long time they lived together peacefully and harmoniously in a house. However, one day the nightingale was invited to a wedding, and she said to the blind worm,
"I've been invited to a wedding, and don't particularly want to go with one eye. Would you be so kind as to lend me yours? I will bring it back to you tomorrow."
The blind worm gave her the eye out of the kindness of her heart, but when the nightingale came home the following day, she liked having 2 eyes in her head and being able to see on both sides. So she refused to return the borrowed eye to the blind worm. Then the blind worm swore that she would revenge herself on the nightingale's children and the children of her children.
"Well,"
replied the nightingale,
"see if you can find me. I'll build my nest in the linden, so high, so high, so high, you'll never be able to find it, no matter how hard you try."
Since that time, all nightingales have had 2 eyes, and all the blind worms none. But wherever the nightingale builds her nest, a blind worm lives beneath it in the bushes, and constantly endeavors to crawl up the tree, pierce the eggs of her enemy, and drink them up. The Hand with the Knife. There once lived a little girl who had 3 brothers. The boys meant everything to their mother, and the girl was always put at a disadvantage and treated badly. Every day she had to go out to a barren heath to dig peat, which was used for cooking and heating. A dull old tool was all she had for that nasty work. The little girl had an admirer, an elf who lived in a hill near her mother's house. Whenever she passed by that hill, the elf would stretch his hand out of a boulder and hold out a very sharp knife that had special powers and could cut through anything. She was able to dig out the peat quickly with that knife, go home with the required amount, and when she got to the boulder, she tapped on it twice. The hand would then reach out and take back the knife. When the mother began to notice how quickly and effortlessly the girl brought home the peat, she told the brothers that someone else had to be helping her with the work, otherwise it just wouldn't be possible. The brothers stealthily followed her and saw how she had gotten the magical knife. Then they caught up with her and forced her to give it to them. They headed back, struck at the rock as the girl had done, and when the good elf stretched his hand out, they cut it off with his own knife. The bloody arm pulled back, and because the elf believed that his beloved had betrayed him, he was never seen again. Herr Fix It Up. Fix It Up had been a soldier for a long time. When the war came to an end, however, and there was nothing but the same old things to do every day, he resigned from the army and decided to become a servant for a great lord. There would be clothes trimmed with gold, a lot to do, and always new things happening. So he set out on his way and came to a foreign court, where he saw the lord taking a walk in the garden. Fix It Up did not hesitate. He moved briskly over to the lord and said, "Sir, I am looking for employment with a great lord. If your majesty is himself such a person, it would give me great pleasure to serve you. There's nothing I don't know or can't do. I know just how to carry out orders, no matter how they are given." "Fine, my son," the lord said. "I'd be pleased to have you. First, tell me, what do I desire right now?" Without answering, Fix It Up spun around, rushed away, and returned with a pipe and tobacco. "Fine, my son. You are hired as my servant, but now I am going to command you to get Princess Nomini, the most beautiful maiden in the world. I want to have her for my wife." "All right," said Fix It Up. "That's a trifle for me. Your majesty shall soon have her. Just give me a coach drawn by 6 horses, a coachman, guards, couriers, servants, and a cook, all in full dress. I myself must have princely garments, and everyone must obey my commands." Soon they departed. Fix It Up and the servant sat inside the coach, which headed straight towards the beautiful princess's court. When the road came to an end, they drove into a field and soon reached the edge of a large forest filled with many thousands of birds. A boisterous song soared splendidly into the blue air. "Stop! Stop!" exclaimed Fix It Up. "Don't disturb the birds. They're praising their creator and will serve me some other time. Let's go over here to the left." So the coachman had to turn and drive around the forest. Soon after, they came to a large field where close to 1,000 million ravens were sitting and crying shrilly for food. "Stop! Stop!" exclaimed Fix It Up. "Untie one of those horses way up front. Lead it into the field and slaughter it so that the ravens can eat. I don't want them to suffer from hunger." After the ravens had eaten, the journey continued, and they came to a pond with a fish in it that was moaning and groaning. "For God's sake! Oh, for God's sake! I have nothing to eat in this terrible swamp. Throw me into a running river, and I'll repay your deed one day." Before the fish could even finish speaking, Fix It Up had exclaimed, "Stop! Stop! Cook, put the fish into your apron. Coachman, drive it to a running river." Fix It Up himself got out and threw the fish into the water, and the fish flapped its tail in joy. "Now get the horses going," said Fix-It-Up. "We must arrive at the designated spot by evening." When he reached the royal residence, he drove straight to the best inn, where the innkeeper and all of his people came out and welcomed him in their best manners, thinking that a foreign king had arrived, though it was only he, a mere servant. Fix-It-Up had himself announced at the royal court, where he endeavored to make a good impression and court the princess. "My son," said the king, "many such suitors have already been turned away because they couldn't perform the tasks I assigned them to win my daughter." "All right," said Fix-It-Up. "Set any kind of hard task that you want me to do." "I've ordered 1/4 of a liter of poppy seeds to be sown in a field. If you can gather them so that not one kernel is missing, you shall have the princess for your wife." "Oh-ho!" Fix-It-Up thought. "That's not much for me." He then took a measuring cup, a sack, and snow-white sheets, went out into the field and spread the sheets next to the field where the seeds had been sown. Soon after, those birds whose singing he had left undisturbed in the forest arrived, and they picked up the seeds, kernel after kernel, and carried them to the white sheets. When the birds had picked up all of them, Fix-It-Up poured them into the sack, took the measuring cup under his arm, went to the king, and measured out the poppy seeds for himself. Now he thought that the princess was already his, but he was wrong. "One more thing, my son," said the king. "My daughter has recently lost her golden ring. You must return it to me before you can have her." Fix-It-Up did not get upset. "Let your majesty show me the river and the bridge where the ring was lost, then I shall soon return it to you." When Fix-It-Up was brought there, he looked down, and there he saw the fish that he had thrown into the river. It stuck its head out into the air and said, "Wait a moment, I'll dive below. A whale has the ring underneath its fins, and I'll fetch it." Indeed, the fish soon returned and tossed the ring onto the shore. Fix-It-Up brought it to the king, but the latter replied, "Now, just one more thing. There is a unicorn in the forest, and it's been causing a great deal of damage. If you can kill it, there's nothing more that you will have to do." Fix-It-Up did not get very upset here either. Instead, he went straight into the forest, where he came across the ravens whom he had once fed.
"Just have a little more patience,"
they said.
"The unicorn is lying down and sleeping, but it's not on the side where you can see its eye. When it turns over, we'll peck out its good eye. Then it'll be blind and run furiously against trees and get itself stuck with its horn. That's when you'll be able to kill it easily."
Soon the beast tossed itself around a few times and lay on its other side. All at once, the raven swooped down and pecked out its good eye. When it felt the pain, it jumped up and ran wildly around the forest. After it had gotten its horn stuck into a thick oak tree, Fix-It-Up jumped out, cut off its head, and brought it to the king, who could no longer deny him his daughter. She was delivered to Fix-It-Up, who took a seat next to her in the coach. He was in full dress, just as he had come, and immediately drove off and brought the lovely princess to his lord. Fix-It-Up was given a fine reception, and the lord's wedding with the princess was celebrated in great splendor. Then Fix-It-Up was appointed prime minister. Everyone in the company to whom this tale was told wished to be at the celebration. One person wanted to be the chambermaid, the other wardrobe attendant. Someone wanted to be the chamber servant, another the cook, and so on and so on. How children played slaughter with each other. In a city named Franeker, located in West Friesland, some young boys and girls between the ages of 5 and 6 happened to be playing with one another. They chose one boy to play a butcher, another boy to be a cook, and a third boy was to be a pig. Then they chose one girl to be a cook and another girl her assistant. The assistant was to catch the blood of the pig in a little bowl so they could make sausages. As agreed, the butcher now fell upon the little boy playing the pig, threw him to the ground, and slit his throat open with a knife while the assistant cook caught the blood in her little bowl. A councilman was walking nearby and saw this wretched act. He immediately took the butcher with him and led him into the house of the mayor, who instantly summoned the entire council. They deliberated about this incident and did not know what they should do to the boy, for they realized it had all been part of a children's game. One of the councilmen, an old wise man, advised the chief judge to take a beautiful red apple in one hand and a Rhenish gulden in the other. Then he was to call the boy and stretch out his hands to him. If the boy took the apple, he was to be set free. If he took the gulden, then he was to be killed. The judge took the wise man's advice, and the boy grabbed the apple with a laugh. Thus, he was set free without any punishment. There once was a father who slaughtered a pig, and his children saw that. In the afternoon, when they began playing, one child said to the other,
"You be the little pig, and I'll be the butcher."
He then took a shiny knife and slit his little brother's throat. Their mother was upstairs in a room bathing another child, and when she heard the cries of her son, she immediately ran downstairs. Upon seeing what had happened, she took the knife out of her son's throat and was so enraged that she stabbed the heart of the other boy who had been playing the butcher. Then she quickly ran back to the room to tend to her child in the bathtub, but while she was gone, he had drowned in the tub. Now the woman became so frightened and desperate that she did not allow the neighbors to comfort her, and she finally hung herself. When her husband came back from the fields and saw everything, he became so despondent that he died soon after. Death and the Goose Keeper. A poor herder went along the shore of a large and stormy water, herding many white geese. To this on came Death over water, and was asked by the herder whence he came from, and whence he wanted to go. Death answered that he came out of the water, and wanted to go out of the world. The poor goose herder asked further,
"How does one go forth out of the world?"
Death said that one had to go over the water into the new world which lies beyond. The herder then said that he tired of his life, and asked Death he should take him over with him. Death said that it was not yet time, and that he had now other things to do. But there was not far from there a greedy neck. He by night thought in his lair how he could bring even more money and goods together. This one Death led to the great water and pushed him in. Because he could not swim, he drowned to the bottom before he could reach the shore. His dogs and cats, who so ran after him, also drowned with him. Several days after that, Death came also to the goose herder, found him singing merrily, and said to him, "Will you now go with me?" The goose herder was willing, and came with his white geese well over, which were all transformed into white sheep. The goose herder looked upon the beautiful land and heard that the herders of the places became kings, and as he rightly looked about him, the chief herders, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, came towards him, placed a kingly crown upon him, and led him to the herder's palace. There he is still to be found. Puss in Boots. A miller had 3 sons, a mill, a donkey, and a cat. The sons had to grind grain, the donkey had to haul the grain and carry away the flour, and the cat had to catch the mice. When the miller died, the 3 sons divided the inheritance. The oldest received the mill, the second the donkey, and nothing was left for the third but the cat. This made the youngest sad, and he said to himself,
I certainly got the worst part of the bargain. My oldest brother can grind wheat, and my second brother can ride on his donkey. But what can I do with the cat? Once I make a pair of gloves out of his fur, it's all over.
The cat, who had understood everything that he had said, began to speak.
Listen, there's no need to kill me when all you'll get will be a pair of poor gloves from my fur. Have some boots made for me instead. Then I'll be able to go out, mix with people, and help you before you know it.
The miller's son was surprised the cat could speak like that, but since the shoemaker happened to be walking by, he called him inside and had him fit the cat for a pair of boots. When the boots were finished, the cat put them on. After that, he took a sack, filled the bottom with grains of wheat, and attached a piece of cord to the top, which he could pull to close it. Then he slung the sack over his back and walked out of the door on 2 legs like a human being. At that time there was a king ruling the country, and he liked to eat partridges. However, recently the situation had become grave for him because the partridges had become difficult to catch. The whole forest was full of them, but they frightened so easily that none of the huntsmen had been able to get near them. The cat knew this and thought he could do much better than the huntsmen. When he entered the forest, he opened the sack, spread the grains of wheat on the ground, placed the cord in the grass, and strung it out behind a hedge. He then crawled in the back of the hedge, hid himself, and lay in wait. Soon the partridges came running, found the wheat, and hopped into the sack, one after the other. When a good number of them were inside, the cat pulled the cord. Once the sack was closed tight, he ran over to it and wrung their necks. Then he slung the sack over his back and went straight to the king's castle. A sentry called out to him, "Stop! Where are you going?"
To the king, the cat answered curtly.
Are you crazy? A cat to the king?
Oh, let him go, another sentry said. The king's often very bored. Perhaps the cat will give him some pleasure with his meowing and purring.
When the cat appeared before the king, he bowed and said,
My lord, the count,
and he uttered a long, distinguished name,
sends you his regards and would like to offer you these partridges which he recently caught in his traps.
The king was amazed by the beautiful, fat partridges. Indeed, he was so overcome with joy that he commanded the cat to take as much gold from his treasury as he could carry and put into the sack.
Bring it to your lord and give him my very best thanks for his gift.
Meanwhile, the poor miller's son sat at home by the window, propped his head up with his hand, and wondered why he had given away all he had for the cat's boots, when the cat would probably not be able to bring him anything great in return. Suddenly, the cat entered, threw down the sack from his back, opened it, and dumped the gold at the miller's feet.
Now you've got something for the boots. The king also sends his regards and best of thanks.
The miller's son was very happy to have such wealth, even though he didn't understand how everything had happened. However, as the cat was taking off his boots, he told him everything and said,
Surely you have enough money now, but we won't be content with that. Tomorrow I'm going to put on my boots again, and you shall become even richer. Incidentally, I happen to have told the king that you are a count.
The following day the cat put on his boots, as he said he would, went hunting again, and brought the king a huge catch. So it went every day, and every day the cat brought back gold to the miller's son. At the king's court the cat became a favorite, so that he was permitted to go and come and wander about the castle wherever he pleased. One day, as the cat was lying by the hearth in the king's kitchen and warming himself, the coachman came and started cursing.
"May the devil take the king and princess! I wanted to go to the tavern, have a drink and play some cards, but now they want me to drive them to the lake so that they can go for a walk."
When the cat heard that, he ran home and said to his master,
"If you want to be a rich count, come with me to the lake and go for a swim."
The miller didn't know what to say. Nevertheless, he listened to the cat and went with him to the lake, where he undressed and jumped into the water completely naked. Meanwhile, the cat took his clothes, carried them away and hid them. No sooner had he done it than the king came driving by. Now the cat began to wail in a miserable voice.
"Ah, most gracious king, my lord went for a swim in the lake, and a thief came and stole his clothes that were lying on the bank. Now the count is in the water and can't get out. If he stays in much longer, he'll freeze and die."
When the king heard that, he ordered the coach to stop, and one of his servants had to race back to the castle and fetch some of the king's garments. The fake count put on the splendid clothes, and since the king had already taken a liking to him because of the partridges that he believed had been sent by the count, he asked the young man to sit down next to him in the coach. The princess was not in the least angry about this, for the count was young and handsome, and pleased her a great deal. In the meantime, the cat went on ahead of them and came to a large meadow where there were over 100 people making hay.
"Who owns this meadow, my good people?"
asked the cat.
"The great sorcerer." "Listen to me. The king will be driving by, and when he asks who the owner of this meadow is, I want you to answer, 'The Count.' If you don't do that, you'll all be killed."
Then the cat continued on his way and came to a wheat field so enormous that nobody could see over it. There were more than 200 people standing there and cutting wheat.
"Who owns this wheat, my good people?"
"The sorcerer," said they.
"Listen to me now. The king will be driving by, and when he asks who the owner of this wheat is, I want you to answer, 'The Count.' If you don't do that, you will all be killed."
Finally, the cat came to a splendid forest where more than 300 people were chopping down large oak trees and cutting them into wood.
"Who owns this forest, my good people?"
"The sorcerer," said they.
"Listen to me now. The king will be driving by, and when he asks who the owner of this forest is, I want you to answer, 'The Count.' If you do not do so, you will all be killed."
The cat continued on his way, and the people watched him go. Since he looked so unusual and walked in boots like a human being, they were afraid of him. Soon the cat came to the sorcerer's castle, walked boldly inside, and appeared before the sorcerer, who looked at him scornfully and asked him what he wanted. The cat bowed and said,
"I've heard that you can turn yourself into a dog, a fox, or even a wolf, but I don't believe that you can turn yourself into an elephant. That seems impossible to me, and this is why I've come. I want to be convinced by mine own eyes." "That's a trifle for me,"
the sorcerer said arrogantly, and within seconds he turned himself into an elephant.
"Oh, that's great, but can you also turn yourself into a lion?"
Nothing to it, said the sorcerer, and he suddenly stood before the cat as a lion. The cat pretended to be terrified and cried out,
That's incredible and unheard of. Never in my dreams would I have thought this possible. But you'd top all of this off if you could turn yourself into a tiny animal, such as a mouse. I'm convinced that you can do more than any other sorcerer in the world, but that would be too much for you.
The flattery had made the sorcerer quite friendly, and he said,
Oh no, dear cat, that's not too much at all.
And soon he was running around the room as a mouse. All at once the cat ran after him, caught the mouse in one leap, and ate him up. While all of this was happening, the king had continued driving with the count and princess, and had come to a large meadow. "Who owns the hay?" the king asked.
The count,
the people all cried out, just as the cat had ordered them to do. "You've got a nice piece of land, Count," the king said. Afterward, they came to the large wheat field. "Who owns the wheat, my good people?"
the count.
"My, you've got quite a large and beautiful estate." Next, they came to the forest. "Who owns these woods, my good people?"
The count.
The king was even more astounded and said, "You must be a rich man, Count. I don't think I have a forest as splendid as yours." At last they came to the castle. The cat stood on the top of the stairs, and when the coach stopped below, he ran down, opened the door, and said,
Your Majesty, you've arrived at the castle of my lord, the Count. This honor will make him happy for the rest of his life.
The king climbed out of the coach and was amazed by the magnificent building, which was almost larger and more beautiful than his own castle. The count led the princess up the stairs and into the hall, which was flickering with lots of gold and jewels. The princess became the count's bride, and when the king died, the count became king, and the Puss in Boots became his prime minister. Hans's Trina. Hans's Trina was lazy and didn't want to do any work. She said to herself,
What should I do? Should I eat, sleep, or work? I think I'll eat first.
After she had stuffed herself fully, she said to herself again,
What should I do? Work or sleep? I think I'll sleep a little first.
Then she lay down and slept, and when she woke up, it was night, so she could no longer go out and work. One time Hans returned home at noon and found Trina sleeping again in their room, so he took his knife and cut off her dress at the knees. Trina woke and thought,
It's time now to go to work.
However, when she went outside to work and saw that the dress was so short, she became frightened and wondered whether she really was Trina, and said to herself,
Am I or am I not Trina?
She didn't know how to answer this question and stood there a while in doubt. Finally, she thought,
You should go home and ask if you are you. They will know for sure.
So she returned home, knocked at the window, and called inside.
Is Hans's Trina inside?
Since the others thought she was in her usual place, they answered, Yes, she's lying down in her room and sleeping.
Well then, I'm not me,
Trina said in delight. So she went off to the village and never returned, and this is how Hans got rid of his Trina. the tablecloth, the knapsack, the cannon hat, and the horn. Once there were 3 brothers from the region of the Black Mountains. Originally, they were very poor and traveled to Spain, where they came to a mountain completely surrounded by silver. The oldest brother took advantage of the situation by gathering as much silver as he could carry and went back home with his booty. The other 2 continued traveling and came to a mountain where nothing could be seen but gold. One brother said to the other, "What shall we do?" The second took as much gold as he could carry, as his older brother had done, and went home. However, the third wanted to see if he could have even better luck and continued on his way. He walked for 3 days and then entered an enormous forest. After wandering about for some time, he became tired, hungry, and thirsty, and couldn't find his way out of the forest. So he climbed a tall tree to see if he could catch a glimpse of the end of the forest. However, he saw nothing but the tops of trees. His only wish now was to fill his body once more, and he began climbing down the tree. When he got to the bottom, he noticed a table covered with many different dishes underneath the tree. He was delighted by this, and he ate until he was full. After he had finished eating, he took the tablecloth with him and moved on. Whenever he got hungry or thirsty again, he opened the tablecloth, and whatever he wished for would appear on it. After a day's journey, he encountered a charcoal burner who was burning coals and cooking potatoes. The charcoal burner invited him to be his guest, but he replied, "No thanks, but I want you to be my guest."
"How's that possible?" the charcoal burner asked. "You don't seem to be carrying anything with you."
"Well, that doesn't matter," he said. "Just sit down over here." Then he opened his tablecloth, and soon there was everything and anything one could possibly wish for. The charcoal burner enjoyed the meal and wanted to have the tablecloth. After they had eaten everything, he said, "How'd you like to trade with me? I'll give you an old soldier's knapsack for the tablecloth. If you tap it with your hand, a corporal and 6 men armed from top to bottom will come out each time you tap. They're of no help to me in the forest, but I'd certainly like that tablecloth." They made the trade. The charcoal burner kept the tablecloth, while the man from the Black Mountains took the knapsack. However, no sooner had the man gone some distance than he tapped the knapsack, and out popped the war heroes. "What does my master want?" "I want you to march back and fetch my tablecloth that I left behind with the charcoal burner." So they returned to the charcoal burner and then brought back the tablecloth. In the evening he came to another charcoal burner who invited him to supper. He had the same potatoes without grease, but the man from the Black Mountains opened his tablecloth instead and invited him to be his guest. Nobody could have ever wished for a better meal. When it was over, this charcoal burner also wanted to make a trade. He gave the man a hat for the tablecloth. If the man turned the hat on his head, cannons would fire as if an entire battalion of soldiers and battery were right on the spot. When the man from the Black Mountains had gone some distance, he tapped the old knapsack again, and the corporal and his 6 men were ordered to fetch the tablecloth again. Now the man continued his journey in the same forest, and in the evening he came upon a third charcoal burner who invited him to eat potatoes without grease, just like the others. Then they negotiated, and the charcoal burner gave the man a little horn for the tablecloth. If the man blew on it, all the cities and villages, as well as all the fortresses, would collapse into heaps of rubble. The charcoal burner didn't get to keep the tablecloth any longer than the other 2, for the corporal and his 6 men soon came and fetched it. Now, when the man from the Black Mountains had everything together, he returned home and intended to visit his brothers, who had become rich from their gold and silver. When he went to them wearing an old tattered coat, they refused to recognize him as their brother, so he immediately tapped his knapsack and had 150 men march out and give his brothers a good thrashing on their backs. The entire village came to their aid, but they could do very little in this affair. News of this soon reached the king, who sent a military squad to take the soldiers prisoner, but the man from the Black Mountains kept tapping his knapsack and had an infantry and cavalry march out. They defeated the military squad and forced it to retreat. The following day, the king had even more soldiers sent to bring an end to the old guy. However, he kept tapping his knapsack until he had an entire army. In addition, he turned his hat a few times. The cannons fired, and the enemy was defeated and took flight. Finally, peace was made, and he was appointed viceroy and awarded the princess for his bride. However, the princess was constantly bothered by the fact that she had to take such an old guy for her husband. Her greatest wish was to get rid of him. Every day she tried to discover the source of the power that he used to his advantage. Finally, since he was so devoted to her, he revealed everything to her. She managed to talk him into giving her his knapsack, whereupon she forced him out. Afterwards, when soldiers came marching against him, his men were defeated. However, he still had his little hat, so we turned it and the cannons fired. Once again, he defeated the enemy, and peace was made. After this, he was deceived again when the princess talked him into giving her his little hat. Now, when the enemy attacked him, he had nothing left but his little horn, so he blew it, and the villages, cities, and all the fortresses collapsed instantly into heaps of rubble. Then he alone was king, and he blew his horn until he died. The Strange Inn. For a while, a blood sausage and a liver sausage lived in friendship, and the blood sausage invited the liver sausage as a guest. When it was dinner time, the liver sausage went quite happily to the blood sausage, but when she entered the front door, she saw all sorts of strange things. Always something different on each step of the stairs, of which there were many. There was a broom and shovels fighting with each other, then a monkey with a big wound on its head, and the like. The liver sausage was completely shocked and dismayed by this, but she took courage, went into the room, and was greeted in a friendly manner by the blood sausage. The Leberwurst began to inquire about the strange things that were outside on the stairs, but the Bloodwurst acted as if she didn't hear it, or as if it wasn't worth the effort to talk about it, or she was just talking about the shovels and the broom.
It must have been my maid who was chatting with someone on the stairs,
and then turned the conversation to something else. The Black Pudding went out and said that she would have to check in the kitchen after dinner to make sure everything was prepared properly and that nothing was thrown into the ashes. Meanwhile, as the Leberwurst was walking up and down in the room and always had strange things on her mind, someone, I don't know who it was, came in and said,
I'm warning you, Leberwurst. You're in a cave of blood and murderers. Go away quickly if you value your life.
The liver sausage didn't think twice, crept out the door and ran as fast as she could. She didn't stand still until she was out of the house in the middle of the street. Then she looked around and saw the Black Pudding standing up in the hole with a long, long knife that flashed as if it had been freshly sharpened. And with that, she threatened and called down,
If I had caught you, I would have had you.
Hans Dumb. There was a king who lived happily with his daughter, his only child. Quite suddenly, the princess had a baby, but no one knew who the father was. For some time the king was beside himself. Finally, he ordered the princess to take the child to the church. A lemon would be placed in his hand, and whosoever he should give it to would be the child's father and the princess's husband. This happened, but only fine people were admitted into the church. However, in the town, there was a small, crooked, hunchbacked lad who was not very smart, and who was therefore known as Hans Dumb. He mingled with the others and slipped into the church without being seen. When the child reached out with the lemon, he reached it out to Hans Dumb. The princess was horrified, and the king was so taken aback that he had her, the child, and Hans Dumb placed into a cask and set adrift at sea. The cask soon drifted away, and when they were alone at the sea, the princess cried out bitterly,
"You horrid, hunchbacked, impudent rogue! You're the cause of my suffering. Why did you force your way into the church? You have nothing to do with the child."
"Oh yes," said Hans Dumb. "I have a lot to do with it, because one day I wished that you would have a child, and my wishes come true."
"If that's so, then wish us something to eat."
"I can do that too," said Hans Dumb, and he wished for a plate filled with potatoes. The princess would have liked something better, but because she was so hungry, she helped him eat the potatoes once they arrived. After they had eaten their fill, Hans Dumb said, "Now I shall wish us a fine ship." He had scarcely said this, and then they were sitting in a splendid ship, with an excess of everything that they might want. The helmsman steered straight for land, and as they were going ashore, Hans Dumb said, "Here there shall be a castle." And then there was a splendid castle there, and servants dressed in gold came and led the princess and the child inside. And when they were in the middle of the great hall, Hans Dumb said, "Now I wish to become a young and intelligent prince." Then his hump disappeared, and he was handsome and straight and friendly. He found favor with the princess, and he became her husband, and they lived happily for a long time. One day, the old king got lost while out riding and came to their castle. He was amazed because he had never seen it before, and he went inside. The princess recognized her father at once, but he did not know who she was, for he thought that she had long since drowned in the ocean. She received him with splendor, but when he wanted to go back home, she secretly placed a golden goblet into his pocket. After he had ridden away, she sent some knights after him to stop him and see if he hadn't stolen a golden goblet from their castle. The knights found it in his pocket and brought him back. He swore to the princess that he had not stolen it and did not know how it came to be in his pocket. She said,
"You see, one should always be cautious about accusing another person."
With this, she revealed herself as his daughter. The king was overjoyed, and they all lived happily together, and after his death, Hans Dumb became the king. Prince Swan. There was once a maiden all alone in the middle of a large forest. Suddenly, a swan came flying up to her. It had a ball of yarn and said,
"I'm not a swan. I'm an enchanted prince, and if you unravel the yarn to which I'm attached, then I'll be released from a spell. But take care that you don't break it in two. Otherwise, I won't be able to return to my kingdom and won't be saved. If you unravel the yarn, you'll become my bride."
The maiden took the yarn, and the swan climbed into the sky. The maiden unraveled the yarn easily, and she unraveled and unraveled the entire day, so that the end of the yarn could already be seen. However, just then, it unfortunately became caught on a thorn bush and broke in two. The maiden was very distressed and wept. Since it was turning night, and the wind was blowing so loudly in the forest, she became afraid and began to run as fast as she could. and as she was running, she saw a small light and rushed towards it. There she found a house and knocked on the door. A little old woman came out and was astounded to see a maiden standing before her door.
"Oh, my child," she said, "where are you coming from so late in the night?" "Please, may I have a place to sleep for the night, and also some food?" she asked. "I've lost my way in the forest." "This is a difficult situation," the old woman replied. "I'd gladly give you what you want, but my husband is a cannibal. If he finds you, he'll eat you. There's no mercy, but if you remain outside, the wild animals will eat you. So I'll see if I can help you get through this."
The old woman let her enter, gave her some food to eat, and then hid her beneath the bed. The cannibal always came home before midnight, right after the sun had fully set, and left right before sunrise. So it wasn't long before he entered and he said, I smell human flesh." And he searched around the room until he reached under the bed and dragged the maiden out. "Now this will make for a good snack." But the old woman pleaded and pleaded for the maiden's life until he promised to let her live overnight and to eat her for his breakfast. However, the old woman woke the maiden before sunrise.
"Hurry and get away before my husband wakes. Here's a golden spinning wheel for you as a gift you're to cherish. My name is Sun."
The maiden went away, and in the evening she came to another house, and the same thing happened there that happened the previous night. At her departure, the second old woman gave her a golden spindle and said,
"My name is Moon."
On the third evening, she came to a third house, where the old woman gave her a golden reel and said,
"My name is Star."
And she also informed her that even though the yarn hadn't been completely unraveled, enough had been unraveled so that Prince Swan had been able to reach his kingdom where he was the king. In fact, he was already married and lived in great splendor on the glass mountain. Then she said,
"You'll reach the mountain this evening, but a dragon and a lion are lying in front and protecting it. And that's why you must take this bread and bacon to pacify them."
And everything happened just as she had said. The maiden threw the bread and bacon into the jaws of the monsters, and they let her pass. When she came to the castle gate, however, the guards wouldn't let her enter, so she sat down in front of the gate and began to spin on her little golden wheel. The queen peered down from above and was pleased by the beautiful little wheel, so she went down and asked if she could have it. The maiden told her that she could have it if she could spend the night next to the king's bedroom. The queen agreed, and the maiden was led upstairs to a room. Now everything that was spoken in this room could be heard in the king's bedroom, so when it was night and the king was in bed, the maiden sang,
"Doesn't King Swan still think of me, his beautiful Julian, his bride-to-be? She's come from afar where she's seen all three, sun, moon, and star, and faced two beasts. Won't King Swan now wake up at least?"
But the king didn't hear her because the cunning queen had been afraid of the maiden and had given the king a sleeping potion. So he slept soundly and didn't hear the maiden at all that she had revealed. In the morning, all of her efforts had been lost, and the maiden had to return to the gate and sit down and spin with her second spindle, which also pleased the queen. So the maiden gave it to her with the same condition, that she would be allowed to spend the night next to the king's bedroom, where she once again sang,
"Doesn't King Swan still think of me, his faithful Julian, his bride-to-be? She's come from afar where she's seen all three, sun, moon, and star, and faced two beasts. Won't King Swan now wake up at least?"
But the king slept soundly due to the sleeping potion, and so the maiden lost her spindle. On the third morning she sat down with her golden reel and kept winding it. The queen wanted this precious object as well, and promised the maiden that she could spend another night next to the king's bedroom. However, the maiden had discovered the queen's deception and asked the king's servant to give the king something else to drink that evening. Then she began to sing again.
Doesn't King Swan still think of me, his faithful Julie and his bride-to-be? She's come from afar where she's seen all three, sun, moon, and star, and face to beast. Won't King Swan now wake up at least?
Well, the king awoke when he heard her voice, and he recognized her and asked the queen,
If someone loses a key and then finds it again, which key does one keep, the old or the new?
The queen replied,
Certainly the new one.
Well then, he said, you can no longer be my wife. I've found my first bride again.
The next morning the queen had to return to her father's realm, and the king married his true bride, and they lived happily together until they died. Bluebeard. Once upon a time, in the fair land of France, there lived a very powerful lord, the owner of estates, farms, and a great splendid castle, and his name was Bluebeard. This wasn't his real name, it was a nickname, and due to the fact that he had a long, shaggy black beard with glints of blue in it. He was very handsome and charming, but, if truth were told, there was something about him that made you feel respect, and a little uneasy. Bluebeard often went away to war, and when he did, he left his wife in charge of the castle. He had had lots of wives, all young, pretty, and noble. As bad luck would have it, one after the other, they all died, and so the noble lord was forever getting married again.
Sire,
someone would ask now and again,
what did your wives die of?
Ha, my friend,
Bluebeard would reply.
One died of smallpox, one of a hidden sickness, another of a high fever, another of a terrible infection. Ah, I am very unlucky, and they're unlucky too. They're all buried in the castle chapel, he added.
Nobody found anything strange about that, nor did the sweet and beautiful young girl that Bluebeard took as a wife think it strange either. She went to the castle accompanied by her sister Anna, who said,
Oh, aren't you lucky marrying a lord like Bluebeard? He's really very nice, and when you're close, his beard doesn't look as blue as folks say,
said the bride, and the two sisters giggled delightedly. Poor souls, they had no idea what lay in store for them. A month or so later, Bluebeard had the carriage brought around and said to his wife,
Darling, I must leave you for 2 weeks, but keep cheerful during that time. Invite whoever you like and look after the castle. Here, he added, handing his bride a bunch of keys. You'll need these, the keys of the safe, the armory, and the library keys, and this one, which opens all the room doors. Now this little key here,
and he pointed to a key that was much smaller than the others.
This key opens the little room at the end of the great ground floor corridor. Take your friends where you want, open any door you like, but not this one. Is that quite clear? Not this one, repeated Bluebeard. Nobody at all is allowed to enter that little room, and if you ever did go into it, I would go into such a terrible rage that it's just better you don't.
Don't worry, husband,
said Bluebeard's wife as she took the keys.
I'll do as you say.
After giving her a hug, Bluebeard got into his carriage, whipped up the horses, and off he went. The days went by. The young girl invited her friends to the castle and showed them round all the rooms except for the one at the end of the corridor.
Why shouldn't I see inside the little room? Why? Why is it forbidden?
Well, she thought about it so much that she ended up bursting with curiosity, until one day she opened the door and walked into the little room. Oh, of all the ghastly horrors! Inside, hanging on the walls, were the bodies of Bluebeard's wives. He had strangled them with his own hands. Terror-stricken, the girl ran out of the room, but the bunch of keys slipped from her grasp. She picked them up without a glance and hurried to her own room, her heart thumping wildly in her chest. Horrors! She was living in a castle of the dead.
So that's what happened to Bluebeard's other wives.
The girl summoned up her courage, and she noticed that one of the keys, the very key to the little room, was stained with blood.
I must wipe it clean before my husband comes back,
she said to herself. But try as she would, the bloodstain wouldn't wash away. She washed, she scrubbed, and she rinsed it, all in vain, for the key was still red. That very evening, Bluebeard came home. Just imagine the state his poor wife was in. Bluebeard did not ask his wife for the keys that same evening, but he remarked, "You look a little upset, darling. Has anything nasty happened?"
Oh no, oh no.
Are you sorry I came back so soon?
Oh no, I'm delighted.
But that night the bride didn't sleep a wink. Next day, Bluebeard said, "Darling, give me back the keys," and his wife hurriedly did so. Bluebeard remarked, "There's one missing, the key to the little room."
Is there? Said the young girl, shaking. I must have left it in my room.
All right, go and get it. But when Bluebeard's wife put the key into his hand, Bluebeard turned white and in a deep, hoarse voice demanded, "Why is this key stained with blood?"
Oh, I don't know,
stammered his wife. "You know very well," he retorted. "You went into the little room, didn't you? Well, you'll go back again this time for good, along with the other ladies in there. You must die now."
Oh no, I pray you.
"You must die," he repeated. Just then there was a knock at the door, and Anna, Bluebeard's wife's sister, entered the castle.
Good morning,
she said.
You seem rather pale.
"Not at all. We're quite well," replied Bluebeard. His wife whispered in his ear,
Please, please, give me 10 minutes to live.
Bluebeard replied, "Not more than 10. The girl ran to her sister Anna, who had gone up to one of the towers, and asked her,
Anna, do you see our brothers coming? They promised they would come and see me today.
But Anna replied,
No, I don't see anyone. What's wrong? You look agitated. Anna, please, said the shaken girl. Look again. Are you sure you can't see someone? No, said her sister. Only one or two peasants.
Just then the voice of Bluebeard boomed up to them. "Wife, your time is up. Come here."
I'm coming,
she called, but then said to her sister,
Oh, Anna, aren't our brothers coming? No,
replied Anna. Again, Bluebeard shouted up, "Come down at once, or I'll come up there." Trembling like a leaf, his wife went downstairs. Bluebeard was clutching a big knife, and he grabbed his bride by the hair.
Sister, I can see 2 horsemen coming,
called out Anna from the tower at that very moment. Bluebeard made a horrible face. "They too will die." His wife knelt down to implore,
Please, please don't kill me. I'll never tell anyone what I saw. I'll never say a word."
"Yes, you'll never say a word for eternity," snarled Bluebeard, raising his knife.
The poor girl screamed,
"Have pity on me!"
but he fiercely replied,
"No, you must die."
He was about to bring the knife down on the girl's delicate neck when two young men burst into the room, a dragoon and a musketeer. They were his wife's brothers. Drawing their swords, they leapt towards Bluebeard, who tried to flee up some stairs, but was caught and killed. And that was the end of the sad story. Bluebeard's poor wives were given a Christian burial, the castle was completely renovated, and the young widow, sometime later, married a good and honest young man, who helped her to forget the terrible adventure. And that young lady completely lost her sense of curiosity. The Summer and the Winter Garden. A merchant wanted to go to fair, and he asked his three daughters what he should bring back for them. The eldest said,
"A beautiful dress."
the second,
"A pair of pretty shoes."
and the third.
"A rose."
But it was difficult to find the rose because it was midwinter. However, since the youngest was the most beautiful daughter and was so extremely fond of flowers, the father replied that he would see whether he could find a rose and would make every effort to do so. When the merchant was returning home after the fair, he carried a splendid dress for the eldest and a pair of beautiful shoes for the second daughter, but he had not been able to obtain a rose for the youngest daughter. Each time he had entered a garden and had asked for roses, the people had made fun of him and asked him whether he really believed that roses grew in snow. He was very sorry about that, and as he was pondering whether there might be something that he could bring home for his favorite child, he reached a castle, and there was a garden on the side in which it was half summer and half winter. On one side, the most beautiful small and large flowers were blooming, and on the other side, everything was bare and deep snow lay on the ground. The man got off of his horse, and since he noticed an entire hedge full of roses on the summer side, he was glad and went over there. Then he plucked a rose, got on his horse, and began riding away. He had only ridden a short distance when he heard something running behind him and panting, so he turned around and he saw a large black beast that shouted, "Return my rose to me, or I'll kill you! Return my rose to me, or I'll kill you!" The man replied, "Please, please let me keep the rose. I'm supposed to bring it to my daughter. She's the most beautiful maiden in the world." "If you like, but in exchange, I want you to give me your beautiful daughter as my wife." In order to get rid of the beast, the man said yes, and thought he wouldn't come and demand his daughter, but the beast yelled after him, "I'm coming to fetch my bride in 1 week." Now the merchant brought each one of his daughters what she had wished. All of them were delighted, and the youngest daughter was the most pleased by the rose. After a week had passed, the 3 sisters were sitting at the dinner table when all of a sudden, someone with heavy footsteps came up the stairs and knocked at the door. "Open up! Open up!" he yelled. So they opened the door, but they were truly horrified when a large black beast entered. "Since my bride didn't come and the time is up, I've come to fetch her myself." Upon saying that, he went up to the youngest daughter and grabbed her. She began to scream, but that didn't help her at all. She had to go off with him, and when her father came home, he found that his dearest child had been kidnapped. Meanwhile, the black beast carried the beautiful maiden into his castle, which was quite wonderful and beautiful. There were musicians who had begun playing, and below was the garden that was half summer and half winter, and the beast did everything to make her feel comfortable, and one could read from her eyes how pleased she actually was. They ate together, and she had to ladle out the food for him, otherwise he wouldn't eat. The beast thought that she was precious, and eventually she became very fond of the beast. One day she said to him,
I've become very anxious, and I don't know why, but I feel as though my father were ill, or that perhaps one of my sisters is sick. Couldn't I see them just one time?
So the beast led her to a mirror and said, Look into the mirror. And when she looked into the mirror, it was as if she were at home. She saw her room and her father, who was really sick from heartbreak. Indeed, he felt guilty that a wild beast had kidnapped his daughter and that she had probably been devoured by him. If he had known how well she was, he wouldn't have been so depressed. She also saw her two sisters at her father's bedside, and they were weeping. All of this troubled her heart, and she asked the beast whether he might let her return home for several days.
Go to your father, but promise me that you'll return within a week.
She promised him, and as she was leaving, he called after her.
Do not stay longer than 1 week.
When she returned home, her father rejoiced that he was able to see her one more time, but the illness and the sorrow had eaten away at his heart too much. Consequently, he couldn't regain his health and died after a couple of days. So his daughter couldn't think of anything else due to her grief, and before her father was buried, she went to his corpse and wept with her sisters, and they consoled each other. Finally, when she thought about her dear beast once again, more than a week had gone by. All of a sudden, she became really anxious, and she felt as if she were also sick, and she immediately set out and went directly to his castle. When she arrived there once again, the castle was completely silent and sad. The musicians weren't playing, and everything was draped in black. The garden was now completely winter and covered by snow, and when she went to look for the beast, he was gone. She searched all over the place but couldn't find him. Now she was doubly distressed and didn't know how to console herself. Sadly, she went into the garden and saw a heap of cabbage heads. The ones at the top were already old and rotten. She spread them around, and when she had turned over a few, she saw her dear beast, who had been lying under them, and he was dead. Quickly she fetched some water and continually poured water on him. All of a sudden, he jumped up and was suddenly changed into a handsome prince. A wedding was held, and the musicians immediately began playing. The summer side of the garden became splendid again. The black drapes were torn down, and they lived there happily ever after. The Ogre. A queen put her child out to sea in a golden cradle and let it float away. However, the cradle didn't sink but drifted to an island inhabited only by cannibals. When the cradle drifted towards the shore, a cannibal's wife happened to be standing there. Upon seeing the child, who was a beautiful baby girl, she decided to raise her and later give her to her son, who would one day wed her. But she had a great deal of trouble hiding the maiden carefully from her husband, Old Ogre, for if he had laid his eyes on her, he would have eaten her up, skin and bones. When the maiden had grown up, she was to be married to the young ogre, but she couldn't stand him and cried all day long. Once, when she was sitting on the shore, a young, handsome prince came swimming up to her. When it was clear that they each took a liking to the other, they exchanged vows. Just then, the old cannibal's wife came, and she got tremendously angry at finding the prince with her son's bride. So she grabbed a hold of him and said,
Just wait. We'll roast you at my son's wedding.
The young prince, the maiden, and Ogre's 3 children had to sleep together in one room. When night came, old Ogre began craving human flesh and said,
"Wife, I don't feel like waiting until the wedding. I want to eat the prince right now."
However, the maiden had heard everything through the wall, and she got up quickly, took off the golden crown from one of the ogre's children, and put it on the prince's head. When the old cannibal's wife came in, it was dark, so she had to feel their heads and took the boy who wasn't wearing a crown and brought him to her husband, who immediately devoured him. Meanwhile, the maiden became terribly frightened, for she thought,
As soon as day breaks, everything will be revealed, and we'll be in for trouble.
So she got up quietly and fetched 7-mile boots, a magic wand, and a cake with a bean that provided answers for everything. After that, she departed with the prince. They were wearing the 7-mile boots, and with each step they took, they went a mile. Sometimes they asked the bean,
Bean, are you there?
Yes,
the bean said.
I'm here, but you better hurry. The old cannibal's wife is coming after you and some other 7-mile boots that were left behind.
The maiden took the magic wand and turned herself into a swan, and the prince into a pond for the swan to swim on. The cannibal's wife came and tried to lure the swan to the bank, but she didn't succeed and went home in a bad mood. The maiden and the prince continued on their way.
Bean, are you there?
Yes,
said the bean.
I'm here, but the old woman's coming again. The cannibal explained to her how you duped her.
The princess took the wand and changed herself and the prince into a cloud of dust. Old Ogre's wife couldn't penetrate it and again had to return home empty-handed, while the maiden and the prince continued on their way.
Bean, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, but I see Ogre's wife coming once more, and she's taking tremendous steps.
The maiden took the magic wand for the 3rd time and turned herself into a rosebush, and the prince into a bee. The old cannibal's wife came and didn't recognize them because of their changed forms, so she again went home. But now the maiden and the prince couldn't regain their human forms because the maiden, in her fear, had thrown the magic wand too far away. Yet their journey had taken them such a long distance that the rose bush now stood in a garden that belonged to the maiden's mother. The bee sat on the rose, and he would sting anyone who tried to pluck it. One day the queen herself happened to be walking in the garden and saw the beautiful flower. She was so amazed by it that she wanted to pluck it, but the little bee came and stung her hand so hard that she had to let go of the rose. Yet she had managed to rip the flower a little, and suddenly she saw blood gushing from the stem. Then she summoned a fairy to break the enchantment of the flower and the bee, and the queen then recognized her daughter, and again was very happy and delighted. Now a great wedding was held, and a large number of guests were invited. They came in magnificent array, while thousands of candles flickered in the hall. Music was played, and everyone danced until dawn. Were you also at the wedding? Of course I was there. My hairdo was made of butter, and as I was exposed to the sun, it melted and was muddled. My dress was made from a spider's web, and as I went through some thorn bushes, they ripped it off my body. My slippers were made of glass, and as I stepped on a stone, they broke in two. Princess Mouseskin. A king had 3 daughters, and he wanted to know which one loved him the most. So he summoned them to him and he began asking. The oldest daughter said she loved him more than the whole kingdom. The second said she loved him more than all the jewels and pearls in the world. But the third said that she loved him more than salt. The king was furious that she compared her love for him to such a meager thing. Consequently, he handed her over to a servant and ordered him to take her into the forest and kill her. When they reached the forest, the princess begged the servant to spare her life. Since he was devoted to her, he wouldn't have killed her anyway. Indeed, he said he would go with her and do her bidding. But the princess demanded nothing except a garment made out of a mouse skin. When the servant fetched it for her, she wrapped herself in the skin and went straight to a neighboring kingdom. Once there, she pretended to be a man and asked the king to employ her. The king consented, and she was to be his personal servant. In the evening, whenever she pulled off his boots, he always tossed them at her head. One time he asked her where she came from.
I'm from the country where one doesn't toss boots at people's heads.
Her remark made the king suspicious. Finally, the other servants brought him a ring that Mousekin had lost. It was so precious that they thought she had stolen it. The king called Mousekin to him and asked how she had obtained the ring. Mousekin could no longer conceal her true identity. She unwrapped the mousekin, and her golden hair streamed down. As she stepped out of the skin, he could see that she was beautiful. Indeed, so beautiful that he immediately took off his crown, put it on her head, and he declared her to be his wife. When the wedding was celebrated, Mousekin's father was also invited to attend. He believed that his daughter had died a long time ago, and he didn't recognize her. However, at the dinner table, all the dishes put before him were unsalted, and he became irritated and said, "I'd rather die than eat such food." No sooner had he uttered those words than the queen said to him,
Well, now you say you can't live without salt, but when I said I loved you more than salt, you wanted to have me killed.
All at once he recognized his daughter, kissed her, and begged her forgiveness. Now that he had found her again, she was more dear to him than his kingdom and all the jewels in the world. The pear doesn't want to fall. The master went to shake the pear tree, but the pear refused to fall. The master sent the servant out to shake the pear tree and make it fall, but the servant did not shake at all. The pear refused to fall. The master sent the guard dog out to bite the servant with his snout, but the dog did not bite at all. The servant did not shake at all, and the pear refused to fall. The master sent the big stick out to hit the dog right on his snout, but the stick did not hit at all. The dog did not bite at all. The servant did not shake at all, and the pear refused to fall. The master sent the fire out to burn the stick down to a crisp, but the fire did not burn at all. The stick did not hit at all. The dog did not bite at all. The servant did not shake at all. The pear refused to fall. The master sent the water out to snuff the little fire out, but the water did not snuff at all. The fire did not burn at all. The stick did not hit at all. The dog did not bite at all. The servant did not shake at all, and the pear refused to fall. The master sent the little calf out to lap the water up, but the calf did not lap at all. The water did not snuff at all. The fire did not burn at all. The stick did not hit at all. The dog did not bite at all. The servant did not shake at all, and the pear refused to fall. The master sent the butcher out to kill the little calf, but the butcher did not kill at all. The calf did not lap at all. The water did not snuff at all. The fire did not burn at all. The stick did not hit at all. The dog did not bite at all. The servant did not shake at all. The pair refused to fall. The master sent the henchman out to go and hang the butcher. Now the butcher wants to kill the calf wants the water to lap, the water wants the fire to snuff, the fire wants the stick to burn, the stick wants the dog to hit, the dog wants the servant to bite, the servant wants the pair to shake, and the pair is ready to fall. The Castle of Murder. Once upon a time there was a shoemaker who had 3 daughters. One day when the shoemaker was out, a well-dressed nobleman came with a splendid carriage and servants, and he appeared to be very rich. He fell in love with one of the beautiful daughters, who thought herself fortunate to have found such a rich gentleman, and she gladly agreed to ride off with him. As they were on their way, it turned dark, and he asked her, "The moon is shining very bright. My horses are dashing into the night. Sweet love, are you having any doubts?"
No, why should I have any doubts? I'm well taken care of by you.
But indeed, she did feel a certain uneasiness. When they were in a large forest, she asked him if they would soon be there. "Yes," he said. "Do you see the light in the distance? That's my castle." At last they arrived, and everything was very beautiful. The next day he said to her that he had to leave for a few days because he had to take care of some important and urgent business. However, he wanted to leave all the keys with her so that she could see the whole castle and what treasures she, as mistress, now possessed. When he was gone, she went through the entire castle and found that everything was beautiful. She was completely satisfied until she came to the cellar, where an old woman was sitting and scraping out intestines.
My goodness, Granny, what are you doing there?
I'm scraping intestines, my child. Tomorrow I'll be scraping yours, too.
The maiden was so terrified by her words that she dropped the key she was holding into a basin of blood, and she couldn't wash the blood off the key.
Now your death is certain,
said the old woman,
because my master will be able to see that you were in the chamber, and no one is allowed to enter here except him and me.
One must indeed know now that this was the way her 2 sisters had lost their lives before her. Just then, a hay wagon began to drive away and leave the castle. The old woman told her that the only way she could save herself was by hiding under the hay and driving off in the wagon, and this is what the maiden did. In the meantime, the nobleman returned home and asked where the maiden was.
"Oh," said the old woman, "since I have no more work for today, and since she was due to be slaughtered tomorrow, I decided to kill her. Here's a lock of her hair. The dogs ate up the heart, the warm blood, and all the rest. I'm here scraping out the intestines."
The nobleman was glad that she was dead. Meanwhile, she arrived in a hay wagon at a nearby castle where the hay was supposed to be delivered. She climbed out of the hay and told everything she knew. Then she was asked to remain, and after some time had passed, the lord of this castle invited all the gentry of the surrounding region to a great feast. Since the nobleman from the Castle of Murder had also been invited, the maiden changed her features and clothes so that she wouldn't be recognized. Once they were all there, everyone had to tell a tale. When it was the maiden's turn, she told the particular story that concerned the nobleman and made his heart tremble with fear, and he wanted to force his way out. However, The lord of the castle had planned ahead of time to have the authorities ready to take our fine count to prison. His castle was destroyed, and all the treasures were given to the maiden for her own. Afterward, she married the lord's son in the house where she had been so well received, and they lived together for many, many years.
The 12 Brothers. There were once upon a time a king and a queen who lived happily together and had 12 children, but they were all boys. Then said the king to his wife, "If the 13th child which you are about to bring into the world is a girl, then all 12 boys shall die, in order that her possessions may be great, and that the kingdom may fall to her alone." The king even had 12 coffins to be made, which were already filled with shavings, and in each of the little coffins laid a little death pillow, and he had them taken into a locked-up room, and then he gave the queen the key of it, and he bade her not to speak of this to anyone. The mother, however, now sat and lamented all day long, until the youngest son, who was always with her, and whom she had named Benjamin from the Bible, said to her, "Dear mother, why are you so sad?" "Dearest child," she answered, "I may not tell you." But he let her have no rest until she went and unlocked the room, and showed him the 12 coffins, already filled with shavings. Then she said, "My dearest Benjamin, your father has had these coffins made for you and for your 11 brothers, for if I bring a little girl into the world, you are all to be killed and buried in them." And as she wept while she was saying this, the son comforted her, and he said, "Weep not, dear mother. We will save ourselves, and will go hence." But she said, "Go forth into the forest with your 11 brothers, and let one sit constantly on the highest tree which can be found, and give watch, looking towards the tower here in the castle. If I give birth to a little son, I will put up a white flag, and then you may venture to come back. But if I bear a daughter, I will hoist a red flag, and then fly hence as quickly as you are able, and may the good God protect you. And every night I will rise up and pray for you. I'll pray for you in winter, that you may be able to warm yourself at a fire, and in summer, that you may not faint away in the heat." After she had blessed her sons, therefore, they went forth into the forest. They each kept watch in turn, and sat on the highest oak and looked towards the tower. When 11 days had passed, and the turn came to Benjamin, he saw their flag was being raised. It was, however, not the white, but the blood-red flag, which announced that they were all to die. When the brothers heard that, they were all very angry and said, "Are we all to suffer death for the sake of a girl? We swear that we will avenge ourselves. Wheresoever we find the girl, her red blood shall flow." Thereupon they went deeper into the forest, and in the midst of it, where it was the darkest, they found a little bewitched hut, which was standing empty. Then said they, "Here we will dwell, and you, Benjamin, who are the youngest and weakest, you shall stay at home and keep house. We others will go out and fetch food." Then they went into the forest, and shot hares, wild deer, birds, and pigeons, and whatsoever there was to eat. This they took to Benjamin, who had to dress it for them in order that they might appease their hunger. They lived together 10 years in this little hut, and the time did not appear long to them. The little daughter which their mother the queen had given birth to was now grown up. She was of good heart and fair of face, and had a golden star on her forehead. Once, on the great washing, she saw 12 men's shirts among the things, and asked her mother, "To whom do these 12 shirts belong? For they are too small for father." Then the queen answered with a heavy heart, "Dear child, these belong to your 12 brothers." "Where are my 12 brothers? I have never yet heard of them." She replied, "God knows where they are. They are wandering about the world." Then she took the maiden and opened the chamber for her, and showed her the 12 coffins with the shavings and the death pillows. "These coffins," said she, "were destined for your brothers, who went away secretly before you were born." And she related to her how everything had happened. Then said the maiden,
"Dear mother, weep not. I will go and seek my brothers." So she took the 12 shirts and went forth, and straight into the great forest. She walked the whole day, and in the evening she came back to the bewitched hut. Then she entered it, and found a young boy, who asked, "From whence do you come, and whither are you bound?" and was astonished that she was so beautiful, and wore royal garments, and had a star on her forehead. She answered the boy, "I am a king's daughter, and I am seeking my 12 brothers, and I will walk as far as the sky is blue until I find them." And she showed him the 12 shirts which belonged to them. Then Benjamin saw that she was his sister, and said, "I am Benjamin, your youngest brother." And she began to weep for joy, and Benjamin wept also, and they kissed and embraced each other with the greatest love. But after this he said, "Dear sister, there is still one difficulty. We have agreed that every maiden whom we meet shall die, because we have been obliged to leave our kingdom on account of a girl." Then said she, "I will willingly die, if by so doing I can save my 12 brothers." "No," answered he, "you shall not die. Sit down beneath this little tub until our 11 brothers come, and then I will soon come to an agreement with them." She did so, and when it was night, the others came from hunting, and their dinner was ready. And as they were sitting at the table and eating, they asked, "What news is there?" Benjamin said, "Don't you know anything?" "No," they answered. He continued, "You've been in the forest, and I have stayed at home, and yet I know more than you do?" "Tell us then," they cried. He answered, "I'll tell you, but promise me that the first maiden who meets us shall not be killed." "Yes, yes, yes," they all cried. "She shall have mercy, only do tell us." Benjamin then said, "Our sister is here," and he lifted up the tub, and the king's daughter came forth in her royal garments with the golden star on her forehead, and she was beautiful, delicate, and fair. Then they were all rejoiced, and fell on her neck, and kissed and loved her with all of their hearts. Now she stayed home with Benjamin, and helped him with the work. The 11 went into the forest and caught game and deer and birds and wood pigeons, that they might have food, and the little sister and Benjamin took care of it to make it ready for them. She sought for the wood for cooking and herbs for vegetables, and put the pans on the fire so that the dinner was always ready when the 11 came. She likewise kept order in the little house, and put beautifully white clean coverings on the little beds, and the brothers were always contented and lived in great harmony with her. One time, when the two were at home, they had prepared a wonderful feast, and when they were all together again, they sat down and ate and drank, and were full of gladness. There was, however, a little garden belonging to the bewitched house, wherein stood 12 lily flowers, which are likewise called student lilies. She wished to give her brothers pleasure, and plucked the 12 flowers, and thought she would present each brother with one while at dinner. But at the self-same moment that she plucked the flowers, the 12 brothers were changed into 12 ravens, and flew away over the forest, and the house and the garden vanished likewise. And now the poor maiden was alone in the wild forest, and when she looked around, an old woman was standing near her, who said, "My child, what have you done? Why did you not leave the 12 white flowers growing? They were your brothers, who are now forevermore changed into ravens." The maiden said, weeping, "Is there no way of saving them?" "No," said the woman. "There is but one in the whole world, and that is so hard that you will not save them by it, for you must be dumb for 7 years, and may not speak or laugh, and if you speak one single word, and only an hour of the 7 years is wanting, all of it is in vain, and your brothers will be killed by the one word." Then said the maiden in her heart, "I know with certainty that I shall set my brothers free," and went and sought a high tree, and seated herself in it, and spun, and neither spoke nor laughed. Now it so happened that a king was hunting in the forest, who had a great greyhound, which ran to the tree on which the maiden was sitting, and sprang about it, whining and barking at her. Then the king came by, and saw the beautiful king's daughter with the golden star on her brow, and was so charmed with her beauty, and he called to ask her if she would be his wife. She made no answer, but nodded a little with her head, So he climbed up the tree himself, carried her down, placed her on his horse, and bore her home. Then the wedding was solemnized with great magnificence and rejoicing, but the bride neither spoke nor smiled. When they had lived happily together for a few years, the king's mother, who was a wicked woman, began to slander the young queen, and said to the king, "This is a common beggar girl whom you have brought back with you. Who knows what wicked tricks she practices secretly? Even if she be dumb and not be able to speak, she still might laugh for once. But those who do not laugh have bad consciences." At first the king would not believe it, but the old woman urged this so long and accused her of so many evil things that at last the king let himself be persuaded and sentenced the queen to death. And now a great fire was lighted in the courtyard in which she was to be burnt, and the king stood above at the window and looked on with tearful eyes because he still loved her so much. And when she was bound fast to the stake, and the fire was licking at her clothes with its red tongue, the last instant of the 7 years expired. Then a whirring sound was heard in the air, and 12 ravens came flying towards the place, and sank downwards, and when they touched the earth, they were her 12 brothers, whom she had saved. They tore the fire asunder, extinguished the flames, set their dear sister free, and kissed and embraced her. And now, as she dared to open her mouth and speak, she told the king why she had been dumb, and had never laughed. The king rejoiced when he heard that she was innocent, and they all lived in great unity until their death. The wicked stepmother was taken before the judge and put into a barrel filled with boiling oil and venomous snakes, and she died an evil death. Brother and sister. Little brother took his little sister by the hand and said, "Since our mother died, we have had no happiness. Our stepmother beats us every day, and if we come near her, she kicks us away with her foot. Our meals are the hard crusts of bread that are left over, and the little dog under the table is better off, for she often throws it a choice morsel. God pity us, if our mother only knew. Come, we will go forth together into the wide world." They walked the whole day over meadows, fields, and stony places, and when it rained, the little sister said, "Heaven and our hearts are weeping together." In the evening, they came to a large forest, and they were so weary with sorrow and hunger and a long walk that they lay down in a hollow tree and fell asleep. The next day, when they awoke, the sun was already high in the sky and shone down hot into the tree. Then the brother said, "Sister, I am thirsty. If I knew of a little brook, I would go and just take a drink. I think I hear one running." The brother got up and took the little sister by the hand, and then they set off to find the brook. But the wicked stepmother was a witch, and had seen how the 2 children had gone away, and she had crept after them secretly, as witches creep, and had bewitched all the brooks in the forest. Now, when they found a little brook leaping brightly over the stones, the brother was going to drink out of it, but the sister heard how it said as it ran, "Who drinks of me will be a tiger. Who drinks of me will be a tiger." Then the sister cried, "Pray, dear brother, do not drink or you will become a wild beast and tear me to pieces." The brother did not drink, although he was so thirsty, but he said, "I will wait for the next spring." When they came to the next brook, the sister heard this also say, "Who drinks of me will be a wolf. Who drinks of me will be a wolf." Then the sister cried out, "Pray, dear brother, do not drink or you will become a wolf and devour me." The brother did not drink and said, "I will wait until we come to the next spring, but then I must drink, say what you like, for my thirst is too great." And when they came to the third brook, the sister heard how it said as it ran, "Who drinks of me will be a roebuck. Who drinks of me will be a roebuck." The sister said, "Oh, I pray you, dear brother, do not drink, or you will become a roebuck and run away from me." But the brother had knelt down at once by the brook, and had bent down and drunk some of the water, and as soon as the first drops touched his lips, he lay there in the form of a young roebuck. And now the sister wept over her poor bewitched brother, and the little roe also wept, and sat sorrowfully near her. But at last the girl said, "Be quiet, dear little roe. I will never, ever leave you." Then she untied her golden garter and put it around the roebuck's neck, and she plucked rushes and wove them into a soft cord. This she tied to the little animal and led it on, and she walked deeper and deeper into the forest. And when they had gone a very long way, they came to at last a little house, and the girl looked in. And as it was empty, she thought, "We can stay here, and we can live." Then she sought for leaves and moss to make a soft bed for the roe, and every morning she went out and gathered roots and berries and nuts for herself, and brought tender grass for the roe, who ate out of her hand and was content and played round about her. In the evening, when the sister was tired and had said her prayer, she laid her head upon the roebuck's back. That was her pillow, and she slept softly on it. And if only the brother had his own human form, it would have been a delightful life. For some time they were alone like this in the wilderness, but it happened that the king of the country held a great hunt in the forest. Then the blasts of the horns, the barking of the dogs, and the merry shouts of all the huntsmen rang through the trees, and the roebuck heard all, and was only too anxious to be there. "Oh," said he to his sister, "let me be off to the hunt. I cannot bear it any longer." And he begged so much that at last she agreed. But she said to him, "Come back to me in the evening. I must shut my door for fear of the rough huntsmen, so knock and say, 'My little sister, let me in, that I may know you.' And if you do not say that, I shall not open the door." Then the young roebuck sprang away. So happy was he, and so merry in the open air. The king and the huntsmen saw the lovely animal, and started after him, but they could not catch him, and when they thought that they had surely had him, away he sprang through the bushes, and vanished. When it was dark, he ran to the cottage, knocked, and said, "My little sister, let me in." Then the door was opened for him, and he jumped in, and rested himself the whole night through upon a soft bed. The next day the hunt began, and when the roebuck once more heard the bugle horn and the ho-ho-ho of the huntsmen, he had no peace, but said, "Sister, let me out. I must be off." His sister opened the door for him, and said, "But you must be here again in this evening, and say your password." When the king and his huntsmen again saw the young roebuck with the golden collar, they all chased him, but he was too quick and nimble for them. This lasted the whole day, but by the evening the huntsmen had surrounded him, and one of them wounded him a little in the foot, so that he limped and ran slowly. Then a hunter crept after him to the cottage, and heard how he said, "My little sister, let me in," and saw that the door was open for him, and was shut again at once. The huntsman took notice of it all, then went to the king, and told him what he had seen and heard. Then the king said, "Tomorrow we will hunt once more." The little sister, however, was dreadfully frightened when she saw that her fawn was hurt. She washed the blood off of him, laid herbs on the wound, and said, "Go to your bed, dear roe, that you may get well again." But the wound was so slight that the roebuck next morning did not feel it any more, and when he again heard the sport outside, he said, "I cannot bear it, sister. I must be there. They shall not find it so easy to catch me this time." The sister cried, "This time they will kill you, and I am here alone in the forest, and forsaken by all of the world. I will not let you out." "Then you will have me die of grief," answered the roe. "When I hear the bugle horns, I feel as if I must jump out of my skin." Then the sister could not do otherwise, but opened the door for him with a heavy heart, and the roebuck, full of health and joy, bounded into the forest. When the king saw him, he said to his huntsmen, "Now chase him all day long till nightfall, but take care that no one does him any harm." As soon as the sun had set, the king said to the huntsman, "Now come and show me the cottage in the wood." And when he was at the door, he knocked and called out, "Dear little sister, let me in." And the door opened, and the king walked in, and there stood a maiden more lovely than any he had ever seen. The maiden was frightened when she saw, not her little roe, but a man come in, a man who wore a gold crown upon his head. But the king looked kindly at her, stretched out his hand, and said, "Will you go with me to my palace and be my dear wife?" "Yes, indeed," answered the maiden, "but the little roe must go with me. I cannot leave him." The king said, "It shall stay with you as long as you live, and it shall want for nothing." Just then he came running in, and the sister again tied him with the cord of rushes, took it into her own hand, and went away with the king from the cottage. The king took the lovely maiden upon his horse, and carried her to his palace, where the wedding was held with great pomp. She was now the queen, and they lived for a long time happily together. The roebuck was tended to and cherished, and ran about in the palace garden. But the wicked stepmother, because of whom the children had gone out into the world, had never thought but that the sister had been torn to pieces by the wild beasts in the wood, and that the brother had been shot for a roebuck by the huntsman. Now, when she heard that they were so happy and so well off, envy and jealousy rose in her heart and left her no peace, and she thought of nothing but how she could bring them again to misfortune. Her own daughter, who was ugly as night, and had only one eye, reproached her, and said, "A queen. That ought to have been my luck." "Just be quiet," answered the old woman, and comforted her by saying, "When the time comes, I shall be ready." As the time went on, the queen had a pretty little boy, and it happened that the king was out hunting. So the old witch took the form of a chambermaid, and went into the room where the queen lay, and said to her, "Come, the bath is ready. It will do you good, and will give you fresh strength. Make haste before it gets cold." Her daughter also was close by, so they carried the weakly queen into the bathroom, and put her into the bath. Then they shut the door and ran away. But in the bathroom they had made a fire of such hellish heat that the beautiful young queen was soon suffocated. When this was done, the old woman took her daughter, put a nightcap on her head, and laid her in bed in place of the queen. She gave her, too, the shape and look of the queen, only she could not make good the lost eye. But in order that the king might not see it, she was to lie on the side of which she had no eye. In the evening, when he came home and heard that he had a son, he was heartily glad, and he was going to the bed of his dear wife to see how she was. But the old woman quickly called out, "For your life, leave the curtains closed. The queen ought not to see the light yet, and must have rest." The king went away and did not find out that a false queen was lying in the bed. But at midnight, when all slept, the nurse who was sitting in the nursery by the cradle, and who was the only person awake, saw the door open, and saw the true queen walk in. She took the child out of the cradle, laid it in her arm, and suckled it. Then she took up its pillow, laid the child down again, and covered it with the little quilt. And she did not forget the roebuck, but went into the corner where it lay, and stroked its back. Then she went quietly, silently, out of the door again. The next morning, the nurse asked the guards whether anyone had come into the palace during the night, but they answered, "No, we have seen no one." She came thus many nights and never spoke a word. The nurse always saw her, but she did not dare to tell anyone about it. When some time had passed in this manner, the queen began to speak in the night and said, "How fares my child? How fares my roe? Twice shall I come, then never more." The nurse did not answer, but when the queen had gone again, went to the king and told him all. The king said, "Ah, God, what is this? Tomorrow night I will watch by the child." In the evening he went into the nursery, and at midnight the queen again appeared and said, "How fares my child? How fares my roe? Once will I come, then never more." And she nursed the child, as she was wont to do before she disappeared. The king dared not speak to her, but on the next night he watched again, and she said, "How fares my child? How fares my roe? This time I come, then never more." Then the king could not restrain himself. He sprang towards her and said, "You can be none other than my dear wife." She answered, "Yes, I am your dear wife." And at that same moment she received life again, and by God's grace became fresh, rosy, and full of health. Then she told the king the evil deed which the wicked witch and her daughter had been guilty of towards her. The king ordered both to be led before the judge, and a judgment was delivered against them. The daughter was taken into the forest, where she was torn to pieces by wild beasts, but the witch was cast into the fire and miserably burnt. And as soon as she was burnt to ashes, the roebuck changed his shape, and received his human form again, So the sister and brother lived happily together, all for the rest of their lives. Rapunzel. There was once a man and a woman who had a long and vain wish for a child. At length the woman hoped that God was about to grant her desire. These people had a little window at the back of their house from which a splendid garden could be seen, which was full of the most beautiful flowers and herbs. It was, however, surrounded by a high wall, and no one dared to go into it because it belonged to an enchantress who had great power and was dreaded by all of the world. One day the woman was standing by this window and looking down into the garden when she saw a bed which was planted with the most beautiful rampion, Rapunzel, and it looked so fresh and green that she longed for it and had the greatest desire to eat some. This desire increased every day, and as she knew that she could not get any of it, she quite pined away and began to look pale and miserable. Then her husband was alarmed and asked, "What ails you, dear wife?" "Ah," she replied, "if I can't eat some of the rampion which is in the garden behind our house, I shall die." The man, who loved her, thought, "Sooner than you let your wife die, bring her some of the rampion yourself, let it cost what it will." At twilight, he clambered down the wall into the garden of the enchantress, hastily clutched a handful of the rampion, and took it to his wife. She at once made herself a salad of it, and ate it greedily. It tasted so good to her, so very good, that the next day she longed for it 3 times as much as before. If he was to have any rest, her husband must once more descend into the garden. In the gloom of evening, therefore, he let himself down again, but when he had clambered down the wall, he was terribly afraid, for he saw the enchantress standing before him. "How can you dare," said she, with an angry look, "descend into my garden and steal my rampion like a thief? You shall suffer for it." "Ah," answered he, "let mercy take the place of justice. I only made up my mind to do it out of necessity. My wife saw your rampion from the window and felt such a longing for it that she would have died if she had not gotten some to eat." Then the enchantress allowed her anger to be softened and said to him, "If the case be as you say, I will allow you to take away with you as much rampion as you will, only I make one condition. You must give me the child which your wife will bring into the world. It shall be well treated, and I will care for it like a mother." The man, in his terror, consented to everything, and when the woman was brought to bed, the enchantress appeared at once, gave the child the name of Rapunzel, and took it away with her. Rapunzel grew into the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the enchantress shut her into a tower which lay in a forest, and had neither stairs nor door, but quite at the top was a little window. When the enchantress wanted to go in, she placed herself beneath it and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me." Rapunzel had magnificent long hair, fine as spun gold, and when she heard the voice of the enchantress, she unfastened her braided tresses, wound them round one of the hooks of the window above, and then the hair fell 20 ells down, and the enchantress climbed up by it. After a year or two, it came to pass that the king's son rode through the forest and passed by the tower. Then he heard a song, which was so charming that he stood still and listened. This was Rapunzel, who was in her solitude, passing her time and letting her sweet voice resound. The king's son wanted to climb up to her, and he looked for the door of the tower, but none was to be found. He rode home, but the singing had so deeply touched his heart that every day he went out into the forest and listened to it. Once, when he was thus standing behind a tree, he saw that an enchantress came there, and he heard how she cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Then Rapunzel let down the braids of her hair, and the enchantress climbed up to her. "If that is the ladder by which one mounts, I too will try my fortune," said he, and the next day, when it began to grow dark, he went to the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Immediately the hair fell down, and the king's son climbed up. At first, Rapunzel was terribly frightened when a man, such as her eyes had never yet beheld, came to her. But the king's son began to talk to her quite like a friend, and told her that his heart had been so stirred that it had let him have no rest, and that he had been forced to see her. Then Rapunzel lost her fear, and when he asked her if she would take him for her husband, and she saw that he was young and handsome, she thought, "He will love me more than old Dame Gothel does," and she said yes, and laid her hand in his. She said, "I will willingly go away with you, but I do not know how to get down. Bring with you a skein of silk every time that you come, and I will weave a ladder with it, and when that is ready I will descend, and you will take me on your horse." They agreed that until that time he should come to her every evening, for the old woman came to her by day. The enchantress remarked nothing of this, until once Rapunzel said to her, "Tell me, Dame Gothel, how it happens that you are so much heavier for me to draw up than the young king's son. He is with me in the moment." "Ah, you wicked child," cried the enchantress. "What do I hear you say? I thought I had separated you from all of the world, and yet you have deceived me." In her anger, she clutched Rapunzel's beautiful tresses, wrapped them twice around her left hand, seized a pair of scissors with the right, and snip, snap, they were cut off, and the lovely braids lay on the ground. And she was so pitiless that she took poor Rapunzel into a desert, where she had to live in great grief and misery. On the same day that she cast out Rapunzel, however, the enchantress fastened the braids of hair, which she had cut off, to the hook of the window, and when the king's son came and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," she let the hair down. The king's son ascended, but instead of finding his dearest Rapunzel, he found the enchantress, who gazed at him with wicked and venomous looks. "Aha!" she cried mockingly. "You would fetch your dearest, but that beautiful bird sits no longer singing in the nest. The cat has got it, and will scratch out your eyes as well. Rapunzel is lost to you. You will never see her again." The king's son was beside himself with pain, and in his despair he leapt down from the tower. He escaped with his life, but the thorns into which he fell pierced his eyes. Then he wandered, quite blind, about the forest, ate nothing but roots and berries, and did naught but lament and weep over the loss of his dearest wife-to-be. Thus he roamed about in misery for some years, and at length came to the desert where Rapunzel, with the twins to which she had given birth, a boy and a girl, lived in wretchedness. He heard a voice, and it seemed so familiar to him that when he went towards it, and when he approached, Rapunzel knew him and fell on his neck and wept. 2 of her tears wetted his eyes, and they grew clear again, and he could see with them just as before. He led her to his kingdom, where he was joyfully received, and they lived for a long time afterwards, happy and contented. The 3 Little Men in the Wood. There was once a man whose wife died, and a woman whose husband died, and the man had a daughter, and the woman also had a daughter. The girls were acquainted with each other, and went out walking together, and afterwards came to the woman in her house. Then she said to the man's daughter, "Listen, tell your father that I would like to marry him, and then you shall wash yourself in milk every morning and drink wine, but my own daughter shall wash herself in water and drink water." The girl went home and told her father what the woman had said. The man said, "What shall I do? Marriage is a joy, but it's also a torment." At length, as he could come to no decision, he pulled off his boot and said, "Take this boot. It has a hole in the sole of it. Go with it up to the loft. Hang it up on the big nail, and then pour water into it. If it holds the water, then I will again take a wife, but if it runs through, I will not." The girl did as she was bid, but the water drew the hole together, and the boot became full to the top. She informed her father how it had turned out. Then he himself went up, and when he saw that she was right, he went to the widow and wooed her, and the wedding was celebrated. The next morning, when the two girls got up, there stood before the man's daughter milk for her to wash in, and wine for her to drink. But before the woman's daughter stood water to wash herself with, and water for drinking. On the second morning stood water for washing and water for drinking before the man's daughter, as well as before the woman's daughter. And on the third morning stood water for washing and water for drinking before the man's daughter, and milk for washing and wine for drinking before the woman's daughter. And so it continued. The woman became her stepdaughter's bitterest enemy, and day by day did her best to treat her still worse. She was also envious because her stepdaughter was beautiful and lovable, and her own daughter ugly and repulsive. Once, in the winter, when everything was frozen as hard as a stone, and hill and vale lay covered with snow, the woman made a frock of paper, called her stepdaughter, and said, "Here, put on this dress and go out into the wood and fetch me a little basket full of strawberries. I have a fancy for some of those." "Good heavens," said the girl, "no strawberries grow in winter. The ground is frozen, and besides, the snow has covered everything. And why am I to go in this paper frock? It is so cold outside that one's very breath freezes. The wind will blow through the frock, and the thorns will tear it off of my body." "Will you contradict me?" said the stepmother. "See that you go, and do not show your face again until you have the basket full of strawberries." Then she gave her a little piece of hard bread, and said, "This will last you the day," and thought, "You will die of cold and hunger outside, and will never be seen again by me." Then the maiden was obedient, and put on the paper frock, and went out with the basket. Far and wide there was nothing but snow, and not a green blade to be seen. When she got into the wood, she saw a small house out of which peeped 3 little men. She wished them a good day, and knocked modestly at the door. They cried, "Come in," and she entered the room and seated herself on a bench by the stove, where she began to warm herself and eat her breakfast. The little men said, "Give us some of it too." Willingly she did so, and divided her piece of bread in 2 and gave them half. They asked, "What do you do here in the forest in the winter time, in your thin little dress?" "Ah," she answered, "I am to look for a basket full of strawberries, and I am not to go home until I can take them with me." Once she had eaten her bread, they gave her a broom, and they said, "Sweep away the snow at the back door." But when she was outside, the 3 little men said to each other, "What shall we give her, as she is so good, and she has shared her bread with us?" Then said the first, "My gift is, that she shall every day grow more beautiful." The second little man said, "My gift is, that gold pieces shall fall out of her mouth every time she speaks." The third said, "My gift is, that a king shall come and take her as his wife." The girl, however, did as the little men had bidden her, swept away the snow behind the little house with the broom, and what did she find but real ripe strawberries, which came up quite dark red out of the snow. In her joy she hastily gathered her basket full, thanked the little men, shook hands with each of them, and ran home to take her stepmother what she had longed for so much. When she went in and said good evening, a piece of gold at once fell out of her mouth. Thereupon she related what had happened to her in the wood, but with every word she spoke, gold pieces fell from her mouth, until very soon the whole room was covered with them. "Now, look at her arrogance," cried the stepsister, "to throw about gold in that way." But she was secretly envious of it, and wanted to go into the forest also to seek strawberries. The mother said, "No, my dear little daughter, it's too cold, you might freeze to death." However, as her daughter let her have no peace, the mother at last yielded, made her a magnificent coat of fur, which she was obliged to put on, and gave her bread and butter and cake for her journey. The girl went into the forest and straight up to the little house. The 3 little men peeped out again, but she did not greet them, and without looking round at them, and without speaking to them, she went awkwardly into the room, seated herself by the stove, and began to eat her bread and butter and cake. "Give us some of it," cried the little men. But she replied, "There is not enough for myself, so how can I give it away to other people?" When she had finished eating, they said, "There is a broom for you. Sweep it all clean in front of the back door." "Sweep for yourselves," she answered. "I'm not your servant." When she saw that they were not going to give her anything, she went out by the door. Then the little men said to each other, "What shall we give her, as she is so naughty and has a wicked, envious heart that will never let her do a good turn to anyone?" The first said, "I grant that she may grow uglier every day." The second little man said, "I grant that at every word she says, a toad shall spring out of her mouth." The third said, "I grant that she may die a miserable death." The maiden looked for strawberries outside, but as she found none, she went angrily home. And when she opened her mouth and was about to tell her mother what had happened to her in the wood, with every word she said, a toad sprang out of her mouth, so that everyone was seized with horror of her. Then the stepmother was still more enraged, and thought of nothing but how to do every possible injury to the man's daughter, whose beauty, however, grew daily greater. At length she took a cauldron, set it on the fire, and boiled yarn in it. When it was boiled, she flung it on the poor girl's shoulder, and gave her an axe in order that she might go to the frozen river, cut a hole in the ice, and rinse the yarn. She was obedient, went thither, and cut a hole in the ice, and while she was in the midst of her cutting, a splendid carriage came driving up, in which sat a king. The carriage stopped, and the king asked, "My child, who are you, and what are you doing here?" "I am a poor girl, and I am rinsing yarn." Then the king felt compassion, and when he saw that she was so very beautiful, he said to her, "Will you go away with me?" "Ah, yes, with all my heart," she answered, for she was glad to get away from the mother and sister. She got into the carriage and drove away with the king, and when they arrived at his place, the wedding was celebrated with great pomp, as the little men had granted to the maiden. When a year was over, the young queen bore a son, and as the stepmother had heard of her great good fortune, she came with her daughter to the palace and pretended that she wanted to pay her a visit. But when the king had gone out and no one else was present, the wicked woman seized the queen by the head, and her daughter seized her by the feet, and they lifted her out of bed and threw her out of the window into a stream which flowed by. Then the ugly daughter laid herself in bed, and the old woman covered her up over her head. When the king came home again and wanted to speak to his wife, the old woman cried, "Hush, hush, that can't be now. She is lying in a violent sweat. You must let her rest today." The king suspected no evil and did not come back again until the next morning. And as he talked with his wife, and she answered him, with every word a toad leapt out, whereas formerly a piece of gold had fallen. Then he asked what that could be, but the old woman said that she had got that from the violent sweat, and would soon lose it again. During the night, however, the scullion saw a duck come swimming up the gutter, and it said, "King, what art thou doing now? Sleepest thou, or waketh thou?" And as he returned no answer, it said, "And my guests, what may they do?" The scullion said, "They are sleeping soundly too." Then it asked again, "What does little baby mine?" He answered, "Sleepeth in her cradle fine." Then she went upstairs in the form of the queen, nursed the baby, shook up its little bed, covered it over, and then swam away down the gutter in the shape of a duck. She came thus for 2 nights. On the third, she said to the scullion, "Go and tell the king to take his sword and swing it 3 times over me on the threshold." Then the scullion ran and told this to the king, who came with his sword and swung it thrice over the spirit. And at the 3rd time, his wife stood before him, strong, living, and healthy, as she had been before. Thereupon the king was full of great joy, but he kept the queen hidden in a chamber until the Sunday, when the baby was to be christened. And when it was christened, he said, "What does a person deserve who drags another out of bed and throws him in the water?" "The wretch deserves nothing better," answered the old woman, "than to be taken and put in a barrel, stuck full of nails, and rolled down the hill into the water." "Then," said the king, "you have pronounced your own sentence." And he ordered such a barrel to be brought, and the old woman to be put into it with her daughter. And then the top was hammered on, and the barrel rolled downhill until it went into the river. Hansel and Gretel. Hard by a great forest dwelt a poor woodcutter with his wife and his 2 children. The boy was called Hansel, and the girl Gretel. He had little to bite and to break, and once when dearth fell on the land, he could no longer procure even daily bread. Now, when he thought over this by night in his bed, and tossed about in his anxiety, he groaned and said to his wife, "What is to become of us? How are we to feed our poor children when we no longer have anything even for ourselves?" "I'll tell you what, husband," answered the woman. "Early tomorrow morning we will take the children out into the forest to where it is the thickest. There we will light a fire for them and give each of them 1 more piece of bread, and then we will go to our work and leave them alone. They will not find the way home again, and we shall be rid of them." "No, no, wife," said the man. "I will not do that. How can I bear to leave my children alone in the forest? The wild animals would soon come and tear them to pieces." "Oh, you fool," said she. "Then we must all 4 die of hunger. You may as well plane the planks for our coffins," and she left him no peace until he consented. "But I feel very sorry for the poor children, all the same," said the man. The 2 children had also not been able to sleep for hunger, and had heard what their stepmother had said to their father. Gretel wept bitter tears and said to Hansel, "Now all is over with us." "Be quiet, Gretel," said Hansel. "Do not distress yourself. I will soon find a way to help us." And when the old folks had fallen asleep, he got up, put on his little coat, opened the door below, and crept outside. The moon shone brightly, and when the white pebbles which lay in front of the house glittered like real silver pennies, Hansel stooped and stuffed the little pocket of his coat with many as he could get in. Then he went back and said to Gretel, "Be comforted, dear little sister, and sleep in peace. God will not forsake us." And he lay down again in his bed. When day dawned, but before the sun had risen, the woman came and awoke the 2 children, saying, "Get up, you sluggards. We are all going into the forest to fetch wood." She gave each a little piece of bread and said, "There is something for your dinner, but do not eat it up before then, for you will get nothing else." Gretel took the bread under her apron, as Hansel had the pebbles in his pocket. Then they all set out together on the way to the forest. When they had walked a short time, Hansel stood still and peeped back at the house, and did so again and again. His father said, "Hansel, what are you looking at there and staying behind for? Pay attention, and do not forget how to use your legs." "Oh, father," said Hansel, "I am looking at my little white cat, which is sitting up on the roof and wants to say goodbye to me." The wife said, "Fool, that is not your little cat. That is the morning sun which is shining on the chimneys." Hansel, however, had not been looking back at the cat, but had been constantly throwing one of the white pebble stones out of his pocket on the road. When they had reached the middle of the forest, the father said, "Now, children, pile up some wood, and I will light a fire that you may not be cold." Hansel and Gretel gathered brushwood together as high as a little hill. The brushwood was lighted, and when the flames were burning very brightly, the woman said, "Now, children, lay yourselves down by the fire and rest. We will go into the forest and cut some wood. When we have that done, we will come back and fetch you away." Hansel and Gretel sat by the fire, and when noon came, each ate just a little piece of bread, and as they heard the strokes of the wood axe, they believed that their father was near. It was not the axe, however, but a branch which he had fastened to a withered tree, which the wind was blowing backwards and forwards, and as they had been sitting such a long time, their eyes closed with fatigue, and they fell fast asleep. When at last they awoke, it was already dark night. Gretel had begun to cry and said, "How are we to get out of the forest now?" But Hansel comforted her and said, "Just wait a little until the moon has risen, and then we will soon find a way." And when the full moon had risen, Hansel took his little sister by the hand and followed the pebbles which shone like newly coined silver pieces and showed them the way. They walked the whole night long, and by break of day came once more to their father's house. They knocked at the door, and when the woman opened it and saw that it was Hansel and Gretel, she said, "You naughty children, why have you slept so long in the forest? We thought you were never coming back at all." The father, however, rejoiced, for it had cut him to the heart to leave them behind alone. Not long afterwards, there was once more great dearth throughout the land, and the children heard their mother saying at night to their father, "Everything is eaten again. We have 1/2 of a loaf left, and that is the end. The children must go. We will take them further into the wood, so that they will not find their way out again. There is no other means of saving ourselves." The man felt sad at heart, and he thought, it would be better to share one's last morsel with one's children. But the wife would listen to nothing that he said, but scolded and reproached him. "He who says A must say B too, and when a man has given in once, he has to do it a second time." But the children were not asleep, and had heard all of the talk. When the parents had gone to sleep, Hansel had got up to go out and get more flint stones, as he did before. But the wife had locked the door, and Hansel could not get out. So he comforted his little sister and said, "Don't cry, Gretel, and go to sleep quietly, and God will help us." Early the next morning the wife came and pulled the children out of bed. She gave them each a little piece of bread, less than before, and on the way to the wood Hansel crumbled the bread in his pocket, and often stopped to throw a crumb on the ground. "Hansel, what are you stopping behind and staring for?" said the father. "I'm looking at my little pigeon sitting on the roof to say goodbye to me," answered Hansel. "You fool," said the wife. "That is no pigeon, but the morning sun shining on the chimney pots." Hansel went on as before, and strewed breadcrumbs all along the road. The woman led the children far into the woods, where they had never been before in all of their lives. And again there was a large fire made, and the mother said, "Sit still there, you children, and when you are tired you can go to sleep. We are going into the forest to cut wood, and in the evening, when we are ready to go home, we will come and fetch you." So, when noon came, Gretel shared her bread with Hansel, who had strewn his along the road. Then they went to sleep. And then the evening passed, and no one came for the poor children. When they awoke, it was dark night, and Hansel comforted his little sister and said, "Wait a little, Gretel, until the moon gets up. Then we shall be able to see the way home by the crumbs of bread that I have scattered along it." So when the moon rose up, they got up, but they could find no crumbs of bread, for the birds of the woods and the fields had come and picked them up. Hansel thought that they might find the way all the same, but they could not. They went on all that night, and the next day from the morning until the evening, but they could not find the way out of the wood, and they were very hungry, for they had nothing to eat but a few berries they could pick up. And when they were so tired that they could no longer drag themselves along, they lay down under a tree and fell asleep. It was now the 3rd morning since they had left their father's house. They were always trying to get back to it, but instead of that, they only found themselves further into the wood, and if help had not soon come, they would have been starved. About now, they saw a pretty snow-white bird sitting on a bough, and singing so sweetly that they stopped to listen. And when he had finished, the bird spread his wings and flew before them, and they followed after him until they came to a little house, and the bird perched on the roof. And when they came nearer, they saw that the house was built of bread, and roofed with cakes, and the window was of transparent sugar. "We will have some of this," said Hansel, "and make a fine meal. I will eat a piece of the roof, Gretel, and you can have some of the window that will taste so sweet." So Hansel reached up and broke off a bit of the roof, just to see how it tasted, and Gretel stood by the window and gnawed at it. Then they heard a thin voice call from inside,
"Nibble, nibble like a mouse. Who is nibbling at my house?"
The children answered, "Never mind, it is the wind." And they went on eating, never disturbing themselves. Hansel, who found that the roof tasted very nice, took down a great piece of it, and Gretel pulled out a large round window pane, and sat her down and began upon it. Then the door opened, and an aged woman came out, leaning upon a crutch. Hansel and Gretel felt very frightened, and let fall what they had in their hands. The old woman, however, nodded her head and said,
"Oh, my dear children, how come you here? You must come indoors and stay with me. You will be no trouble."
So she took them each in by the hand and led them into her little house. And there they found a good meal laid of milk and pancakes with sugar, apples, and nuts. The old woman, although her behavior was so kind, was a wicked witch who lay in wait for children and had built the little house on purpose to entice them. When they were once inside, she used to kill them, cook them, and eat them. And then it was the feast day with her. The witch's eyes were red, and she could not see very far, but she had a keen scent like the beasts, and knew very well when human creatures were near. When she knew that Hansel and Gretel were coming, she gave a spiteful laugh and said triumphantly,
"I have them, and they shall not escape me."
Early in the morning, before the children were awake, she got up to look at them, and as they lay sleeping so peacefully with round rosy cheeks, she said to herself,
"What a fine feast I shall have."
And then she grasped Hansel with her withered hand and led him into a little stable and shut him up behind a grating, and call and scream as he might, it was no good. Then she went back to Gretel and shook her, crying,
"Get up, lazy bones, fetch water and cook something nice for your brother. He's outside in the stable, and he must be fattened up, and when he is fat enough, I will eat him."
Gretel began to weep bitterly, but it was of no use. She had to do what the wicked witch bade her, and so the best kind of victuals was cooked for poor Hansel, while Gretel got nothing but crab shells. Each morning the old woman visited the little stable and cried,
"Hansel, stretch out your finger, that I may tell if you will soon be fat enough."
Hansel, however, used to hold out a little bone, and the old woman, who had weak eyes, could not see what it was, and supposing it to be Hansel's finger, wondered very much that it was not getting fatter. When 4 weeks had passed, and Hansel seemed to remain so thin, she lost patience and could wait no longer.
"Now then, Gretel,"
cried she to the little girl,
"be quick and draw water. Be Hansel fat or be he lean, tomorrow I must kill and cook him."
Oh, what a grief for the poor little sister to have to fetch water, and how the tears flowed down over her cheeks. "Dear God, pray for us," cried she. "If we had been devoured by wild beasts in the wood, at least we should have died together."
"Spare me your lamentations," said the old woman. "They are of no avail."
Early next morning, Gretel had to get up, make the fire, and fill the kettle.
"First we will do the baking," said the old woman. "I have heated the oven already and kneaded the dough."
She pushed poor Gretel towards the oven, out of which the flames were already shining.
"Creep in there," said the witch, "and see if it's properly hot, so that the bread may be baked."
And Gretel, once in, she meant to shut the door upon her and let her be baked, and then she would have eaten her. But Gretel perceived her intention and said, "I don't know how to do it. How shall I get in?"
"Stupid goose," said the woman. "The opening is big enough. Do you see? I could get in myself."
And she stooped down and put her head in the oven's mouth. Just then, Gretel gave her a push, so that she went in further, and she shut the iron door upon her and put up the bar. Oh, how frightfully she howled, but Gretel ran away and left the wicked witch to burn miserably. Gretel went straight to Hansel, opened the stable door, and cried, "Hansel, we are free. The old witch is dead." Then out flew Hansel like a bird from its cage as soon as the door was opened. How rejoiced they both were! How they fell on each other's neck, and danced about, and kissed each other. And as they had nothing more to fear, they went over all the old witch's house, and in every corner there stood chests of pearls and precious stones. "This is something better than flint stones," said Hansel, as he filled his pockets, and Gretel, thinking she would also like to carry something home with her, filled her apron full. "Now, away we go," said Hansel, "if we can only get out of the witch's wood." When they had journeyed a few hours, they came to a great piece of water. "We can never get across this," said Hansel. "I see no stepping stones and no bridge." "And there is no boat either," said Gretel. "But here comes a white duck. If I ask her, she will help us over." So she cried, "Duck, duck, Here we stand, Hansel and Gretel, on the land. Stepping stones and bridge we lack. Carry us over on your nice white back. And the duck came accordingly, and Hansel got upon her and told his sister to come too. No, answered Gretel, that would be too hard upon the duck. We can go separately, one after the other. And that was how it was managed, and after that they went on happily, until they came to the wood, and the way grew more and more familiar, till at last they saw in the distance their father's house. Then they ran till they came up to it, rushed in at the door, and fell on their father's neck. The man had not had a quiet hour since he had left his children in the wood, but the wife was dead. And when Gretel opened her apron, the pearls and precious stones were scattered all over the room, and Hansel took one handful after another out of his pocket. Then was all care at an end, and they lived in a great joy together. My tale is done. There runs a mouse. Whoever so catches it may make himself a big fur cap out of it. The Three Spinners. There once was a girl who was idle, and would not spin, and let her mother say what she would, she could not bring her to do it. At last the mother was once so overcome with anger and impatience that she beat her, at which the girl began to weep loudly. Now, at this very moment the queen drove by, and when she heard the weeping she stopped her carriage, went into the house, and asked the mother why she was beating her daughter so that the cries could be heard out in the road. Then the woman was ashamed to reveal the laziness of her daughter, and said, I cannot get her to leave off spinning. She insists on spinning forever and ever, and I am poor, and I cannot procure the flax. Then, answered the queen, there was nothing that I like better to hear than spinning, and I am never happier than when the wheels are humming. Let me have your daughter with me in this palace. I have flax enough, and there she shall spin as long as she likes. The mother was heartily satisfied with this, and the queen took her little girl with her. When they had arrived at the palace, she led her up into the 3 rooms which were filled from the bottom to the top with the finest flax. Now, spin me this flax, said she, and when you have done it, you shall have my eldest son for a husband, even if you are poor. I care not for that. Your untiring industry is dowry enough. The girl was secretly terrified, for she could not have spun the flax, no, not if she had lived till she was 300 years old, and had sat at it every day from morning until night. When therefore she was alone, she began to weep, and sat thus for 3 days without moving a finger. On the 3rd day came the queen, and when she saw that nothing had yet been spun, she was surprised, but the girl excused herself by saying that she had not been able to begin because of her great distress at leaving her mother's house. The queen was satisfied with this, but said when she was going away, Tomorrow you must begin to work. When the girl was alone again, she did not know what to do, and in her distress went to the window. Then she saw 3 women coming towards her, the first of whom had a broad flat foot, the second had such a great underlip that it hung down over her chin, and the third had a broad thumb. They remained standing before the window, looked up, and asked the girl what was amiss with her. She complained of her trouble, and then they offered her their help and said, If you will invite us into the wedding, not be ashamed of us, and will call us your aunts, and likewise will place us at your table, we will spin the flax for you, and that in a very short time. With all my heart, she replied, do but come in and begin the work at once. Then she let in the 3 strange women and cleared a place in the first room, where they seated themselves and began their spinning. The one drew the thread and trod the wheel, the other wetted the thread, and the third twisted it and struck the table with her finger, and as often as she struck it, a skein of thread fell to the ground that was spun in the finest manner possible. The girl concealed the 3 spinners from the queen, and showed her whenever she came the great quantity of spun thread, until the latter could not praise her enough. When the first room was empty, she went to the second, and at last to the third, and that too was quickly cleared. Then the 3 women took leave, and said to the girl, Do not forget what you have promised us. It will make your fortune." When the maiden showed the queen the empty rooms and the great heap of yarn, she gave orders for the wedding, and as the bridegroom rejoiced that he was to have such a clever and industrious wife, and praised her mightily. "I have 3 aunts," said the girl, "and as they have been very kind to me, I should not like to forget them in my good fortune. Please allow me to invite them to the wedding, and let them sit with us at the table." The queen and the bridegroom said, "Why should we not allow that?" Therefore, when the feast began, the 3 women entered in strange apparel, and the bride said, "Welcome, dear aunts." "Ah," said the bridegroom, "how do you come by these odious friends?" Thereupon he went to the one with the broad flat foot and said, "How do you come by such a broad foot?" "By treading," she answered, "by treading." Then the bridegroom went to the second and said, "How do you come by your falling lip?" "By licking," she answered, "by licking." Then he asked the third, "How do you come by your broad thumb?" "By twisting the thread," she answered, "by twisting the thread." On this the king's son was alarmed and said, "Neither now nor ever shall my beautiful bride touch a spinning wheel." And thus she got rid of the hateful flax spinning. Old Sultan. A farmer once had a faithful dog called Old Sultan, who had grown old and lost all of his teeth, so that he could no longer hold on to anything. One day, the farmer was standing with his wife before the house door and said, "Tomorrow I intend to shoot Old Sultan. He is no longer of any use." His wife, who felt pity for the faithful beast, answered, "He has served us so long and has been so faithful that we might well give him his keep." "What?" said the man. "You're not very bright. He has not a tooth left in his head, and not a thief is afraid of him. Now he can go. If he has served us, he has had a good feeding for it." The poor dog, who was lying stretched out in the sun not far off, had heard everything, and was sorry that the morrow was to be his last day. He had had a good friend, the wolf, and he crept out into the evening into the forest to him, and complained of the fate that awaited him. "Listen, gossip," said the wolf. "Be of good cheer. I will help you out of your trouble. I have thought of something. Tomorrow, early in the morning, your master is going with his wife to make hay, and they will take their little child with them, for no one will be left behind in the house. They are wont, during work time, to lay the child under the hedge in the shade. You lay yourself there too, just as if you wished to guard it. Then I will come out of the wood and carry off the child. You must rush swiftly after me, as if you would seize it again from me. I will let it fall, and you will take it back to its parents, who will think that you have saved it, and will be far too grateful to do you any harm. On the contrary, you will be in high favor, and they will never let you want for anything again." The plan pleased the dog, and it was carried out just as it was arranged. The father screamed when he saw the wolf running across the field with his child, but when Old Sultan brought it back, then he was full of joy, and stroked him, and said, "Not a hair of yours shall be hurt. You shall eat my bread free as long as you live." And to his wife he said, "Go home at once and make Old Sultan some bread sop that he will not have to bite, and bring the pillow out of my bed. I will give it to him to lie upon." Henceforth, Old Sultan was as well off as he could wish to be. Soon afterwards, the wolf visited him, and was pleased that everything had succeeded so well. "Gossip," said he, "you will just wink an eye if, when I have the chance, I carry off one of your master's fat sheep."
"Do not reckon upon that," answered the dog. "I will remain true to my master. I cannot agree to that."
The wolf, who thought that this could not be spoken in earnest, came creeping about in the night, and was going to take away the sheep. But the farmer, to whom the faithful Sultan had told the wolf's plan, caught him and dressed his hide soundly with the flail. The wolf had to make himself scarce, but he cried out to the dog, "Wait a bit, you scoundrel! You shall pay for this." The next morning, the wolf sent the boar to challenge the dog to come out into the forest so that they might settle the affair. Old Sultan could find no one to stand by him but a cat with only 3 legs, and as they went out together, the poor cat limped along and at the same time stretched out her tail into the air with pain. The wolf and his friend were already at the appointed place, but when they saw their enemy coming, they thought he was bringing a saber with him, for they mistook the outstretched tail of the cat for one, and when the boar beast hopped on its 3 legs, they could only think that every time that it was picking up a stone to throw at them. So they were both afraid. The wild boar crept into the underwood, and the wolf jumped up a tree. The dog and the cat, when they came up, wondered that there was no one to be seen. The wild boar, however, had not been able to hide himself altogether. One of his ears was sticking out. Whilst the cat was looking carefully about, the boar moved his ear, and the cat, who thought it was a mouse moving there, jumped upon it and bit it hard. The boar made a fearful noise and ran away, crying out, "The guilty one is up in the tree!" The dog and the cat looked up and saw the wolf, who was ashamed of having shown himself so timid, and did his best to make friends again with the dog. The 6 Swans. Once upon a time, a certain king was hunting in the great forest, and he chased the wild beasts so eagerly that none of his attendants could follow him. When evening drew near, he stopped and looked around him, and then he saw he had lost his way. He sought a way out, but could not find one. Then he perceived an aged woman with a head which nodded perpetually, who came towards him, but she was a witch. "Good woman," said he to her, "can you not show me the way through the forest?"
"Oh yes, Lord King," she answered. "That I certainly can, but on one condition, and if you do not fulfill that, you will never get out of the forest and will die of hunger inside of it."
"What kind of condition is it?"
asked the king.
"I have a daughter," said the old woman, "who is as beautiful as anyone in the world, and well deserves to be your consort. And if you will make her your queen, I will show you the way out of the forest."
In the anguish of his heart, the king consented, and the old woman led him out to her little hut, where her daughter was sitting by the fire. She received the king as if she had been expecting him, and he saw that she was very beautiful, but still she did not please him, and he could not look at her without secret horror. After he had taken the maiden upon his horse, the old woman showed him the way, and the king reached his royal palace again, where the wedding was celebrated. The king had already been married once, and had by his first wife 7 children, 6 boys and a girl, whom he loved better than anything else in the world. As he now feared that the stepmother might not treat them well, and even do them some injury, he took them to a lonely castle which stood in the midst of a forest. It lay so concealed, and the way was so difficult to find, that he himself would not have found it, if a wise woman had not given him a ball of yarn with wonderful properties. When he threw it down before him, it unrolled itself and showed him his path. The king, however, went so frequently away to his dear children that the queen observed his absence. She was curious and wanted to know what he did when he was quite alone in the forest. She gave a great deal of money to his servants, and they betrayed the secret to her, and told her likewise of the ball which alone could point out the way. And now she knew no rest until she had learnt where the king kept the ball of yarn, and then she made little shirts of white silk, and as she had learnt the art of witchcraft from her mother, she sewed a charm inside of each shirt. And once, when the king had ridden forth to hunt, she took the little shirts and went into the forest, and the ball showed her the way. The children, who saw from a distance that someone was approaching, thought that their dear father was coming to them, and full of joy, ran up to meet him. Then she threw one of the little shirts over each of them, and no sooner had the shirts touched their bodies than they were changed into swans, and flew away over the forest. The queen went home quite delighted, and thought that she had gotten rid of her stepchildren, but the girl had not run out with her brothers, and the queen knew nothing about her. The next day the king went to visit his children, but he found no one but the little girl. "Where are your brothers?" asked the king.
"Alas, dear father," she answered, "they have gone away and left me alone."
And she told him that she had seen from her little window how her brothers had flown away over the forest in the shape of swans, and she showed him the feathers which they had let fall in the courtyard and which she had picked up. The king mourned, but he did not think that the queen had done this wicked deed, and as he feared that the girl would also be stolen away from him, he wanted to take her away with him. But she was afraid of her stepmother, and entreated the king to let her stay just this one night more in the forest castle. The poor girl thought, "I can no longer stay here. I will go and seek my brothers." And when night came, she ran away and went straight into the forest. She walked the whole night long and next day also, without stopping until she could go no further for weariness. Then she saw a forest hut and went into it, and found a room with 6 little beds, and she did not venture just to get into one of them, but crept under one, and lay down on the hard ground, intending to pass the night there. Just before sunset, however, she heard a rustling and saw 6 swans come flying in at the window. They alighted on the ground and blew at each other, and blew all the feathers off, and their swan skins stripped off like a shirt. Then the maiden looked at them and recognized her brothers. She was glad, and she crept forth from beneath the bed. The brothers were not less delighted to see their little sister, but their joy was of short duration. "Here you cannot abide," they said to her. "This is a shelter for robbers. If they come home and find you, they will kill you."
"But can you not protect me?"
asked the little sister. "No," they replied. "Only for 1/4 of an hour of each evening can we lay aside our swan skins and have during that time our human form. After that, we are once more turned into swans." The little sister wept and said, "Can you not be set free?" "Alas, no," they answered. "The conditions are too hard. For 6 years you may neither speak nor laugh, and in that time you must sew together 6 little shirts of starwort for us, and if one single word falls from your lips, all of your work will be lost." And when the brothers had said this, the 1/4 of an hour was over, and they flew out of the window again as swans. The maiden, however, firmly resolved to deliver her brothers, even if it should cost her her life. She left the hut, went into the midst of the forest, seated herself on a tree, and there passed the night. The next morning she went out and gathered starwort and began to sew. She could not speak to anyone, and she had no inclination to laugh. She sat there and looked at nothing but her work. When she had already spent a long time there, it came to pass that the king of the country was hunting in the forest, and his huntsmen came to the tree on which the maiden was sitting. They called to her and said, "Who are you?" But she made no answer. "Come down to us," said they. "We will not do you any harm." She only shook her head. As they pressed her further with questions, she threw her golden necklace down to them, and thought to content them thus. They, however, did not cease, and then she threw her girdle down to them, and as this also was to no purpose, her garters, and by degrees everything that she had on she could do without, until she had nothing left on but her shift. The huntsmen, however, did not let themselves be turned aside by that, but climbed the tree and fetched the maiden down and led her before the king. The king asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in the tree?" But she did not answer. He put the question in every language that he knew, but she remained as mute as a fish. As she was so beautiful, the king's heart was touched, and he was smitten with a great love for her. He put his mantle on her, took her before him on his horse, and carried her to his castle. Then he caused her to be dressed in rich garments, and she shone in her beauty like a bright daylight, but no word could be drawn from her. He placed her by his side at a table, and her modest bearing and courtesy pleased him so much that he said, "She is the one whom I wish to marry, and no other woman in the world." And after some days he united himself to her. The king, however, had a wicked mother who was dissatisfied with this marriage and spoke ill of the young queen.
"Who knows," said she, from whence this creature who can speak comes. She is not worthy of a king."
After a year had passed, when the queen brought her first child into the world, the old woman took it away from her and smeared her mouth with blood as she slept. Then she went to the king and accused the queen of being a man-eater. The king would not believe it and would not suffer anyone to do her any injury. She, however, sat continually sewing at the shirts and cared for nothing else. The next time, when she again bore a beautiful boy, the false mother-in-law used the same treachery, but the king could not bring himself to give credit to her words. He said, "She is too pious and too good to do anything of that kind. If she were not dumb and could defend herself, her innocence would come to light." But when the old woman stole away the newly born child for the third time and accused the queen, who did not utter one word of defense, the king could do no otherwise than deliver her over to justice, and she was sentenced to suffer death by fire. When the day came for the sentence to be carried out, it was the last day of the 6 years during which she was not to speak or laugh, and she had delivered her dear brothers from the power of the enchantment. The 6 shirts were ready, only the left sleeve of the 6th was wanting. When therefore she was led to the stake, she laid the shirts on her arm, and when she stood on high and the fire was just going to be lighted, she looked around, and 6 swans came flying through the air towards her. Then she saw that her deliverance was near, and her heart leapt with joy. The swans swept towards her and sank down so that they were touched by them. Their swanskins fell off, and her brothers stood in their own bodily form before her, and were vigorous and handsome. The youngest only lacked his left arm, and had in place of it a swan's wing on his shoulder. They embraced and kissed each other, and the queen went to the king, who was greatly moved, and she began to speak and said, "Dearest husband, now I may speak and declare to you that I am innocent and falsely accused." And she told him of the treachery of the old woman who had taken away her 3 children and hidden them. Then, to the great joy of the king, they were brought thither, and as a punishment, the wicked mother-in-law was bound to the stake and burnt to ashes. But the king and queen, with her 6 brothers, lived many years in happiness and peace. The Juniper Tree. It is now long ago, quite 2,000 years, there was a rich man who had a beautiful and pious wife, and they loved each other dearly. They had, however, no children, though they wished for them very much, and the woman prayed for them day and night, but still they had none. Now there was a courtyard in front of their house, in which was a juniper tree, and one day in winter the woman was standing beneath it, paring herself an apple. And while she was paring herself the apple, she cut her finger, and the blood fell on the snow. "Ah," said the woman, and sighed right heavily, and looked at the blood before her, and was most unhappy. "Ah, if I had but a child as red as blood and as white as snow." And while she thus spoke, she became quite happy in her mind, and felt just as if that were going to happen. Then she went into the house, and a month went by, and the snow was gone, and 2 months, and then everything was green, and 3 months, and then all the flowers came out of the earth, and 4 months, and then all the trees in the wood grew thicker, and the green branches were all closely entwined, and the birds sang until the wood resounded and the blossoms fell from the trees. Then the 5th month passed away, and she stood under the juniper tree, which smelt so sweetly that her heart leapt, and she fell on her knees and was beside herself with joy. And when the 6th month was over, the fruit was large and fine, and she was quite still. And the 7th month she snatched at the juniper berries and ate them greedily. Then she grew sick and sorrowful. Then the 8th month passed, and she called her husband to her, and wept, and said, "If I die, then bury me beneath the juniper tree." Then she was quite comforted and happy until the next month was over, and then she had a child as white as snow and as red as blood. When she beheld it, she was so delighted that she did indeed die. Then her husband buried her beneath the juniper tree, and he began to weep sore. After some time he was more at ease, and though he still wept he could bear it, and after some time longer he took another wife. By the 2nd wife he had a daughter, But the first wife's child was a little son, and he was as red as blood and as white as snow. When the woman looked at her daughter, she loved her very much, but then she looked at the little boy, and it seemed to cut her to the heart, for the thought came into her mind that he would always stand in her way, and she was forever thinking how she could get all the fortune for her daughter. And the evil one filled her mind with this until she was quite wroth with the little boy, and she punished him from one corner to the other, and slapped him here and cuffed him there, until the poor child was in continual terror, for when he came out of school he had no peace in any place. One day the woman had gone upstairs to her room, and the little daughter went up too, and said, "Mother, give me an apple." "Yes, my child," said the woman, and gave her a fine apple out of the chest. But the chest had a great heavy lid with a great sharp iron lock. "Mother," said the little daughter, "is brother not to have one too?" This made the woman angry, but she said, "Yes, when he comes out of school." And when she saw from the window that he was coming, it was just as if the devil entered into her, and she snatched at the apple and took it away again from her daughter, and said, "You shall not have one before your brother." Then she threw the apple into the chest and shut it. Then a little boy came in at the door, and the devil made her say to him kindly, "My son, will you have an apple?" And she looked wickedly at him. "Mother," said the little boy, "how dreadful you look." "Yes, give me an apple." Then it seemed to her as if she were forced to say to him, "Come with me," and she opened the lid of the chest and said, "Take out an apple for yourself." And while the little boy was stooping inside, the devil prompted her, and crash! She shut the lid down, and his head flew off and fell among the red apples. Then she was overwhelmed with terror and thought, if I could but make them think that it was not done by me. So she went upstairs to her room, to her chest of drawers, and took a white handkerchief out of the top drawer, and set the head on the neck again, and folded the handkerchief so that nothing could be seen, and she set him on a chair in front of the door, and put the apple in his hand. After this, Marlingen, the girl, came into the kitchen to her mother, who was standing by the fire with a pan of hot water before her, which she was constantly stirring around. "Mother," said Marlingen, "brother is sitting at the door, and he looks quite white and has an apple in his hand. I asked him to give me the apple, but he didn't answer me, and I was quite frightened." "Go back to him," said Mother, "and if he will not answer you, give him a box on the ear." So Marlingen went to him and said, "Brother, give me the apple." But he was silent, and she gave him a box on the ear, whereupon his head fell off. Marlingen was terrified and began crying and screaming, and ran to her mother and said, "Alas, mother, I've knocked my brother's head off." And she wept and could not be comforted. "Marlingen," said the mother, "what have you done? Please be quiet and let no one know of it. It cannot be helped now. We will make him into black puddings." Then the mother took the little boy and chopped him in pieces, put him in the pan, and made him into black puddings. But Marlingen stood by weeping and weeping, and all of her tears fell into the pan, and there was no need of any salt. Then the father came home and sat down to dinner and said, "But where is my son?" And the mother served up a great dish of black puddings, and Marlingen wept and could not leave off. Then the father again said, "But where is my son?" "Ah," said the mother, "he's gone across the country to his mother's great uncle. He will stay there a while." "And what is he going to do there? He didn't even say goodbye to me," said the father. "Oh, he wanted to go, and asked me if he might stay 6 weeks. He is well taken care of there." "Ah," said the man, "I feel so unhappy lest all should not be right. He ought to have said goodbye to me." With that he began to eat and said, "Marlingen, why are you crying? Your brother will certainly come back." And then he said, "Oh, wife, how delicious this food is. Give me some more." And the more he ate, the more he wanted to have, and he said, "Give me some more. You shall have none of it. Seems to me as if it were all mine." And he ate, and threw all the bones under the table, until he had finished the whole. But Marlingen went away to her chest of drawers, and took her best silk handkerchief out of the bottom drawer, and got all the bones from beneath the table, tied them up in her silk handkerchief, and carried them outside the door. weeping tears of blood. Then she lay down under the juniper tree on the green grass, and after she had lain down there, she suddenly felt light-hearted and did not cry any more. Then the juniper tree began to stir all by itself, and the branches parted asunder and moved together again, just as if someone were rejoicing and clapping their hands. At the same time, a mist seemed to arise from the tree, and in the center of this mist, it burned like a fire, and a beautiful bird flew out of the fire, singing magnificently, and he flew high up into the air, and when he was gone, the juniper tree was just as it had been before, and the handkerchief with the bones was no longer there. Marlinchen, however, was as gay and happy as if her brother was still alive, and she went merrily into the house and sat down to dinner and ate. But the bird flew away and lighted on a goldsmith's house and began to sing. My mother, she killed me, my father, he ate me, my sister, little Marlinchen, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. What a beautiful bird I am. The goldsmith was sitting in his workshop making a golden chain when he heard the bird which was singing on his roof, and very beautiful the song seemed to him. He stood up, but as he crossed the threshold he lost one of his slippers. But he went away right up the middle of the street with one shoe on and one sock. He had his apron on, and in one hand he had the golden chain, and in the other the pincers, and the sun was shining brightly on the street. Then he went right on and stood still, and said to the bird, Bird, how beautifully you can sing. Sing me that piece again. No, said the bird, I'll not sing it twice for nothing. Give me the golden chain, and then I will sing it again for you. There, said the goldsmith, there's the golden chain for you. Now sing me that song again. Then the bird came and took the golden chain in its right claw, and went and sat in front of the goldsmith, and sang, My mother, she killed me, my father, he ate me, my sister, little Marlinchen, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. What a beautiful bird I am. Then the bird flew away to a shoemaker and lighted on his roof and sang, My mother, she killed me, my father, he ate me, my sister, little Marlinchen, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. What a beautiful bird I am. The shoemaker heard that and ran out of the doors in his shirt sleeves and looked up at his roof and was forced to hold his hand before his eyes lest the sun should blind him. Bird, said he, how beautifully you can sing. Then he called in at his door, Wife, just come outside. There is a bird. Look at that bird. He certainly can sing. Then he called his daughter and children and apprentices, boys and girls, and they all came up the street and looked at the bird and saw how beautiful he was, and what fine red and green feathers he had, and how like real gold his neck was, and how the eyes in his head shone like stars. Bird, said the shoemaker, now sing me that song again. Nay, said the bird, I do not sing twice for nothing. You must give me something. Wife, said the man, go to the garret. Upon the top shelf there stands a pair of red shoes. Bring them down. Then the wife went up and brought the shoes. There, bird, said the man, now sing me that piece again. Then the bird came and took the shoes in his left claw and flew back to the roof and sang, My mother, she killed me, my father, he ate me, my sister, little Marlinchen, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. What a beautiful bird I am. And when he had finished his song, he flew away. In his right claw he had the chain, and in his left the shoes, and he flew far away to a mill, and the mill went clip-clap, clip-clap, clip-clap. And in the mill sat 20 miller's men hewing a stone and cutting, hick-hack, hick-hack, hick-hack. And the mill went clip-clap, clip-clap, clip-clap. Then the bird went and sat on a lime tree which stood in front of the mill and sang, "My mother, she killed me." And one of the men stopped working. "My father, he ate me." Two more of the men stopped working to listen to that. "My sister, little Marlin-chin." Then four more men stopped. "Gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief." Now only 8 men were hewing. Laid them beneath. Now only 5. Juniper tree. Now only 1 man was hewing. What a beautiful bird I am. Then the last stopped also, and heard the last words. "Bird," said he, "how beautifully you sing. Let me too hear that. Sing that once more for me." "No," said the bird, "I will not sing twice for nothing. Give me the millstone, and then I will sing again." "Yes, if it only belonged to me, then you should have it." "Yeah," said the others, "if he sings again, he shall have it." Then the bird came down, and the 20 millers all set to work with a beam and raised the stone up. And the bird stuck his neck through the hole, and put the stone on as if it were a collar, and flew on to the tree again, and sang, "My mother, she killed me, my father, he ate me, my sister, little Marlin-chin, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. What a beautiful bird I am." And when he had done his singing, he spread his wings, and in his right claw he had the chain, and in his left the shoes, and around his neck the millstone, and he flew far away to his father's house. In the room sat the father, the mother, and Marlin-chin at dinner, and the father said, "How light-hearted I feel! How happy I am!" "Nay," said the mother, "I feel so uneasy, just as if a heavy storm were coming." Marlin-chin, however, sat weeping and weeping, and then came the bird flying, and as it seated itself on the roof, the father said, I feel so truly happy, and the sun is shining so beautifully outside. I feel just as if I were about to see some old friend again." "Nay," said the woman, "I feel so anxious, my teeth chatter, and I seem to have a fire in my veins." And she tore her stays open, but Marlin-chin sat in the corner crying, and held her plate before her eyes, and cried till it was quite wet. Then the bird sat on the juniper tree, and sang, "My mother, she killed me." Then the mother stopped her ears, and shut her eyes, and would not see or hear, but there was a roaring in her ears like the most violent storm, and her eyes burnt and flashed like lightning. "My father, he ate me." "Ah, mother," says the man, "that is a beautiful bird. He sings so splendidly, and the sun shines so warm, and there's the smell like cinnamon." "My sister, little Marlin-chin." Then Marlin-chin laid her head on her knees, and wept without ceasing, but the man said, "I'm going out. I must see the bird quite close." "Oh, don't go," said the woman. "I feel as if the whole house was shaking and on fire." But the man went out anyway and looked at the bird. "Gathered all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. What a beautiful bird am I." On this, the bird let the golden chain fall, and it fell exactly around the man's neck, and so excellently around it that it fitted beautifully. Then he went in and said,
Just look what a fine bird that is, and what a handsome golden chain he has given me, and how pretty he is.
But the woman was terrified and fell down on the floor in the room, and a cap fell off of her head. Then sang the bird once more,
My mother, she killed me.
Would that I were 1,000 feet beneath the earth so as not to have to hear that song.
My father, he ate me.
Then the woman fell down again as if dead.
My sister, little Marlin-Chen.
Oh, said Marlin-Chen, I too will go out and see if the bird will give me anything. And she went out.
Gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief.
And then the bird threw down the shoe to her.
Laid them beneath the juniper tree. What a beautiful bird am I.
Then she was light-hearted and joyous, and she put on the new red shoes and danced and leapt into the house. I was so sad when I went out, and now I'm so light-hearted. That is a splendid bird. He has given me a pair of red shoes. Well, said the woman, and sprang to her feet, and her hair stood up like flames of fire. I feel as if the world were coming to an end. I too will go out and see if my heart feels lighter. And as she went out the door, crash! The bird threw down the millstone on her head, and she was entirely crushed by it. The father and Marlin-Chen heard what happened and went out, and smoke, flames, and fire were rising from the place. And when that was over, there stood the little brother, and he took his father and Marlin-Chen by the hand, and all three were right glad, and they went into the house to dinner, and ate. They lived on together, happily ever after. Little Briar Rose. A long time ago, there were a king and a queen who said every day, "Ah, if only we had a child," but they never had one. But it happened that once when the queen was bathing, a frog crept out of the water onto the land and said to her, "Your wish shall be fulfilled. Before a year has gone by, you shall have a daughter." What the frog had said came true, and the queen had a little girl who was so pretty that the king could not contain himself for joy, and ordered a great feast. He invited not only his kindred, friends, and acquaintances, but also the wise women, in order that they might be kind and well disposed towards the child. There were 13 of them in his kingdom, but as he had only had 12 golden plates for them to eat out of, one of them had to be left at home. The feast was held with all manner of splendor, and when it came to an end, the wise women bestowed their magic gifts upon the baby. One gave virtue, another gave beauty, a third riches, and so on with everything in the world that one could wish for. When 11 of them had made their promises, suddenly the 13th came in. She wished to avenge herself for not having been invited, and without greeting or even looking at anyone, she cried with a loud voice, "The king's daughter shall in her 15th year prick herself with a spindle and fall down dead." And without saying a word more, she turned around and left the room. They were all shocked, but the 12th, whose good wish still remained unspoken, came forward, and as she could not undo the evil sentence, but only soften it, she said, "It shall not be death, but a deep sleep of 100 years, into which the princess shall fall." The king, who would fain keep his dear child from the misfortune, gave orders that every spindle in the whole kingdom should be burnt. Meanwhile, the gifts of the wise women were plenteously fulfilled on the young girl, for she was so beautiful, modest, good-natured, and wise, that everyone who saw her was bound to love her. It happened that on the very day when she was 15 years old, the king and queen were not at home, and the maiden was left in the palace quite alone. So she went round in all sorts of places, looked into rooms and bedchambers just as she had liked, and at last she came to an old tower. She climbed up the narrow winding staircase and reached a little door. A rusty key was in the lock, and when she turned it, the door sprang open, and there, in a little room, sat an old woman with a spindle, busily spinning her flax. "Good day, old mother," said the king's daughter. "What are you doing there?" "I'm spinning," said the old woman, and nodded her head. "What sort of thing is that rattles round so merrily?" said the girl, and she took the spindle and wanted to spin too. But scarcely had she touched the spindle when the magic decree was fulfilled, and she pricked her finger with it. And in that very moment she felt the prick. She fell down upon the bed that stood there, and lay in a deep sleep, and this sleep extended over the whole palace. The king and the queen, who had just come home and had entered the great hall, began to go to sleep, and the whole of the court with them. The horses too went to sleep in the stable, the dogs in the yard, the pigeons upon the roof, the flies on the wall. Even the fire that was flaming on the hearth became quiet and slept. The roast meat left off frizzling, and the cook, who was just going to pull the hair out of the scullery boy because he had forgotten something, let him go and went to sleep. And the wind fell, and on the trees before the castle not a leaf moved again. But round about the castle there began to grow a hedge of thorns, which every year became higher, and at last grew close up around the castle and all over it, so that there was nothing of it to be seen, not even the flag upon the roof. But the story of the beautiful sleeping Briar Rose, for so the princess was named, went about the country, so that from time to time king's sons came and tried to get through the thorny hedge into the castle. But they found it impossible, for the thorns held fast together as if they had hands, and the youths were caught in them, could not get loose again, and died a miserable death. After long, long years, a king's son came again to that country, and heard an old man talking about the thorn hedge, and that a castle was said to stand behind it, in which a wonderfully beautiful princess, named Briar Rose, had been asleep for 100 years, and that the king and queen and the whole court were asleep likewise. He had heard, too, from his grandfather, that many king's sons had already come, and had tried to get through the thorny hedge, but they had remained sticking fast in it, and had died a pitiful death. Then the youth said, "I'm not afraid. I will go and see the beautiful Briar Rose." The good old man might dissuade him as he would, but he did not listen to his words. But by this time the 100 years had just passed, and the day had come when Briar Rose was to awaken again. When the king's son came near to the thorn hedge, it was nothing but large and beautiful flowers, which had parted from each other of their own accord and let him pass unhurt. Then they closed again behind him like a hedge. In the castle yard he saw the horses and the spotted hounds lying asleep. On the roof sat the pigeons with their heads underneath their wings, and when he entered the house, the flies were asleep upon the wall. The cook in the kitchen was still holding out his hand to seize the boy, and the maid was sitting by the black hen which she was going to pluck. He went on further, and in the great hall he saw the whole of the court lying asleep, and up by the throne lay the king and queen. Then he went on still further, and all was so quiet that a breath could be heard, and at last he came to the tower, and opened the door into the little room where Briar Rose was sleeping. There she lay, so beautiful that he could not turn his eyes away, and he stooped down and gave her a kiss. But as soon as he kissed her, Briar Rose opened her eyes and awoke, and looked at him quite sweetly. Then they went down together, and the king awoke, and the queen, and the whole court, and they all looked at each other in great astonishment. And the horses in the courtyard stood up and shook themselves. The hounds jumped up and wagged their tails. The pigeons upon the roof pulled out their heads from under their wings, looked around, and flew into the open country. The flies on the wall crept again. The fire in the kitchen burned up and flickered and cooked the meat. The joint began to turn and sizzle again, and the cook gave the boy such a box on the ear that he screamed, and the maid finished plucking the fowl. And then the marriage of the king's son with Briar Rose was celebrated with all splendor, and they lived contented to the end of their days. Fundevogel. There was once a forester who went into the forest to hunt, and as he entered it, he heard a sound of screaming as if a little child were there. He followed the sound and at last came to a high tree, and at the top of this a little child was sitting, for the mother had fallen asleep under the tree with the child, and a bird of prey had seen it in her arms, and had flown down, snatched it away, and set it on the high tree. The forester climbed up, brought the child down, and thought to himself, "You will take him home with you, and bring him up with your Lena." He took it home, therefore, and the two children grew up together, and the one, which he had found on a tree, was called Fundevogel, because a bird had carried it away. Fundevogel and Lena loved each other so dearly that when they did not see each other, they were sad. Now, the forester had an old cook who one evening took 2 pails and began to fetch water, and did not go once only, but many times out to the spring. Lena saw this and said, "Listen, old Santa, why are you fetching so much water?" "If you will never repeat it to anyone, I will tell you why." So Lena said, no, she would never, ever repeat it to anyone. And then the cook said, "Early tomorrow morning, when the forester is out hunting, I will heat the water, and when it is boiling in the kettle, I will throw in Fundevogel, and I will boil him in it." Early next morning, the forester got up and went out hunting, and when he was gone, the children were still in bed. Then Lena said to Fundevogel, "If you will never leave me, I too will never leave you." Fundevogel said, "Neither now nor ever will I leave you." Then said Lena, "Then I will tell you. Last night, old Santa carried so many buckets of water into the house that I asked her why she was doing that, and she said that if I would promise not to tell anyone, she would tell me. And I said I would be sure not to tell anyone, and she said that early tomorrow morning, when Father was out hunting, she would set the kettle full of water, throw you into it, and boil you. But we will get up quickly, dress ourselves, and we'll go away together." The two children therefore got up, dressed themselves quickly, and went away. When the water in the kettle was boiling, the cook went into the bedroom to fetch Fundevogel and throw him into it. But when she came in and went to the beds, both the children were gone. Then she was terribly alarmed, and she said to herself, "What shall I say now when the forester comes home and sees that the children are gone? They must be followed instantly to get them back again." Then the cook sent 3 servants after them, who were to run and overtake the children. The children, however, were sitting outside the forest, and when they saw from afar the 3 servants running, Lena said to Fundevogel, "Never leave me, and I will never leave you." Fundevogel said, "Neither now nor ever." Then said Lena, "Do you become a rose tree, and I the rose upon it." When the 3 servants came to the forest, nothing was there but a rose tree, and 1 rose on it, but the children were nowhere to be seen. Then said the servants, "There's nothing to be done here," and they went home and told the cook that they had seen nothing in the forest but a little rose bush with 1 rose on it. Then the old cook scolded and said, you simpletons, you should have cut the rose bush in 2 and have broken off the rose and brought it home with you. Go, do it at once." They had therefore to go out and look for the second time. The children, however, saw them coming from a distance. Then Lena said, "Fundevogel, never leave me, and I will never leave you." Fundevogel said, "Neither now nor ever." Said Lena, "Then do you become a church, and I'll be the chandelier in it." So when the 3 servants came, nothing was there but a church with the chandelier in it. They said therefore to each other, "What can we do here? Let us go home." When they got home, the cook asked if they had not found them. So they said no, they had found nothing but a church, and that there was a chandelier in it. And the cook scolded them and said, "You fools, why did you not pull the church to pieces and bring the chandelier home with you?" And now the old cook herself got on her legs and went there with the 3 servants in pursuit of the children. The children, however, saw from afar that the 3 servants were coming, and the cook waddling after them. Then said Lena, "Fundevogel, never leave me, and I will never leave you." Then said Fundevogel, "Neither now nor ever." Said Lena, "Be a fish pond, and I will be the duck upon it." The cook, however, came up to them, and when she saw the pond, she lay down by it, and was about to drink it up. But the duck swam quickly to her, seized her head in its beak, and drew her into the water, and there the old witch had to drown. Then the children went home together, and were heartily delighted, and if they have not died, they are living still. King Thrushbeard. A king had a daughter who was beautiful beyond all measure, but so proud and haughty withal that no suitor was good enough for her. She sent away one after the other, and ridiculed them as well. Once the king made a great feast, and invited thereto, from far and near, all the young men likely to marry. They were all marshaled in a row according to their rank and standing. First came the kings, then the grand dukes, then the princes, the earls, the barons, and the gentry. Then the king's daughter was led through all the ranks, but to each one she had some objection to make. One was too fat, the wine barrel, she said. Another was too tall, long and thin has little in. The third was too short and thick is never quick. The fourth was too pale as death. The fifth too red, a fighting cock. The sixth was not straight enough, a green log dried behind the stove. So she had something to say against each one, but she made herself especially merry over a good king who stood quite high up in the row, and whose chin had grown a little crooked. "Look," she cried and laughed, "he has a chin like a thrush's beak." And from that time he got the name of King Thrushbeard. The old king, when he saw that his daughter did nothing but mock the people, and despised all the suitors who were gathered there, was very angry, and swore that she should have for her husband the very first beggar that came to his doors. A few days afterwards, a fiddler came and sang beneath the windows, trying to earn a few pennies. When the king heard him, he said, "Let him come up." So the fiddler came in his dirty ragged clothes, and sang before the king and his daughter. And when he had ended, he had asked for a trifling gift. The king said, "Your song has pleased me so well that I will give you my daughter there to wife." The king's daughter shuddered, but the king said, "I have taken an oath to give you to the very first beggar man, and I will keep it." All she could say was in vain. The priest was brought, and she had to let herself be wedded to the fiddler on the spot. When that was done, the king said, "Now it is not proper for you, a beggar woman, to stay any longer in my palace. You may just go away with your husband." The beggar man led her out by the hand, and she was obliged to walk away on foot with him. When they came to a large forest, she asked, "To whom does this beautiful forest belong?" "Well, it belongs to King Thrushbeard. If you had taken him, it would have been yours." "Ah, unhappy girl that I am! If I had but taken King Thrushbeard." Afterwards they came to a meadow, and she asked again, "To whom does this beautiful green meadow belong?" "Well, it belongs to King Thrushbeard. If you had taken him, it would have been yours." "Ah, unhappy girl that I am! If I had but taken King Thrushbeard." Then they came to a large town, and she asked again, "To whom does this fine large town belong?" "Well, it belongs to King Thrushbeard. If you had taken him, it would have been yours." "Ah, unhappy girl that I am! If I had but taken King Thrushbeard." "It does not please me," said the fiddler, "to hear that you're always wishing for another husband. Am I not good enough for you?" At last they came to a very little hut, and she said, "Oh goodness, what a small house! To whom does this miserable tiny hovel belong?" The fiddler answered, "That is my house and yours, where we shall live together." She had to stoop in order to go in at the low door. "Where are the servants?" said the king's daughter. "What servants?" answered the beggar man. "You must yourself do what you wish to have done. Just make a fire at once, and set on water to cook my supper. I'm quite tired." But the king's daughter knew nothing about lighting fires or cooking, and the beggar man had to lend a hand himself to get anything fairly done. When they had finished their scanty meal, they went to bed, but he forced her to get up quite early in the morning in order to look after the house. For a few days they lived in this way as well as might be, and came to the end of all their provisions. Then the man said, "Wife, we cannot go on any longer eating and drinking here and earning nothing. You must make baskets." He went out, cut some willows, and brought them home. Then she began to make baskets, but the tough willows wounded her delicate hands. "I see that this will not do," said the man. "You had better spin. Perhaps you can do that better." She sat down and tried to spin, but the hard thread soon cut her soft fingers so that the blood ran down. "See, said the man. "You are fit for no sort of work. I have made a bad bargain with you. Now I will try to make a business with pots and earthenware. You must sit in the marketplace and sell the ware." Alas, thought she, if any of the people from my father's kingdom come to the market and see me sitting there, selling, how they will mock me. But it was of no use. She had to yield unless she chose to die of hunger. For the first time she succeeded well, for the people were glad to buy the woman's wares because she was good-looking, and they paid her what she asked. Many even gave her the money and left the pots with her as well. So they lived on what she had earned as long as it lasted. Then the husband bought a lot of new crockery. With this, she sat down at the corner of the marketplace and set it out round about her ready for sale. But suddenly there came a drunken hussar galloping along, and he rode right amongst the pots so that they were all broken into 1,000 bits. She began to weep and did not know what to do for fear. "Alas, what will happen to me?" cried she. "What will my husband say to this?" She ran home and told him of the misfortune. "Who would seat herself at the corner of the marketplace with crockery?" said the man. "Leave off crying. I see very well that you cannot do any ordinary work. So I have been to our king's palace and have asked whether they cannot find a place for a kitchen maid, and they have promised me to take you. In that way you will get your food for nothing." The king's daughter was now a kitchen maid, and had to be at the cook's beck and call, and do the dirtiest work. In both her pockets she fastened a little jar in which she took home her share of the leavings, and upon this they lived. It happened that the wedding of the king's eldest son was to be celebrated, so the poor woman went up and placed herself by the door of the hall to look on. When all the candles were lit, and people, each more beautiful than the other, entered, and all was full of pomp and splendor, she thought of her lot with a sad heart, and cursed the pride and haughtiness which had humbled her and brought her to so great poverty. The smell of the delicious dishes which were being taken in and out reached her, and now and then the servants threw her a few morsels of them. These she put into her jars to take home. All at once the king's son entered, clothed in velvet and silk, with gold chains about his neck. And when he saw the beautiful woman standing by the door, he seized her by the hand, and would have danced with her, but she refused and shrank with fear, for she saw that it was King Thrushbeard, her suitor from whom she had driven away with scorn. Her struggles were of no avail. He drew her into the hall, but the string by which her pockets were hung broke. The pots fell down, the soup ran out, and the scraps were scattered all about. And when the people saw it, there arose general laughter and derision, and she was so ashamed she would rather have been 1,000 fathoms below the ground. She sprang to the door and would have run away, but on the stairs a man caught her and brought her back. And when she looked at him, it was King Thrushbeard again. He said to her kindly, "Do not be afraid. I and the fiddler who has been living with you in that wretched hovel are one. For love of you I disguised myself so, and I also was the hussar who rode through your crockery. This was all done to humble your proud spirit, and to punish you for the insolence with which you mocked me." Then she wept bitterly and said, "I have done great wrong, and I am not worthy to be your wife." But he said, "Be comforted. The evil days are past. Now we will celebrate our wedding." Then the maids in waiting came and put on her the most splendid clothing, and her father and his whole court came and wished her happiness in the marriage with King Thrushbeard. And the joy now began in earnest. I wish you and I had been there too. Snow White. Once upon a time, in the middle of winter, when the flakes of snow were falling like feathers from the sky, a queen sat at a window sewing, and the frame of the window was made of black ebony. And while she was sewing and looking out of the window at the snow, she pricked her finger with the needle, and 3 drops of blood fell upon the snow. And the red looked pretty upon the white snow, and she thought to herself, "Would that I had a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood of the window frame." Soon after that she had a little daughter, who was as white as snow, and as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony, and she was therefore called Little Snow White. And when the child was born, the queen died. After a year had passed, the king took himself another wife. She was a beautiful woman, but proud and haughty, and she could not bear that anyone else could surpass her in beauty. She had a wonderful looking-glass, and when she stood in front of it and looked at herself in it and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" The looking-glass answered,
"Thou, O Queen, art the fairest of all."
Then she was satisfied, for she knew that the looking-glass spoke only the truth. But Snow White was growing up, and grew more and more beautiful, and when she was 7 years old, she was as beautiful as the day, and more beautiful than the queen herself. And once, when the queen asked her looking-glass, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" the looking-glass answered,
"Thou art fairer than all who are here, Lady Queen, but more beautiful still is Snow White, as I ween."
At this, the queen was shocked and turned yellow and green with envy. From that hour, whenever she looked at Snow White, her heart heaved in her breast. She hated the girl so much. And envy and pride grew higher and higher in her heart like a weed, so that she had no peace day or night. She called a huntsman and said, "Take the child away into the forest. I will no longer have her in my sight. Kill her and bring me back her lung and liver as a token." The huntsman obeyed and took her away, but when he had drawn his knife and was about to pierce Snow White's innocent heart, she began to weep and said, "Oh, dear huntsman, leave me my life. I will run away into the wild forest and never come home again." And as she was so beautiful, the huntsman had pity on her and said, "Run away, then, you poor child. The wild beasts will soon have devoured you," thought he, and yet it seemed as if a stone had been rolled from his heart, since it was no longer needful for him to kill her. And as a young bear just then came running by, he stabbed it and cut out its lung and liver, and took them to the queen as proof that the child was dead. The cook had to salt them, and the wicked queen ate them, and thought she had eaten the lung and the liver of Snow White. But now the poor child was all alone in the great forest, and so terrified that she looked at all of the leaves on the trees, and did not know what to do. Then she began to run, and ran over sharp stones and through thorns, and the wild beasts ran past her, but did her no harm. She ran as long as her feet would go, until it was almost evening, and then she saw a little cottage, and went into it to rest herself. Everything in the cottage was small, but neater and cleaner than can be told. There was a table on which was a white cover and 7 little plates, and on each plate a little spoon. Moreover, there were 7 little knives and forks, and 7 little mugs. Against the wall stood 7 little beds, side by side, and covered with snow-white counterpanes. Little Snow White was so hungry and thirsty that she ate some vegetables and bread from each plate, and drank a drop of wine out of each mug, for she did not wish to take all from one only. Then, as she was so tired, she laid herself down on one of the little beds, but none of them suited her. One was too long, another too short, but at last she found that the 7th one was right, and so she remained in it, said a prayer, and went to sleep. When it was quite dark, the owners of the cottage came back. They were 7 dwarves, who dug and delved in the mountains for ore. They lit their 7 candles, and as it was now light within the cottage, they saw that someone had been there, for everything was not in the same order in which they had left it. The first said, "Who has been sitting on my chair?" The second, "Who has been eating off of my plate?" The third, "Who has been taking some of my bread?" The fourth, "Who has been eating my vegetables?" The fifth, "Who has been using my fork?" The sixth, "Who has been cutting with my knife?" The seventh, "Who has been drinking out of my mug?" Then the first looked around and saw that there was a little hollow on his bed, and he said, "Who has been getting into my bed?" The others came up and each called out, "Somebody had been lying in my bed too." But the 7th, when he looked at his bed, saw little Snow White, who was lying asleep therein. And he called on the others, who came running up, and they cried out with astonishment, and brought their 7 little candles, and let the light fall on little Snow White. "Oh heavens, cried they, "what a lovely child!" And they were so glad that they did not wake her up, but let her sleep on the bed. And the seventh dwarf slept with his companions, 1 hour with each, and so passed the night. When it was morning, little Snow White awoke, and was frightened when she saw the 7 dwarves. But they were friendly, and asked her what her name was. "My name is Snow White," she answered. "How have you come to our house?" said the dwarfs. Then she told them that her stepmother had wished to have her killed, but that the huntsman had spared her life, and that she had run for the whole day until at last she found their dwelling. The dwarf said, "If you will take care of our house, cook, make the beds, wash, sew and knit, and if you will keep everything neat and clean, you can stay with us, and you shall want for nothing." "Yes," said Snow White, "with all of my heart." And she stayed with them. She kept the house in order for them. In the mornings they went to the mountains to look for copper and gold. In the evenings they came back, and their supper had to be ready. The girl was alone the whole day, so the good dwarfs warned her and said, "Beware of your stepmother. She will soon know that you are here, but be sure to let no one come in." But the queen, believing that she had eaten Snow White's lung and liver, could not but think that she again was the first and most beautiful of all, and she went to her looking-glass and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" And the glass answered,
"O Queen, thou art fairest of all I see, but over the hills where the 7 dwarfs dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she."
Then she was astounded, for she knew that the looking-glass never spoke falsely, and she knew that the huntsman had betrayed her, and that little Snow White was still alive. And so she thought again how she might kill her, for so long as she was not the fairest in the whole land, envy let her have no rest. And when she had at last thought of something to do, she painted her face and dressed herself like an old peddler woman, and no one could have known her. In this disguise she went over to the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarves, and knocked at the door and cried, "Pretty things to sell, very cheap, very cheap." Little Snow White looked out of the window and called out, "Good day, my good woman. What have you to sell?" "Good things, pretty things," she answered. "Stay laces of all colors," and she pulled out one which was of a bright woven-colored silk. "I may let the worthy old woman in," thought Snow White, and she unbolted the door and bought the pretty laces. "Child," said the old woman, "what a fright you look! Come, I will lace you properly for once." Snow White had no suspicion, but stood before her and let herself be laced with the new laces. But the old woman laced them so quickly and so tightly that Snow White lost her breath and fell down as if dead. "Now I am the most beautiful," said the queen to herself, and ran away. Not long afterwards, in the evening, the 7 dwarfs came home, but how shocked they were when they saw their dear little Snow White lying on the ground, and that she neither stirred nor moved, and seemed to be dead. They lifted her up, and as they saw that she was laced too tightly, they cut the laces. Then she began to breathe a little, and after a while came back to life again. When the dwarves heard what had happened, they said, "The old peddler woman was no one else than the wicked queen. Take care and let no one come in when we are not with you." But the wicked woman, when she had reached home, went in front of the glass and asked, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" And it answered as before,
"O Queen, thou art fairest of all I see, but over the hills where the 7 dwarfs dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is as fair as she." When she heard that, all of her blood rushed to her heart with fear, for she saw plainly that little Snow White was again alive. But now she said, "I will think of something that shall really put an end to you." And by the help of witchcraft, which she understood, she made a poisonous comb. Then she disguised herself and took the shape of another old woman. So she went over the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarves, knocked at the door, and cried, "Good things to sell, cheap, cheap." Little Snow White looked out and said, "Go away, I cannot let anyone come in." "Well, I suppose you can look," said the old woman, and pulled the poisonous comb out and held it up. It pleased the girl so well that she let herself be beguiled and opened the door.
When they had made a bargain, the old woman said, "Now I will comb you properly for once." Poor little Snow White had no suspicion, and let the old woman do as she pleased, but hardly had she put the comb in her hair than the poison in it took effect, and the girl fell down senseless. "You paragon of beauty," said the wicked woman, "you are done for now," and she went running away. Fortunately, it was almost evening when the 7 dwarfs came home. When they saw Snow White lying as if dead upon the ground, they at once suspected the stepmother, and they looked and found the poisoned comb. Scarcely had they taken it out when Snow White came to herself and told them what had happened. Then they warned her once more to be upon her guard and to open the door to no one. The queen, at home, went in front of the looking-glass and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" Then it answered, just as before,
O Queen, thou art fairest of all I see, but over the hills where the 7 dwarfs dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she.
When she heard the glass speak thus, she trembled and shook with rage. "Snow White shall die," she cried, "even if it costs me my life." Thereupon she went into a quite secret, lonely room where no one ever came, and there she made a very poisonous apple. Outside it looked pretty, white with a red cheek, so that everyone who saw it longed for it, but whoever ate a piece of it must surely die. When the apple was ready, she painted her face and dressed herself up as a farmer's wife, and so she went over the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarfs. She knocked at the door. Snow White put her head out of the window and said, "I cannot let anyone in. The 7 dwarfs have forbidden me." "It's all the same to me," answered the woman. "I shall soon get rid of my apples. There, I will give you one." "No," said Snow White, "I dare not take anything." "Are you afraid of poison?" said the old woman. "Look, I will cut the apple in 2 pieces. You eat the red cheek and I'll eat the white." The apple was so cunningly made that only the red cheek was poisoned. Snow White longed for the fine apple, and when she saw that the woman ate part of it, she couldn't resist any longer, and stretched out her hand and took the poisonous half. But hardly had she bit of it in her mouth than she fell down dead. Then the queen looked at her with a dreadful look, and laughed aloud and said, "White as snow, red as blood, black as ebony wood, this time the dwarfs cannot wake you up again." And when she asked of the looking-glass at home, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" it answered at last,
O Queen, in this land thou art fairest of all.
Then her envious heart had rest, so far as an envious heart can have rest. The dwarfs, when they came home in the evening, found Snow White lying upon the ground. She breathed no longer, and was dead. They lifted her up, looked to see whether they could find anything poisonous, unlaced her, combed her hair, washed her with water and wine, but it was all of no use. The poor child was dead, and remained dead. They laid her upon a bier, and all 7 of them sat around it and wept for her, and wept 3 days long. Then they were going to bury her, but she still looked as if she were living, and still had her pretty red cheeks. They said, "We could not bury her in the dark ground," and they had a transparent coffin of glass made, so that she could be seen from all sides, and they laid her in it, and wrote her name upon it in gold letters, and that she was a king's daughter. Then they put the coffin out upon the mountain, and one of them always stayed by it and watched it, and birds came too, and wept for Snow White, first an owl, and then a raven, and at last a dove. And now Snow White lay a long, long time in the coffin, and she did not change, but looked as if she were asleep, for she was as white as snow, as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony. It happened, however, that a king's son came into the forest and went to the dwarf's house to spend the night. He saw the coffin on the mountain, and a beautiful Snow White within it, and read what was written upon it in golden letters. Then he said to the dwarfs, "Let me have the coffin.
I will give you whatever you want for it." But the dwarves answered, "We will not part with it for all of the gold in the world." Then the young man said, "Let me have it as a gift, for I cannot live without seeing Snow White. I will honor and prize her as my dearest possession." As he spoke in this way, the good dwarves took pity on him and gave him the coffin. And now the king's son had it carried away by his servants on their shoulders, and it happened that they stumbled over a tree stump, and with the shock the poisonous piece of apple which Snow White had bitten off came out of her throat, and before long she opened her eyes, lifted up the lid of the coffin, sat up, and was once more alive. "Oh heavens, where am I?" she cried. The king's son, full of joy, said, "You are with me." And he told her what had happened, and said, "I love you more than everything in the world. Come with me to my father's palace. You shall be my wife." And Snow White was willing, and went with him, and their wedding was held with great show and splendor. But Snow White's wicked stepmother was also bidden to the feast. And when she arrayed herself in beautiful clothes, she went before the looking-glass and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" The glass answered, "O Queen, of all here the fairest art thou, but the young queen is fairer by far, as I trow." Then the wicked woman uttered a curse, and was so wretched, so utterly wretched, that she knew not what to do. At first she would not go to the wedding at all, but she had no peace, and had to go to see who the young queen was. And when she went in, she recognized Snow White, and she stood still with rage and fear, and could not be stirred. But iron slippers had already been put upon the fire, and they were brought in with tongs, and set before her. Then she was forced to put on the red-hot shoes, and dance until she dropped down dead. The knapsack, the hat, and the horn. There were once 3 brothers who had fallen deeper and deeper into poverty, and at last their need was so great that they had to endure hunger, and had nothing to eat or drink. Then said they, "It cannot go on like this. We had better go into the world and seek our fortune." They therefore set out, and had already walked over many a long road and many a blade of grass, but had not yet met with good luck. One day they arrived in a great forest, and in the midst of it was a hill, and when they came nearer, they saw that the hill was all silver. Then spoke the eldest, "Now I have found the good luck that I've wished for, and I desire nothing more." He took as much of the silver as he could possibly carry, and then turned back and went home again. But the 2 others said, "We want something more from good luck than mere silver," and they did not touch it, but they went onwards. After they had walked for 2 days longer without stopping, they came to a hill which was all gold. The second brother stopped, took thought with himself, and was undecided. "What shall I do?" said he. "Shall I take for myself so much of this gold that I have sufficient for all the rest of my life, or shall I go farther?" At length he made a decision, and putting as much into his pockets as would go in, he said farewell to his brother, and went home. But the third said, "Silver and gold do not move me. I will not renounce my chance of fortune. Perhaps something better still will be given to me." He journeyed onwards, and when he had walked for 3 days, he came to a forest which was still larger than the one before, and never would come to an end, and as he found nothing to eat or to drink, he was all but exhausted. Then he climbed up a high tree to find out if up there he could see the end of the forest, but so far as his eye could pierce, he saw nothing but tops of trees. Then he began to descend the tree again, but hunger tormented him, and he thought to himself, "If I could but eat my fill once more." When he got down, he saw with astonishment a table beneath the tree, richly spread with food, the stem of which rose up to meet him. "This time," said he, "my wish has been fulfilled at the right moment," and without inquiring who had brought the food or who had cooked it, he approached the table and ate with enjoyment until he had appeased his hunger.
When he was done, he thought it would after all be a pity if the pretty little tablecloth were to be spoilt in the forest here, and he folded it up tidily and put it in his pocket. Then he went onwards, and in the evening, when hunger once more returned to him, he wanted to make a trial of his little cloth. So he spread it out, and he said, "I wish you to be covered with good cheer again." And scarcely had the wish crossed his lips than as many dishes with the most exquisite food on them stood on the table as there was room for. "Now I perceive," said he, "in what kitchen my cooking is done. You shall be dearer to me than the mountains of silver and gold." For he saw plainly that it was a wishing cloth. The cloth, however, was still not enough to enable him to sit down quietly at home. He preferred to wander about the world and pursue his fortune farther. One night he met in a lonely wood a dusty black charcoal burner who was burning charcoal there and had some potatoes by the fire on which he was going to make a meal. "Good evening, Blackbird," said the youth. "How do you get on in your solitude?" "One day is like another," replied the charcoal burner, "and every night potatoes. Have you a mind to have some, and will you be my guest?" "Many thanks," replied the traveler. "I won't rob you of your supper. You did not reckon on a visitor, but if you will put up with what I have, you shall have an invitation." "Who is to prepare it for you?" said the charcoal burner. "I see that you have nothing with you, and there is no one within a 2 hours' walk who could give you anything." "And yet there shall be a meal," answered the youth, "and better than any that you have ever tasted." Thereupon he brought his cloth out of his knapsack, spread it on the ground, and said, "Little cloth, cover yourself." And instantly boiled meat and baked meat stood there, and as hot as if it had just come out of the kitchen. The charcoal burner stared with wide open eyes, but did not require much pressing. He fell to and thrust larger and larger mouthfuls into his black mouth. When they had eaten everything, the charcoal burner smiled contentedly and said, "Listen, your tablecloth has my approval. It would be a fine thing for me in this forest, where no one ever cooks me anything good. I will propose an exchange to you. There in the corner hangs a soldier's knapsack, which is certainly old and shabby, but in it lie concealed wonderful powers. But as I no longer use it, I will give it to you for the tablecloth." "I must first know what these wonderful powers are," answered the youth. "Well, that I will tell you," replied the charcoal burner. "Every time you tap it with your hand, a corporal comes with 6 men armed from head to foot, and they do whatever you command them." "So far as I am concerned," said the youth, "if nothing else can be done, we will exchange." And he gave the charcoal burner the cloth, took the knapsack from the hook, put it on, and bade farewell. When he had walked a while, he wished to make a trial of the magical powers of his knapsack, and he tapped it. Immediately the 7 warriors stepped up to him, and the corporal said, "What does my lord and ruler wish for?" "March with all speed to the charcoal burner, and demand my wishing cloth back." They faced to the left, and it was not long before they brought what he required, and had taken it from the charcoal burner without asking many questions. The young man bade them retire, went onwards, and hoped fortune would shine yet more brightly on him. By sunset he came to another charcoal burner, who was making his supper ready by the fire. "If you will eat some potatoes with salt, but with no dripping, come and sit down with me," said the sooty fellow. "No," he replied, "this time you shall be my guest," and he spread out his cloth, which was instantly covered with the most beautiful dishes. They ate and drank together, and enjoyed themselves heartily. After the meal was over, the charcoal burner said, "Up there on that shelf lies a little old worn-out hat which has strange properties. The moment someone puts it on and turns it round on his head, the cannons go off as if 12 were fired all together, and they demolish everything so that no one can withstand them. The hat is of no use to me, and I will willingly give it to you for your tablecloth." "That suits me very well," he answered, took the hat, put it on, and left his tablecloth behind him. But hardly had he walked away, and he tapped his knapsack, and his soldiers had to fetch the cloth back again. "One thing comes on the top of another," thought he, and I feel as if my luck had not yet come to an end. Neither had his thoughts deceived him. After he had walked on for the whole of one day, he came to a third charcoal burner, who, like the previous one, invited him to potatoes without dripping. But he let him also dine with him from his wishing cloth, and the charcoal burner liked it so well that at last he offered him a horn for it, which had very different properties from those of the hat. The moment someone blew it, all the walls and fortifications fell down, and all towns and villages became ruins. For this he immediately gave the charcoal burner the cloth, but he afterwards sent his soldiers to demand it back again, so that at length he had the knapsack, hat, and the horn, all three. "Now," said he, "I am a made man, and it is time for me to go home and see how my brothers are getting on." When he reached home, his brothers had built themselves a handsome house with their silver and gold, and were living in clover. He went to see them, but as he came in a ragged coat, with his shabby hat on his head, and his old knapsack on his back, they would not acknowledge him as their brother. They mocked and said, "You give out that you are our brother who despises silver and gold and crave for something still better for himself? Such a person arrives in his carriage in full splendor like a mighty king, not like a beggar." And then they drove him out of doors. Then he fell into a rage and tapped his knapsack until 150 men stood before him, armed from head to foot. He commanded them to surround his brother's house, and 2 of them were to take hazel sticks with them and beat the 2 insolent men until they knew who he was. A violent disturbance broke up. People ran together and wanted to lend the 2 some help in their need, but against the soldiers they could do nothing. News of this at length came to the king, who was very angry, and ordered a captain to march out with his troop and drive this disturber of the peace out of town. But the man with the knapsack soon got a greater body of men together, who repulsed the captain and his men, so that they were forced to retire with bloody noses. The king said, "This vagabond is not brought to order yet," and next day sent a still larger troop against him, but they could do even less. The youth set still more men against them, and in order to be done the sooner, he turned his hat twice around his head, and heavy guns began to play, and the king's men were beaten and put to flight. "And now," said he, "I will not make peace until the king gives me his daughter to wife, and I govern the whole kingdom in his name." He caused this to be announced to the king, and the latter said to his daughter, "Necessity is a hard nut to crack. What else is there for me to do but what he desires? If I want peace and to keep the crown on my head, I must give you away." So the wedding was celebrated, but the king's daughter was vexed that her husband should be a common man who wore a shabby hat and put on an old knapsack. She longed to get rid of him, and night and day studied how she could accomplish this. Then she thought to herself, "Is it possible that his wonderful powers lie in the knapsack?" And she feigned affection and caressed him, and when his heart was softened, she said, "If you would but lay aside that horrid knapsack, it makes you look so ugly that I can't help but being ashamed of you." "Dear child," said he, "this knapsack is my greatest treasure. As long as I have it, there is no power on earth that I am afraid of." And he revealed to her the wonderful virtues with which it was endowed. Then she threw herself in his arms as if she were going to kiss him, but cleverly took the knapsack off of his shoulder and ran away with it. As soon as she was alone, she tapped it and commanded the warriors to seize their former master and take him out of the royal palace. They obeyed, and the false wife sent still more men after him, who were there to drive him quite out of the country. Then he would have been ruined if he had not had the little hat. And hardly were his hands free before he turned it twice. Immediately the cannons began to thunder and demolished everything, and the king's daughter herself was forced to come and beg for mercy. As she entreated in such moving terms and promised to better her ways, he allowed himself to be persuaded and granted her peace. She behaved in a friendly manner to him and acted as if she loved him very much, and after some time she managed to befool him that he confided to her that even if someone got the knapsack into his power, he could do nothing against him so long as the old hat was still his. When she knew the secret, she waited until he was asleep, and then she took the hat away from him and had it thrown out into the street.
But the horn still remained to him, and in great anger he blew it with all of his strength. Instantly, all walls, fortifications, towns, and villages toppled down and crushed the king and his daughter to death. And had he not put down the horn and had blown just a little longer, everything would have been in ruins, and not one stone would have been left standing on another. It was then that no one opposed him any longer, and he made himself king of the whole country. The Dog and the Sparrow. A sheepdog had not a good master, but, on the contrary, one who let him suffer hunger. As he could stay no longer with him, he went quite sadly away. On the road he met a sparrow who said, "Brother Dog, why are you so sad?" The dog replied, "I'm hungry, and I have nothing to eat." Then said the sparrow, "Dear brother, come into the town with me, and I will satisfy your hunger." So they went into the town together, and when they came in front of the butcher's shop, the sparrow said to the dog, "Stay there, and I will pick a bit of meat down for you." And he alighted on the stall, looked about him to see that no one was observing him, and pecked and pulled and tore for so long at a piece which lay on the edge that it slipped down. Then the dog seized it, ran into a corner, and devoured it. The sparrow said, "Now come with me to another shop, and then I will get you one more piece that you may be satisfied." When the dog had devoured the second piece as well, the sparrow asked, "Brother Dog, have you now had enough?" "Yes, I've had meat enough," he answered, "but I have had no bread yet." Said the sparrow to the dog, "You shall have that also. Come with me." Then he took him to the baker's shop, and pecked at a couple of little buns till they rolled down, and as the dog wanted still more, he led him to another stall, and again got bread for him. When that was consumed, the sparrow said, "Brother Dog, have you now had enough?" "Yes," he replied. "Now we will walk a while outside the town." Then they both went out to the highway. The weather was warm, however, and when they had walked a little way, the dog said, "I'm tired, and I would like to sleep." "Well, do sleep," answered the sparrow, "and in the meantime, I will seat myself on a branch." So the dog lay down in the road, and fell fast asleep. Whilst he lay sleeping there, a wagoner came driving by, who had a cart with 3 horses laden with 2 barrels of wine. The sparrow, however, saw that he was not going to turn aside, but was staying in the wheel track in which the dog was lying, so it cried out, "Wagoner, don't do it, or I will make you poor." But the wagoner growled to himself, "Oh, you will not make me poor," and he cracked his whip and drove the cart over the top of the dog, and the wheels killed him. Then the sparrow cried, "You have run over my brother Dog and killed him. It shall cost you your cart and horses." "Cart and horses indeed," said the wagoner. "What harm can you do me?" And he drove onwards. Then the sparrow crept under the cover of the cart, and he pecked so long at the same bunghole that he got the bung out, and then all the wine ran out without the driver noticing it. But once, when he was looking behind him, he saw that the cart was dripping, and he looked at the barrels and saw that one of them was empty. "Unfortunate fellow that am I," cried he. "Not unfortunate enough yet," said the sparrow, and flew onto the head of one of the horses and pecked his eyes out. When the driver saw that, he drew out his axe, and he wanted to hit the sparrow, but the sparrow flew into the air, and he hit his horse on the head instead, and it fell down dead. "Oh, what an unfortunate man am I!" cried he. "Not unfortunate enough yet," said the sparrow. And when the driver drove on with the 2 horses, the sparrow again crept under the cover and pecked the bung out of the second cask, so all the wine was spilt. When the driver became aware of it, he again cried, "Oh, what an unfortunate man I am!" But the sparrow replied, "Not unfortunate enough yet." And he seated himself on the head of the second horse and began to peck his eyes out as well. The driver ran up to it, and he raised his axe to strike, but the sparrow flew into the air, and the blow struck the horse, which instantly fell. "Oh, what an unfortunate man am I!" "Not unfortunate enough yet," said the sparrow, and he lighted on the third horse's head, and pecked out his eyes as well. The driver then, in his rage, struck at the sparrow without looking around, and did not hit him, but killed his third horse likewise. "Oh, what an unfortunate man am I!" cried he. "Not unfortunate enough yet," answered the sparrow. "Now I will make you unfortunate in your home." And then he flew away. The driver had to leave the wagon standing, and full of anger and vexation he went home. "Ah," said he to his wife, "what misfortunes I have had! My wine has run out, and the horses are all 3 dead."
"Alas, husband," she answered, "what a malicious bird has come into the house! It has gathered together every bird there is in the world, and they have fallen on our corn up there, and they are devouring it."
The man went upstairs, and he saw that thousands and thousands of birds were sitting in the loft, and they had eaten up all of the corn, and a sparrow was sitting in the midst of them all. Then the driver cried, "Oh, what an unfortunate man am I!" "Not unfortunate enough yet," answered the sparrow. "Wagoner, it shall cost you your life as well." And then the sparrow flew out of the room. Then the wagoner had lost all of his property, and he went downstairs into the room, sat down behind the stove, and was quite furious and bitter. But the sparrow sat outside in front of the window and cried, "Wagoner, it shall cost you your life." Then the wagoner snatched the axe and threw it at the sparrow, but it only broke the window, and it did not hit the bird. The sparrow now hopped in, placed itself on the stove, and cried, "Wagoner, it shall cost you your life." The latter, quite mad and blind with rage, smote the stove in twain, and as the sparrow flew from one place to another, so it fared with all of his household furniture, looking-glass, benches, table, and at last the walls of his own house, and yet he could not hit the bird. At length, however, he caught it with his hand. Then his wife said,
"Shall I kill it?"
"No," cried he, "that would be too merciful. It shall die much more cruelly." And he took the bird and he swallowed it whole. The sparrow, however, began to flutter about in his body, and it fluttered up again into the man's mouth. Then it stretched out its head and cried, "Wagoner, it shall still cost you your life." The driver gave the axe to his wife and said, "Wife, kill the bird in my mouth for me." The woman struck, but missed her blow, and hit the wagoner square on his head, so that he fell dead, but the sparrow flew up and away. Frederick and Catherine. There was once upon a time a man who was called Frederick and a woman called Catherine, who had married each other and lived together as young married folks. One day Frederick said, "I will now go and plow, Catherine. When I come back, there must be some roast meat on the table for hunger and a fresh draught for thirst."
"Just go, Frederick," answered Kate. "Just go. I will have all ready for you."
So when dinner time drew near, she got a sausage out of the chimney, put it in the frying pan, put some butter to it, and set it on the fire. The sausage began to fry and to hiss. Catherine stood beside it and held the handle of the pan, and had her own thoughts as she was doing it. Then it occurred to her, while the sausage is getting done, you could go into the cellar and draw beer. So she set the frying pan safely on the fire, took a can, and went down into the cellar to draw beer. The beer ran into the can and Kate watched it, and then she thought,
Oh dear, the dog upstairs is not fastened up. It might get the sausage out of the pan. Lucky I thought of it.
And in a trice she was up the cellar steps again, but the Spitz had the sausage in its mouth already, and trailed it away on the ground. But Catherine, who was not idle, set out after it, and chased it a long way into the field. The dog, however, was swifter than Catherine, and did not let the sausage go, but skipped over the furrows with it.
What's gone is gone,
said Kate, and turned around as she had run till she was weary. She walked quietly and comfortably and cooled herself. During this time the beer was still running out of the cask, for Kate had not turned the tap. And when the can was full, as there was no other place for it, it ran into the cellar and did not stop until the whole cask was empty. As soon as Kate was on the steps, she saw the accident.
Good gracious, she cried. What shall I do now to stop Frederick from finding out?
She thought for a while, and at last she remembered that up in the garret was still standing a sack of the finest wheat flour from the last fair, and she would fetch that down and strew it over the beer.
Yes, said she, he who saves the thing when he ought, has it afterwards when he needs it.
And she climbed up to the garret, and carried the sack below, and threw it straight down on the can of beer, which she knocked over, and Frederick's draught swam also in the cellar.
It is all right, said Kate. Where the one is, the other ought to be also.
And she strewed the meal over the whole cellar. When it was done, she was heartily delighted with her work, and said,
How clean and wholesome it does look here.
At midday, home came Frederick. Now, wife, what have you ready for me?
Ah, Freddy, she answered, I was frying a sausage for you, but whilst I was drawing the beer to drink with it, the dog took it away out of the pan, and whilst I was running after the dog, all the beer ran out, and whilst I was drying up the beer with the flour, I knocked over the can as well. But be easy, the cellar is quite dry again.
Said Frederick, Kate, you should not have done that. To let the sausage be carried off and the beer run out of the cask, and throw out all the flour into the bargain.
Well, Frederick, I did not know that. You should have told me.
The man thought, if this is the kind of wife I have, I'd better take more care of things. Now he had saved up a good number of tailors, which he changed into gold, and said to Catherine, Look, these are yellow counters for playing games. I will put them in a pot and bury them in the stable under the cow's manger, but mind you, keep away from them, or it will be the worse for you. Said she,
Oh no, Frederick, I certainly will not go near them.
And when Frederick was gone, some peddlers came into the village who had cheap earthen bowls and pots, and they asked the young woman if there was nothing she wanted to bargain with them for.
Oh, dear people, said Catherine, I have no money and can buy nothing, but if you have any use for yellow counters, I will buy of you.
Yellow counters? Why not? But just let us see them.
Then go into the stable and dig under the cow's manger, and you will find the yellow counters. I'm not allowed to go in there.
The rogues went thither, dug and found pure gold. Then they laid hold of it, ran away, and left their pots and bowls behind in the house. Catherine thought she must use her new things, and as she had no lack in the kitchen already without these, she knocked the bottom out of every pot, and set them all as ornaments on the paling which went round about the house. When Frederick came and saw the new decorations, he said, Catherine, what have you been about?
"Oh, I have bought them, Frederick, from the counters which were under the cow's manger. I did not go there myself. I had the peddlers dig them out for themselves."
"Oh, wife," said Frederick, "what have you done? Those were not counters, but pure gold and all of our wealth. You should not have done that."
"Indeed, Frederick," said she, "I did not know that. You should have forewarned me."
Catherine stood for a while and wondered. Then she said,
"Listen, Frederick, we will soon go get the gold back again. We will run after the thieves."
"Come then," said Frederick. "We will try it, but take with you some butter and cheese that we may have something to eat on the way."
"Yes, Frederick, I will take them."
They set out, and as Frederick was the better walker, Catherine followed him.
"It is to my advantage," thought she. "When we turn back, I shall be a little way in advance."
Then she came to a hill where there were deep ruts on both sides of the road.
"There one can see," said Catherine, "how they have torn and skinned and gobbled the poor earth. It will never be whole again as long as it lives."
And in her heart's compassion, she took her butter and smeared the ruts right and left, that they may not be so hurt by the wheels. And as she was thus bending down in her charity, one of the cheeses rolled out of her pocket down the hill. Said Catherine,
"I have made my way once up here. I will not go down again. Another may run and fetch it back."
So she took another cheese and rolled it down, but the cheeses did not come back. So she let a third run down, thinking,
"Perhaps they are waiting for company and do not like to walk alone."
As all three stayed away, she said,
"I do not know what any of that can mean, but it may perhaps be that the third has not found the way and has gone wrong. I will just send the fourth to call it."
But the fourth did no better than the third. Then Catherine was angry, and she threw down the fifth and sixth as well, and these were her last. She remained standing for some time watching for their coming, but when they still did not come, she said,
"Oh, you are good folks to send in search of death. You stay a fine long time away. Do you think I will wait any longer for you? I shall go my way, and you may run after me. You have longer legs than I."
Catherine went on and found Frederick, who was standing waiting for her because he wanted something to eat. "Now, just let us have what you've brought with you," said he. She gave him the dry bread. "Where have you the butter and the cheeses?" asked the man.
"Ah, Freddie," said Catherine, "I smeared the cart ruts with the butter, and the cheeses will come soon. One ran away from me, so I sent the others after to collect it."
Said Frederick, "You should not have done that, Catherine. To smear the butter on the road and let the cheeses run down the hill."
"Really, Frederick, you should have told me."
Then they ate dry bread together, and Frederick said, "Catherine, did you make the house safe when you came away?"
"No, Frederick, you should have told me to do it before."
"Then go home again and make the house safe before we go any further, and bring with you something else to eat when you return. I will wait here for you." Catherine went back and thought,
"Frederick wants something more to eat. He does not like butter and cheese, so I will take with me a handkerchief full of dried pears and a pitcher of vinegar for him to drink."
Then she bolted the upper half of the door fast, but unhinged the lower door and took it on her back, believing that when she had placed the door in security, the house must be well taken care of. Catherine took her time on the way and thought,
"Frederick will rest himself so much the longer."
When she had once reached him, she said,
"Here is the house door for you, Frederick, and now you can take care of the house yourself."
"Oh, heavens," said he, "what a wise wife I have. She takes the under door off the hinges that everything may run in and bolts the upper one. It is now too late to go back home again, but since you have brought the door here, you shall just carry it farther."
"I will carry the door, Frederick, but the dried pears and the vinegar jug will be too heavy for me. I will hang them on the door. It may carry them."
And now they went into the forest, and they sought the rogues, but they did not find them. At length, as it grew dark, they climbed into a tree and resolved to spend the night there. Scarcely, however, had they sat down at the top of it, than the rascals came thither, who carry away with them what does not want to go, and find things before they are lost. They sat down under the very tree in which Frederick and Catherine were sitting, lighted a fire, and were about to share their booty. Frederick got down on the other side and collected some stones together. Then he climbed up again with them, and wished to throw them at the thieves and kill them. The stones, however, did not hit them, and the knaves cried,
"It will soon be morning, and the wind is shaking down the fir cones."
Catherine still had the door on her back, and as it pressed so heavily on her, she thought it was the fault of the dried pears, and said,
"Frederick, I must throw the pears down."
"No, Catherine, not now," he replied. "They might betray us."
"Oh, but Frederick, I must. They weigh me down far too much."
"Do it then, and be hanged."
Then the dried pears rolled down between the branches, and the rascals below said,
"Those are birds' droppings."
A short time afterwards, as the door was still heavy, Catherine said,
"Ah, Frederick, I must pour out the vinegar."
"No, Catherine, you must not. That may betray us as well."
"Oh, but Frederick, I must. It weighs me down far too much."
"Fine, woman, then do it, and risk being hanged."
Catherine emptied out the vinegar, and it spattered over the robbers. They whispered among themselves,
"Oh, the dew is already starting to fall."
At length, Catherine thought,
"Can it really be the door which weighs me down so?"
and said,
"Frederick, I must throw the door down."
"No, not now, Catherine. It may betray us."
"Oh, but Frederick, I must. It weighs me down far too much."
"Please, Catherine, no. Do hold it fast."
"Oh, Frederick, I'm letting it fall."
"Let it go then in the devil's name."
At once the door fell down with a violent clatter, and the rascals below cried,
"The devil is coming down a tree!"
and they ran away and left everything behind them. Early the next morning, when the two came down, they found all their gold again, and they carried it home. When they were once more at home, Frederick said,
"And now, Catherine, you too must be industrious in work."
"Yes, Frederick, I will soon do that. I will go into the field and cut corn."
When Catherine got into the field, she said to herself,
"Shall I eat before I cut, or shall I sleep before I cut? Oh, I will eat first."
Then Catherine ate, and eating made her sleepy, and she began to cut, and half in a dream she cut all of her clothes to pieces, her apron, her gown, and her shift. When Catherine awoke again, after a long sleep, she was standing there half naked, and said to herself,
"Is it I, or is it not I? Alas, it is not I."
In the meantime, night came, and Catherine ran into the village, knocked at her husband's window, and cried,
"Frederick, I should very much like to know if Catherine is in."
Yes, yes," replied Frederick. "She must be in and asleep."
Said she,
"That's all right. Then I am certainly at home already."
and she ran away. Outside, Catherine found some vagabonds who were going to steal. Then she went to them and said,
"I will help you to steal."
The rascals thought that she knew what opportunities the place offered and were willing to take her along. Catherine went in front of the houses and cried,
"Good folks, have you anything? We want to steal."
The thieves thought to themselves, that's a fine way of doing things, and they wished themselves once more rid of Catherine. They then said to her, "Outside the village the pastor has some turnips in his field. Go there and pull up some turnips for us." Catherine went to the ground and began to pull them up, but she was so lazy that she never stood up straight. Then a man came by, saw her, and stood still, and thought that it was the devil who was thus rooting amongst the turnips. He ran away into the village to the pastor and said,
"Mr. Pastor, the devil is in your turnip ground rooting up turnips."
"Oh, heavens," answered the pastor, "I have a lame foot. I cannot go out and drive him away." Said the man,
"Then I will carry you on my back."
and he carried him out on his back. And when they came to the ground, Catherine arose and stood up her full height. "Ah, the devil!" cried the pastor, and both men hurried away. And in his great fright, the pastor could run better with his lame foot than the man who had carried him on his back could do on both of his sound legs. The Little Peasant. There was a certain village wherein no one lived but really rich peasants, and just one poor one, whom they called the Little Peasant. He had not even so much as a cow, and still less money to buy one, and yet he and his wife did so wish to have one. One day he said to her, "Listen, I have a good idea. There's our gossip, the carpenter. He shall make us a wooden calf, and paint it brown, so that it looks like any other, and in time it will certainly get big and be a cow." The woman also liked the idea, and their gossip the carpenter cut and planed the calf, and painted it as it ought to be, and made it with its head hanging down as if it were eating. The next morning when the cows were being driven out, the little peasant called the cowherd and said, "Look, I have a little calf there, but it is still small and has to be carried." The cowherd said, "Well, all right," and he took it in his arms and carried it to the pasture and set it among the grass. The little calf always remained standing like one which was eating, and the cowherd said, "It will soon run by itself. Just look how it eats already." At night, when he was going to drive the herd home again, he said to the calf, "If you can stand there and eat your fill, you can also go on your own 4 legs. I don't care to drag you home again in my arms." But the little peasant stood at his door and waited for his little calf, and when the cowherd drove the cows through the village and the calf was missing, he inquired where it was. The cowherd answered, "It's still standing out there eating. It wouldn't stop and come with us." But the little peasant said, "Oh, but I must have my beast back again." Then they went back to the meadow together, but someone had stolen the calf, and it was gone. The cowherd said, "Well, it must have run away." The peasant, however, said, "Don't tell me that," and he led the cowherd before the mayor, who, for his carelessness, condemned him to give the peasant a cow for the calf which had run away. And now the little peasant and his wife had the cow for which they had so long wished, and they were heartily glad, but they had no food for it, and they could give it nothing to eat, so it soon had to be killed. They salted the flesh, and the peasant went into the town and wanted to sell the skin there, so that he might buy a new calf with the proceeds. On the way he passed by a mill, and there sat a raven with broken wings, and out of pity he took him and he wrapped him in the skin. But the weather grew so bad, and there was a storm of rain and wind, that he could go no further, and he turned back to the mill and begged for shelter. The miller's wife was alone in the house, and said to the peasant,
Lay yourself on the straw there, and give him a slice of bread and cheese."
The peasant ate it and lay down with his skin beside him, and the woman thought,
"He is tired, and he has gone to sleep already."
In the meantime, in came the parson. The miller's wife received him well and said,
"My husband is out, so we will have a feast."
The peasant listened, and when he heard them talk about feasting, he was vexed that he had been forced to make shift with a slice of bread and cheese. Then the woman served up 4 different things: roast meat, salad, cakes, and wine. Just as they were about to sit down and eat, there was a knocking outside. The woman said,
"Oh heavens, it's my husband."
She quickly hid the roast meat inside the tiled stove, the wine under the pillow, the salad on the bed, and the cakes under it, and then hid the parson in the closet on the porch. Then she opened the door for her husband and said,
"Thank heaven you are back again. There's such a storm, it looks as if the world were coming to an end."
The miller saw the peasant lying on the straw and asked,
"What is that fellow doing there?"
"Ah," said the wife, "the poor knave came in the storm and rain and begged for shelter, so I gave him a bit of bread and cheese, and I showed him where the straw was."
The man said,
"Well, I have no objections, but be quick and get me something to eat."
The woman said,
"But I have nothing but bread and cheese."
"Well, at this point, I'm contented with anything," replied the husband. "So far as I am concerned, bread and cheese will do."
And he looked at the peasant and said,
"Come and eat some more with me."
The peasant did not require to be invited twice, but got up and ate. After this, the miller saw the skin in which the raven was lying on the ground, and asked,
"What have you there?"
The peasant answered,
"I have a soothsayer inside it."
"Can he foretell anything to me?" said the miller.
"Why not?" answered the peasant. "But he only says 4 things, and the 5th he keeps to himself."
The miller was curious and said,
"Let him foretell something for once."
Then the peasant pinched the raven's head so that he croaked and made a noise like
"Grr, grr."
The miller said,
"What did he say?"
The peasant answered,
"In the first place, he says that there is some wine hidden under the pillow."
"Bless me!"
cried the miller, and he went there and he found the wine.
"Now go on," said he.
The peasant made the raven croak again and said,
"In the second place, he says that there is some roast meat in the tiled stove."
"Upon my word!"
cried the miller, and went thither, and he found the roast. The peasant made the raven prophesy still more, and said,
"Thirdly, he says that there is some salad on the bed."
"Oh, that will be a fine thing,"
cried the miller, and he went there and he found the salad. At last the peasant pinched the raven once more till he croaked, and said,
"Fourthly, he says that there are some cakes under the bed."
"Oh, that would be a fine thing,"
cried the miller, and he looked there, and lo and behold, he found the cakes. And now the 2 sat down to the table together, but the miller's wife was frightened to death, and went to bed and took all the keys with her. The miller would have liked much to know the 5th, but the little peasant said,
"First, we will quickly eat the 4 things, for the 5th is something bad."
So they ate, and after that they bargained how much the miller was to give for the 5th prophecy, until they agreed on 300 talers. Then the peasant once more pinched the raven's head until he croaked loudly. The miller asked,
"Well, what did he say?"
The peasant replied,
"He says that the devil is hiding outside there in the closet on the porch."
The miller said,
"The devil must go out,"
and he opened the house door. Then the woman was forced to give up the keys, and the peasant unlocked the closet. The parson ran out as fast as he could, and the miller said,
"It was true. I saw the black rascal with my own eyes."
The peasant, however, made off the next morning by daybreak with the 300 talers. At home, the small peasant gradually launched out. He built a beautiful house, and the peasant said,
The small peasant has certainly been to a place where golden snow falls, and people carry the gold home in shovels."
Then the small peasant was brought before the mayor, and bidden to say from whence his wealth came. He answered,
"I sold my cow's skin in the town for 300 tailors.
When the peasants heard that, they too wished to enjoy this great profit. They ran home, killed all of their cows, and stripped off their skins in order to sell them in the town to their greatest advantage. The mayor, however, said, "But my servant must go first." When she came to the merchant in the town, he did not give her more than 2 tailors for a skin, and when the others came, he did not give them so much, and said, "What can I do with all these skins?" Then the peasants were vexed that the small peasant should have thus outwitted them, wanted to take vengeance on him, and accused him of this treachery before the mayor. The innocent little peasant was unanimously sentenced to death, and was to be rolled into the water in a barrel pierced full of holes. He was led forth, and a priest was brought who was the same asked for his soul. The others were all obliged to retire to a distance, and when the peasant looked at the priest, he recognized the man who had been with the miller's wife. He said to him,
"I set you free from the closet. You set me free from this barrel."
At this same moment up came, with a flock of sheep, the very shepherd whom the peasant knew had long been wishing to be the mayor, so he cried with all of his might,
"No, I will not do it. If the whole world insists on it, I will not do it."
The shepherd, hearing that, came up to him and asked,
"What are you on about? What is it that you will not do?"
The peasant said,
"They want to make me mayor if I will put myself in the barrel, but I will not do it."
The shepherd said,
"If nothing more than that is needful in order to be mayor, I would get in the barrel at once."
The peasant said,
"If you will get in, you will be mayor."
The shepherd was willing and got in, and the peasant shut the top down on him. Then he took the shepherd's flock for himself and drove it away. The parson went to the crowd and declared that the mass had been said. Then they came and rolled the barrel towards the water. When the barrel began to roll, the shepherd cried,
"I am willing to be mayor."
They believed no otherwise than that it was the peasant who was saying this, and answered, "That's what we intend, but first you shall look about you a little down below there." And they rolled the barrel down into the water. After that the peasants went home, and as they were entering the village, the small peasant also came quietly in, driving a flock of sheep and looking quite contented. Then the peasants were astonished and said,
"Peasant, from whence do you come? Have you come out of the water?" "Yes, truly," replied the peasant. "I sank deep, deep down until at last I got to the bottom. I pushed the bottom out of the barrel and I crept out, and there were pretty meadows on which a number of lambs were feeding, and from thence I brought this flock away with me."
Said the peasants,
"Are there any more?" "Oh, yes," said he, "more than I could want."
Then the peasants made up their minds that they too would fetch some of the sheep for themselves, at least a flock apiece. But the mayor said, "I come first." So they went to the water together, and just then there were some of the small fleecy clouds in the blue sky, which are called little lambs, and they were reflected on the water, whereupon the peasants cried,
"We already see the sheep down below."
The mayor pressed forward and said, "I will go down first, and look about me, and if things promise, well, I'll call you." So he jumped in. Splash went the water. It sounded as if he were calling them, and the whole crowd plunged in after him as one man. Then the entire village was dead, and the small peasant, as sole heir, became a rich man. Jorinda and Joringel. There was once an old castle in the midst of a large and dense forest, and in it an old woman who was a witch dwelt all alone. In the daytime she changed herself into a car or a screech owl, but in the evening she took her proper shape again as a human being.
She could lure wild beasts and birds to her, and then she killed and boiled and roasted them. If anyone came within 100 paces of the castle, he was obliged to stand still, and could not stir from the place until she bade him to be free. But whenever an innocent maiden came within this circle, she changed her into a bird, and shut her up in a wicker work cage, and carried the cage into a room in the castle. She had about 7,000 cages of rare birds in the castle. Now, there was once a maiden who was called Jorinda, who was fairer than all the other girls. She and a handsome youth named Jorangel had promised to marry each other. They were still in the days of betrothal, and their greatest happiness was being together. One day, in order that they might be able to talk together in peace, they went for a walk in the forest. "Take care," said Jorangel, "that you do not go too near the castle." It was a beautiful evening. The sun shone brightly between the trunks of the trees and into the dark green of the forest, and the turtle doves sang mournfully upon the beech trees. Jorinda wept now and then. She sat down in the sunshine and was sorrowful. Jorangel was sorrowful too. They were as sad as if they were about to die. And then they looked around them, and they were quite at a loss, for they did not know by which way they should go home. The sun was still half above the mountain and half under. Jorangel looked through the bushes and saw the old walls of the castle close at hand. He was horror-stricken and filled with deadly fear. Jorinda was singing, "My little bird with the necklace red sings sorrow, sorrow, sorrow. He sings that the dove must soon be dead. Sings sorrow, sorrow, jug, jug, jug." Jorangel looked for Jorinda. She was changed into a nightingale and sang, "Jug, jug, jug." A screech owl with glowing eyes flew 3 times around her, and 3 times cried, "To-hoo! To-hoo! To-hoo!" Jorangel could not move. He stood there like a stone, and could neither weep nor speak, nor move hand or foot. The sun had now set. The owl flew into the thicket, and directly afterwards there came out of it a crooked old woman, yellow and lean, with large red eyes and a hooked nose, the point of which reached to her chin. She muttered to herself, caught the nightingale, and took it away in her hand. Jorangel could neither speak nor move from the spot. The nightingale was gone. At last, the woman came back and said in a hollow voice, "Greet you, Zachiel. If the moon shines on the cage, Zachiel, let him loose at once." Then Jorangel was freed. He fell on his knees before the woman and begged that she would give him back his Jorinda, but she said that he would never have her again, and she went away. He called at her, he wept, he lamented, but all in vain. "Oh, what is to become of me?" Jorangel went away and at last came to a strange village where he kept sheep for a long time. He often walked round and round the castle, but not too near to it. At last he dreamt one night that he had found a blood-red flower, in the middle of which was a beautiful large pearl. He picked the flower and went with it to the castle, and that everything he touched with the flower was freed from enchantment. He also dreamt that by means of it he recovered his Jorinda. In the morning, when he awoke, he began to seek over hill and dale for such a flower. He sought until the 9th day, and then, early in the morning, he found the blood-red flower. In the middle of it there was a large dewdrop, as big as the finest pearl. Day and night he journeyed with this flower to the castle. When he was within 100 paces of it, he was not held fast, but walked straight to the door. Jorangel was full of joy. He touched the door with the flower, and it sprang open. He walked in through the courtyard and listened for the sound of the birds. At last he heard it. He went on and found the room from whence it came, and there the witch was feeding the birds in the 7,000 cages. When she saw Jorangel, she was angry, very angry, and scolded and spat poison and gall at him, but she could not come within 2 paces of him. He did not take any notice of her, but went and looked at the cages with the birds. But there were many hundred nightingales. How was he to find his Jorinda again? Just then, he saw the old woman quietly take away a cage with a bird in it and go towards the door. Swiftly he sprang towards her, touched the cage with the flower, and also the old woman. She could now no longer bewitch anyone, and Jorinda was standing there, clasping him round the neck, and she was as beautiful as ever. Then all the other birds were turned into maidens again, and he went home with his Jorinda, and they lived happily together for a long time. The Wolf and the Man. Once upon a time, the fox was talking to the wolf of the strength of men, how no animal could withstand him, and how all were obliged to employ cunning in order to protect themselves from him. Then the wolf answered, "If I had but one chance of seeing a man, I would set on him notwithstanding."
I can help you do that,
said the fox.
Come to me early tomorrow morning, and I will show you one.
The wolf presented himself betimes, and the fox took him out on the road by which the huntsman went daily. First came an old discharged soldier. "Is that a man?" inquired the wolf.
"No,"
answered the fox.
"that was one."
Afterwards came a little boy who was going to school. "Is that a man?"
"No,
"That will be one." At length came a hunter with his double-barreled gun at his back and hanger by his side. Said the fox to the wolf,
"Look, there comes a man. You must attack him, but I will take myself off to my hole."
The wolf then rushed at the man. When the huntsman saw him, he said, "It's a pity that I have not loaded with a bullet," aimed and fired his small shot in his face. The wolf pulled a very wry grimace, but did not let himself be frightened, and he attacked him again, on which the huntsman gave him the second barrel. The wolf swallowed his pain and rushed on the huntsman, but he drew out his bright hanger, and he gave him a few cuts with it, right and left, so that bleeding everywhere, he ran howling back to the fox.
"Well, brother wolf,"
said the fox,
"how have you got on with man?"
"Ah," replied the wolf, "I never imagined the strength of man to be what it is. First, he took a stick from his shoulder, and he blew into it, and then something flew into my face which tickled me terribly. Then he breathed once more into the stick, and it flew into my nose like lightning and hail. When I was quite close, he drew a white rib out of his body, and he beat me so with it that I was all but left lying dead."
"See what a braggart you are,"
said the fox.
"You throw your hatchet so far that you cannot fetch it back again."
The Fox and the Cat. It happened that the cat met the fox in the forest, and as she thought to herself,
"He is clever and full of experience and much esteemed in the world,"
she spoke to him in a friendly way.
"Good day, Mr. Fox. How is all with you? How are you getting on in these hard times?"
The fox, full of all kinds of arrogance, looked at the cat from head to foot for a long time, and did not know whether he would give any answer or not. At last he said,
"Oh, you wretched beard cleaner, you piebald fool, you hungry mouse catcher, what can you be thinking of? Have you the cheek to ask how I'm getting on? What have you learned? How many arts do you understand?"
"I understand but one,"
replied the cat modestly.
"What art is that?"
asked the fox.
"When the hounds are following me, I can spring into a tree and save myself."
"Is that all?" said the fox. "I am the master of 100 arts, and have into the bargain a sack full of cunning. You make me sorry for you. Come with me.
I will teach you how people get away from the hounds." Just then came a hunter with 4 dogs. The cat sprang nimbly up a tree and sat down on top of it, where the branches and foliage quite concealed her.
"Open your sack, Mr. Fox! Open your sack!"
cried the cat to him, but the dogs had already seized him and were holding him fast.
"Ah, Mr. Fox!"
cried the cat.
"You, with your 100 arts, are left in a lurch. Had you been able to climb like me, you would have not lost your life."
Clever Gretel. There was once a cook named Gretel who wore shoes with red heels, and when she walked out with them on, she turned herself this way and that, was quite happy, and thought, "You certainly are a pretty girl." And when she came home, she drank, in her gladness of heart, a draught of wine, and as wine excites a desire to eat, she tasted the best of whatever she was cooking until she was satisfied, and said,
"The cook must know what the food is like."
It came to pass that the master one day said to her, "Gretel, there is a guest coming this evening. Prepare me 2 fowls very daintily."
"I will see to it, master,"
answered Gretel. She killed 2 fowls, scalded them, plucked them, put them on the spit, and towards evening set them before the fire, that they might roast. The fowls began to turn brown, and were nearly ready, but the guests had not yet arrived. Then Gretel called out to her master,
"If the guest does not come, I must take the fowls away from the fire, but it will be a sin and a shame if they are not eaten the moment they are at their juiciest."
The master said, "I will run myself and fetch the guest." When the master had turned his back, Gretel laid the spit with the fowls on one side and thought,
"Standing so long by the fire there makes one sweaty and thirsty. Who knows when the guests will come? Meanwhile, I will run into the cellar and take a drink. Yes."
She ran down, set a jug, said,
"God bless it for you, Gretel,"
and took a good drink, and then thought that the wine should flow on, and should not be interrupted, and took yet another hearty draught. Then she went and put the fowls down again to the fire, basted them, and drove the spit merrily around. But as the roast meat smelt so good, Gretel thought,
"Something must be wrong. It ought to be tasted."
She touched it with her finger and said,
"Ah, how good fowls are! It certainly is a sin and a shame that they are not eaten at the right time."
She ran to the window to see if the master was not coming with his guest, but she saw no one, and went back to the fowls and thought,
"One of the wings is burning. I had better take it off and eat it."
So she cut it off, ate it, and enjoyed it, and when she had done, she thought,
"The other must go down too, or else master will observe that something is missing."
When the 2 wings were eaten, she went and looked for her master, and did not see him. It suddenly occurred to her that they might not be coming at all, and may have turned in somewhere. Then she said,
"Well, Gretel, enjoy yourself. 1 fowl has been cut in 2. Take another drink, and eat it up entirely. When it's eaten, you will have some peace. Why should God's good gifts be spoiled?"
So she ran to the cellar again, took an enormous drink, and ate up the 1 chicken in great glee. When one of the chickens was swallowed down, and still her master did not come, Gretel looked down at the other and said,
"Where one is, the other should be likewise. The 2 go together. What's right for the one is right for the other. I think if I were to take another draught, it would do me no harm."
So she took yet another hearty drink, and let the second chicken follow the first. While she was making the most of it, her master came and cried, "Hurry up, Gretel! The guest is coming directly after me."
"Yes, sir, I will soon serve up,"
answered Gretel. Meantime, the master looked to see that the table was properly laid, and took the great knife wherewith he was going to carve the chickens, and sharpened it on the steps. Presently, the guest came and knocked politely and courteously at the house door. Gretel ran and looked to see who was there, and when she saw the guest, she put her finger to her lips and said,
"Hush, hush, go away as quickly as you can. If my master catches you, it will be the worse for you. He certainly did ask you to supper, but his intention is to cut off your 2 ears. Just listen how he is sharpening the knife for it."
The guest heard the sharpening, and they hurried down the steps again as fast as they could. Gretel was not idle. She ran screaming to her master and cried,
"You have invited a fine guest."
"Why, Gretel, what do you mean by that?"
"Yes,"
said she.
"he has taken the chickens which I was just going to serve off the dish and has run away with them."
"That's a nice trick," said her master, and lamented the fine chickens. "If only he had left me but one so that something remained for me to eat." He called for him to stop, but the guest pretended not to hear. Then he ran after him with the knife still in his hand, crying, "Just one! Just one!" meaning that the guest should leave him just one chicken and not take both. The guest, however, thought no otherwise than that he was to give up just one of his ears, and ran as if a fire were burning under him, in order to take both of his ears home with him. The Wolf and the Fox. The wolf had the little fox with him, and whatsoever the wolf wished, the fox was compelled to do, for he was the weaker, and he would gladly have been rid of his master. It chanced that once they were going through the forest, the wolf said, "Red Fox, get me something to eat, or else I will eat you yourself." Then the fox answered,
"I know a farm where there are 2 young lambs. If you are inclined, we will fetch one of them."
That suited the wolf, and they went thither, and the fox stole the little lamb, took it to the wolf, and went away. The wolf devoured it, but he was not satisfied with one. He wanted the other as well, and went to get it. But as he did it so clumsily, the mother of the little lamb heard him, and began to cry out terribly, and to bleat so that the farmers came running there. They found the wolf and beat him so mercilessly that he went to the fox limping and howling. "You have misled me finely," said he. "I wanted to fetch the other lamb, and the country folks surprised me and have beaten me to a jelly." The fox replied,
"Why are you such a glutton?"
Next day they went again into the country, and the greedy wolf once more said, "Red Fox, get me something to eat, or I will eat you yourself." Then answered the fox,
"I know a farmhouse where the wife is baking pancakes tonight. We will get some of them for ourselves."
They went there, and the fox slipped around the house, and peeped and sniffed about until he discovered where the dish was, and then snatched 6 pancakes and carried them to the wolf.
"There is something for you to eat,"
said he to him, and then went his way. The wolf swallowed down the pancakes in an instant and said, "They make me want more." And he went thither and tore the whole dish down so that it broke into pieces. This made such a great noise that the woman came out, and when she saw the wolf, she called the people who hurried there, and beat him as long as their sticks would hold together, till with 2 lame legs, and howling badly, he returned to the fox in the forest. "How abominably you have misled me," cried he. "The peasants caught me and tanned my skin for me." But the fox replied,
"Why are you such a glutton?"
On the 3rd day, when they were out together, and the wolf could only limp along painfully, he again said, "Red Fox, get me something to eat, or I will eat you yourself." The fox answered,
"I know a man who has been killing, and the salted meat is lying in a barrel in the cellar. We will get that."
Said the wolf, I will go when you do, that you may help me if I am not able to get away."
"I am willing,"
said the fox, and showed him the bypaths and ways by which at length they reached the cellar. There was meat in abundance, and the wolf attacked it instantly and thought, "There is plenty of time before I need leave off." The fox liked it also, but looked about everywhere, and often ran to the hole by which it had come in, to find out if his body was still thin enough to slip through it. The wolf said, "Dear fox, tell me why you are running here and there so much, and jumping in and out."
"I must see that no one is coming,"
replied the crafty fellow.
"Don't eat too much."
Then said the wolf, "I shall not leave until the barrel is empty." In the meantime, the farmer, who had heard the noise of the fox's jumping, came into the cellar. When the fox saw him, he was out of the hole at one bound. The wolf wanted to follow him, but he had made himself so fat with eating that he could no longer get through, but was stuck fast. Then came the farmer with a cudgel and struck him dead, but the fox bounded into the forest, glad to be rid of the old glutton. The Death of the Little Hen. Once upon a time, the little hen went with the little cock to the nut hill, and they agreed together that whichsoever of them found a kernel of a nut should share it with the other. Then the hen found a large nut, but said nothing about it, intending to eat the kernel herself. The kernel, however, was so large that she could not swallow it, and it remained sticking in her throat, so that she was alarmed lest she should be choked. Then she cried,
"Cock, I entreat you to run as fast as you can and fetch me some water, or I shall choke."
The little cock did run as fast as he could to the spring, and said,
"Stream, you ought to give me some water. The little hen is lying on the nut hill, and she has swallowed a large nut and is choking."
The well answered, "First run to the bride, and get her to give you some red silk." The little cock ran to the bride and said,
"Bride, you ought to give me some red silk. I want to give red silk to the well. The well is to give me some water. I am to take the water to the little hen who is lying on the nut hill and has swallowed a great nut kernel and is choking with it."
The bride answered,
"First, run and bring me my little wreath which is hanging to a willow."
So the little cock ran to the willow and drew the wreath from the branch and took it to the bride, and the bride gave him some red silk for it, which he then took to the well, who gave him some water for that. Then the little cock took the water to the hen, but when he got there, the hen had choked in the meantime, and lay there dead, and did not move. Then the cock was so distressed that he cried aloud, and every animal came to lament the little hen, and 6 mice built a little carriage to carry her to her grave, and when the carriage was ready, they harnessed themselves to it, and the cock drove. On the way, however, they met the fox, who said,
"Where are you going, little cock?"
"I'm going to bury my little hen."
"May I drive with you?"
said the fox.
"Yes, but seat yourself at the back of the carriage, for in the front my little horses could not drag you."
Then a procession went onwards, and they reached a stream.
"How are we to cross over?"
said the little cock. A straw was lying by the stream, and it said, "I will lay myself straight across, and then you could drive over me." But when the 6 mice came to the bridge, the straw slipped and fell into the water, and the 6 mice all fell in and were drowned. Then they were again in more difficulty, and a coal came and said, "I am large enough. I will lay myself across, and you shall drive over me." So the coal also laid itself across the water, but unhappily just touched the water, at which the coal hissed, was extinguished, and died. When a stone saw that, it took pity on the little cock, wished to help him, and laid itself over the water. Then the cock drew the carriage himself, but when he got it over and reached the shore with the dead hen, and was about to draw over the others who were sitting behind as well, there were too many of them. The carriage ran back, and they all fell into the water together, and they were all drowned. Then the little cock was left alone with the dead hen, and dug a grave for her, and laid her in it, and made a mound above it, on which he sat down and fretted until he died too, and then everyone was dead. Gambling Hansel. Once upon a time there was a man who did nothing but gamble, and for that reason people never called him anything but Gambling Hansel, and as he never ceased to gamble, he played away his house and all that he had. Now, that very day before his creditors were to take his house from him, came the Lord and St. Peter, and asked him to give them shelter for the night. Then Gambling Hansel said, "For my part, you may stay the night, but I cannot give you a bed or anything to eat." So the Lord said he was just to take them in, and they themselves would buy something to eat, to which Gambling Hansel made no objection. Thereupon St. Peter gave him 3 groschen, and said he was to go to the baker's and fetch some bread. So Gambling Hansel went, but when he reached the house where the other gambling vagabonds were gathered together, they, although they had won all that he had, greeted him clamorously and said, "Hansel, do come in." "No," said he, "do you want to win 3 groschen too?" On this they would not let him go. So he went in, and he played away the 3 groschen also. Meanwhile, St. Peter and the Lord were waiting, and as he was so long in coming, they set out to meet him. When Gambling Hansel came, however, he pretended that the money had fallen into the gutter, and kept raking about in it all the while to find it, but our Lord already knew that he had lost it in play. St. Peter again gave him 3 more groschen, and he did not allow himself to be led away once more, but fetched them the loaf. Our Lord then inquired if he had no wine, and he said, "Alack, sir, the casks are all empty." But the Lord said he was to go down into the cellar, for the best wine was still there. For a long time he would not believe this, but at length he said, "Well, I will go down, but I know that there is none there." When he turned the tap, however, lo and behold, the best of the wine ran out. So he took it to them, and the 2 passed the night there. Early next day, our Lord told Gambling Hansel that he might beg 3 favors. The Lord expected that he would ask to go to heaven, but Gambling Hansel asked for a pack of cards for which he could win everything, for dice with which he could win everything, and for a tree wherein every kind of fruit would grow, and from which no one who had climbed up could descend until he bade him to do so. The Lord gave him all that he had asked, and departed with St. Peter. And now Gambling Hansel at once set about gambling in real earnest, and before long he had gained half the world. Upon this, St. Peter said to the Lord,
"Lord, this thing must not go on. At last he will win the whole world. We must send death to him."
And they did. They sent death to him. When death appeared, Gambling Hansel had just seated himself at the gaming table, and death said, "Hansel, come out a while." But Gambling Hansel said, "Just wait a little until the game is done, and in the meantime get up into that tree out there, and gather a little fruit that we may have something to munch on our way." Thereupon Death climbed up, and he wanted to come down again, but he could not, and Gambling Hansel left him up there for 7 years, during which time no one died. So St. Peter said to the Lord,
"Lord, this thing must not go on. People no longer die. We must go ourselves."
And they went themselves, and the Lord commanded Hansel to let Death come down. So Hansel went at once to Death and said to him, "Come down." And together they came to the next world, and then Gambling Hansel made straight for the door of heaven and knocked at it.
"Who is there?"
"Gambling Hansel."
"Ah, We will have nothing to do with him. Be gone!"
At that, Gambling Hansel went to the door of purgatory, and he knocked once more.
"Who is there?"
"Gambling Hansel."
"Ah, there's quite enough weeping and wailing here without him. We do not want to gamble. Just go away."
Then he went to the door of hell, and there they let him in. There was, however, no one at home but old Lucifer and the crooked devils. The straight ones were just busy in the world. And no sooner was Hansel there than he had sat down to gamble again. Lucifer, however, had nothing to lose but his misshapen devils, and Gambling Hansel won them from him, as with his cards he could not fail to do. And now he was off again with his crooked devils, and they went to Hoffenfurt and pulled up a hop pole, and with it went to heaven and began to thrust the pole against it, and heaven began to crack. So again St. Peter said,
"Lord, this thing cannot go on. We must let him in, or he will overthrow the whole of heaven."
And they let him in. But Gambling Hansel immediately began to play again, and there was such a noise and confusion that there was no hearing what they themselves were saying. Therefore St. Peter once more said,
"Lord, this cannot go on. We must throw him down, or he will make all of heaven rebellious."
So they went to him at once, and threw him down, and his soul broke into fragments, and went into the gambling vagabonds, who are living this very day. The Fox and the Geese. The fox once came to a meadow in which sat a flock of fine fat geese, on which he smiled and said,
"I come in the nick of time. You are sitting together quite beautifully, so that I can eat you up one after the other."
The geese cackled with terror, sprang up, and began to wail and beg piteously for their lives. But the fox would listen to nothing and said,
"There is no mercy to be had. You must die."
At length one of them took heart and said,
"If we poor geese are to yield up our lives, show us the only possible favor, and allow us one more prayer, that we may not die in our sins, and then we will place ourselves in a row, so that you can always pick yourself out the fattest."
"Yes," said the fox, "that is reasonable, and a pious request. Pray away. I will wait until you are done."
Then the first began a good long prayer, forever saying,
"Ga, ga, ga."
and as she would make no end, the second did not wait until her turn came, but also began,
"Ga, ga, ga."
The third and fourth followed her, and soon they were all cackling together. When they have done praying, the story shall be continued further, but at present they are still praying unceasingly. The Poor Man and the Rich Man. In olden times, when the Lord himself still used to walk about on this earth amongst men, it once happened that he was tired and overtaken by the darkness before he could reach an inn. Now there stood on the road before him 2 houses facing each other, the one large and beautiful, and the other small and poor. The large one belonged to a rich man, and the small one to a poor man. Then the Lord thought, "I shall be no burden to a rich man. I will stay the night with him." Then the rich man heard someone knocking at his door. He opened the window and asked the stranger what he wanted. The Lord answered, "I only ask for a night's lodging." Then the rich man looked at the traveler from head to foot, and as the Lord was wearing common clothes and did not look like one who had much money in his pocket, he shook his head, and he said, "No, I cannot take you in. My rooms are full of herbs and seeds. And if I were to lodge everyone who knocked at my door, I might very soon go begging myself. Go somewhere else for a lodging."
And with this, he shut down the window and left the Lord standing there. So the Lord turned his back on the rich man, and he went across to the small house and knocked. He had hardly done so when the poor man opened the little door and bade the traveler to come in.
"Pass the night with me. It's already dark," said he. "You cannot go any further tonight."
This pleased the Lord, and he went in. The poor man's wife shook hands with him and welcomed him, and said he was to make himself at home and to put up with what they had got. They had not much to offer him, but what they had they would give him with all of their hearts. The wife then put the potatoes on the fire, and while they were boiling, she milked the goat, that they might have a little bit of milk with the potatoes. When the cloth was laid, the Lord sat down with the man and his wife, and he enjoyed their coarse food, for there were happy faces at the table. When they had had supper and it was bedtime, the woman called her husband apart and said,
"Listen, dear husband, let us make up a bed of straw for ourselves tonight, and then the poor traveler can sleep in our bed and have a good rest, for he has been walking a whole day through, and that can make one very weary."
"With all my heart," he answered. "I will go and offer it to him."
And he went to the stranger and invited him, if he had no objection, to sleep in their bed and rest his limbs properly. But the Lord was unwilling to take their bed from the two old folks. However, they would not be satisfied until at length he did it and lay down in their bed, while they themselves lay on some straw on the ground. The next morning they got up before daybreak and made as good of a breakfast as they could for the guest. When the sun shone in through the little window and the Lord had gotten up, he again ate with them and then prepared to set out on his journey. But as he was standing at the door, he turned around and said, "As you are so kind and good, you may wish 3 things for yourselves, and I will grant them." Then the man said,
"What else should I wish for but eternal happiness, and that we too, as long as we live, may be healthy and have every day our daily bread? For the third wish, I do not know what to have."
And the Lord said to him, "Will you wish for a new house instead of this old one?"
"Oh, yes," said the man. "If I can have that too, well, I should like it very much."
And the Lord fulfilled his wish, and changed their old house into a new one, again gave them his blessing, and went on. The sun was high when the rich man got up and leaned out of his window and saw, on the opposite side of the way, a new, clean-looking house with red tiles and bright windows where the old hut used to sit. He was very much astonished and called his wife and said to her,
"Tell me, what can have happened? Last night there was a miserable little hut standing there, and today there's a beautiful new house. Run over and see how that has come to pass."
So his wife went and asked the poor man, and he said to her,
"Yesterday evening a traveler came here and asked for a night's lodging, and this morning, when he took leave of us, he granted us 3 wishes. We wished for eternal happiness, health during this life, and our daily bread as well, and besides this, a beautiful new house instead of our old hut."
When the rich man's wife heard this, she ran back in haste and told her husband how it had happened. The man said,
"I could tear myself to pieces. If I had but known that. That traveler came to our house too, and he wanted to sleep here, and I sent him away."
"Quickly,"
said his wife,
"get on your horse. You can still catch the man up, and then you must ask to have 3 wishes granted to you also."
The rich man followed the good counsel and galloped away on his horse, and soon he came up with the Lord. He spoke to him softly and pleasantly, and begged him not to take it amiss that he had not let him in directly. He said that he was looking for the front door key, and in the meantime the stranger had gone away. If he returned the same way, he must come back and stay with him. "Yes," said the Lord, "if I ever come back again, I will do so."
Then the rich man asked if he might not wish for 3 things too, as his neighbor had done.
"Yes,"
Said the Lord, that he might, but it would not be to his advantage, and that he had better not wish for anything. But the rich man thought that he could easily ask for something which would add to his happiness, if he only knew that it would be granted. So the Lord said to him,
"Ride home then, and 3 wishes which you shall make shall be fulfilled."
The rich man had now gained what he had wanted, so he rode home and began to consider what he should wish for. As he was thus thinking, he let the bridle fall, and the horse began to caper about, so that he was continually disturbed in his meditations, and could not collect his thoughts at all. He patted the horse's neck and said gently, "Lisa," but the horse only began new tricks. Then at last the man became angry, and he cried quite impatiently, "I wish that your neck was broken." Directly he had said the words, down the horse fell on the ground, and there it lay, dead, and never moved again. And thus was his first wish fulfilled. As he was miserly by nature, he did not like to leave the harness lying there, so he cut it off and put it on his back, and now he had to go on foot. "I still have 2 wishes left," said he, and he comforted himself with that thought. And now, as he was walking slowly through the sand, and the sun was burning hot at noonday, he grew quite bad-tempered and angry. The saddle hurt his back, you see, and he had not any idea yet what to wish for. "If I were to wish for all the riches and treasures in the world," said he to himself, "I should still to think of all kinds of other things later on. I know that beforehand, but I'll manage so that there's nothing at all left to me to wish for afterwards." Then he sighed and said, "Ah, if I were but that Bavarian peasant who likewise had 3 wishes granted to him, and knew quite well what to do, and in the first place wished for a great deal of beer, and in the second for as much beer as he was able to drink, and in the third for a barrel of beer into the bargain." Many a time he had thought he had found it, but then it seemed to him to be, after all, far too little. Then it came into his mind what an easy life his wife had, for she stayed at home in a cool room and enjoyed herself. This really did begin to vex him, and before he was aware, he said, "I just wish she was sitting there on this saddle and could not get off of it, instead of my having to drag it along my back." And as the last word was spoken, the saddle disappeared from his back, and he saw that his second wish had been fulfilled. Then he really did feel hot. He began to run and wanted to be quite alone in his room at home, to think of something really big for his last wish. But when he arrived there and opened the parlor door, he saw his wife sitting in the middle of the room on the saddle, crying and complaining, and quite unable to get off of it. So he said, "Do bear it, and I will wish for all the riches on earth for you, only stay where you are." She, however, called him a fool and said,
What good will all the riches on earth do me if I'm to sit on this saddle? You have wished me on it, so you must help me off."
So whether he would or not, he was forced to let his third wish be that she would be quit of the saddle and able to get off of it, and immediately the wish was fulfilled. So the man got nothing by it but vexation, trouble, abuse, and the loss of his horse. But the poor people lived contentedly, quietly and piously, until their happy deaths. Iron John. There was once upon a time a king who had a great forest near his palace, full of all kinds of wild animals. One day he sent out a huntsman to shoot him a roe, but he did not come back. Perhaps some accident had befallen him, said the king, and the next day he sent out 2 more huntsmen who were to search for him, but they too stayed away. Then on the 3rd day he sent for all his huntsmen and said, "Scour the whole forest through,
Do not give up until you have found all three.
But of these also none of them came home again, and of the pack of hounds which they had taken with them, none were seen again. From that time forth, no one would any longer venture into the forest, and it lay there in deep stillness and solitude, and nothing was seen of it, but sometimes an eagle or a hawk flying over it. This lasted for many years, when an unknown huntsman announced himself to the king as seeking a situation, and offered to go into the dangerous forest. The king, however, would not give his consent and said,
"It is not safe in there. I fear it would fare with you no better than with the others, and you would never come out again."
The huntsman replied, "Lord, I will venture it at my own risk. Of fear I know nothing." The huntsman therefore betook himself with his dog to the forest. It was not long before the dog fell in with some game on the way, and wanted to pursue it, but hardly had the dog run 2 steps when it stood before a deep pool, could go no further, and a naked arm stretched itself out of the water, seized it, and drew it under. When the huntsman saw that, he went back and fetched 3 men to come with buckets and bail out the water. When they could see the bottom, there lay a wild man whose body was brown like rusty iron, and whose hair hung over his face down to his knees. They bound him with cords and led him away to the castle. There was great astonishment over the wild man. The king, however, had him put in an iron cage in his courtyard, and forbade the door to be opened on pain of death, and the queen herself was to take the key into her keeping. And from this time forth, everyone could again go into the forest with safety. The king had a son of 8 years who was once playing in the courtyard, and while he was playing, his golden ball fell into the cage. The boy ran thither and said,
"Give me my ball out."
"Not until you have opened the door for me," answered the man.
"No,"
said the boy,
"I will not do that. The king has forbidden it."
and he ran away.
The next day he again went and asked for his ball. The wild man said,
"Open my door,"
but the boy would not. On the 3rd day the king had ridden out hunting, and the boy went once more and said,
"I cannot open the door, even if I wished, for I have not the key."
Then the wild man said,
"It lies under your mother's pillow. You can get it there."
The boy, who wanted to have his ball back, cast all thoughts to the winds and brought the key. The door opened with difficulty, and the boy pinched his fingers. When it was opened, the wild man stepped out, gave him the golden ball, and hurried away. The boy had become afraid. He called and he cried after him,
"Oh, wild man, do not go away, or I shall be beaten."
The wild man turned back, took him up, set him on his shoulder, and went with hasty steps into the forest. When the king came home, he observed the empty cage and asked the queen how that had happened. She knew nothing about it and sought the key, but it was gone. She called the boy, but no one answered. The king sent out people to seek for him in the fields, but they did not find him. Then he could easily guess what had happened, and much grief reigned in the royal court. When the wild man had once more reached the dark forest, he took the boy down from his shoulder and said to him,
"You will never see your father and mother again, but I will keep you with me, for you have set me free, and I have compassion on you. If you do all I bid you, you shall fare well. Of treasure and gold I have enough, and more than anyone in the world."
He made a bed of moss for the boy, on which the boy slept, and the next morning the man took him to a well and said,
"Behold, the gold well is as bright and clear as crystal. You shall sit beside it and take care that nothing falls into it, or it will become polluted. I will come every evening to see if you have obeyed my order."
The boy placed himself by the brink of the well, and often saw a golden fish or a golden snake show itself therein, and he took care that nothing fell in. As he was thus sitting, his finger hurt him so violently that he involuntarily put it into the water. He drew it quickly out again, but saw that it was quite gilded, and whatsoever pains he took to wash off the gold again, all was to no purpose. In the evening, Iron Hans came back, looked at the boy, and said,
"What has happened to the well?"
Nothing, nothing, he answered, and he held his finger behind his back, that the man might not see it. But Golden Hans said,
You have dipped your finger into the water. This time it may pass, but take care you do not again let anything go in.
By daybreak, the boy was already sitting by the well and watching it. His finger hurt him again, and he passed it over his head, and then unhappily a hair fell down into the well. He took it quickly out, but it was already quite gilded. Iron Hans came, and already knew what had happened.
You have let a hair fall into the well, said he. I will allow you to watch by it once more, but if this happens for the third time, then the well is polluted, and you can no longer remain with me.
On the third day the boy sat by the well, and he did not stir his finger, however much it hurt him. The time was long to him, and he looked at the reflection of his face on the surface of the water. And as he still bent down more and more while he was doing so, and trying to look straight into his own eyes, his long hair fell down from his shoulders into the water. He raised himself up quickly, but the whole of the hair of his head was already golden and shone like the sun. You can imagine how terrified the poor boy was. He took his pocket handkerchief and tied it around his head in order that the man might not see it. When he came, he already knew everything and said,
Take the handkerchief off.
Then the golden hair streamed forth, and let the boy excuse himself as he might, it was of no use.
You have not stood the trial, and can stay here no longer. Go forth into the world. There you will learn what poverty is. But as you have not a bad heart, and as I mean well by you, there is one thing I will grant you. If you fall into any difficulty, come to the forest and cry, Iron Hans, and then I will come and help you. My power is great, greater than you think, and I have gold and silver in abundance.
Then the king's son left the forest, and walked by beaten and unbeaten paths ever onward until at length he reached a great city. There he looked for work, but could find none, and he had learnt nothing by which he could help himself. At length he went to the palace and asked if they would take him in. The people about court did not at all know what use they could make of him, but they liked him, and they told him to stay. At length the cook took him into his service, and said he might carry wood and water and rake the cinders together. Once when it so happened that no one else was at hand, the cook ordered him to carry the food to the royal table, but as he did not like to let his golden hair be seen, he kept his little cap on. Such a thing as that had never yet come under the king's notice, and he said,
When you come to the royal table, you must take your hat off.
He answered,
Ah, Lord, I have a bad sore place on my head.
Then the king had the cook called before him and scolded him, and asked how he could take such a boy as this into his service, and that he was to send him away at once. The cook, however, had pity on him, and exchanged him for a gardener's boy. And now the boy had to plant and water the garden, hoe and dig, and bear the wind in bad weather. Once in summertime, when he was working alone in the garden, the day was so warm he took his little cap off that the air might cool him. As the sun shone on his hair, it glittered and flashed so that the rays fell into the bedroom of the king's daughter, and up she sprang to see what that could be. Then she saw the boy and cried to him,
Boy, bring me a wreath of flowers.
He put his cap on with all haste, and gathered wild field flowers and bound them together. When he was ascending the stairs with them, the gardener met him and said,
How can you take the king's daughter a garland of such common flowers? Go quickly and get another, and seek out the prettiest and rarest.
Oh no,
replied the boy.
The wild ones have more scent, and they will please her better.
When he got into the room, the king's daughter said,
Take your cap off. It is not seemly to keep it on in my presence.
He again said,
I may not. I have a sore head.
She, however, caught at his cap and pulled it off, and then his golden hair rolled down on his shoulders, and it was splendid to behold. He wanted to run out, but she held him by the arm and gave him a handful of ducats. With these he departed, but he cared nothing for the gold pieces. He took them to the gardener and said,
I present them to your children. They can play with them.
The following day the king's daughter again called to him that he was to bring her a wreath of field flowers, and when he went in with it, she instantly snatched at his cap and wanted to take it away from him, but he held it fast with both hands. She again gave him a handful of ducats, but he would not keep them, and gave them to the gardener for playthings for his children. On the third day, things went just the same. She could not get his cap away from him, and he would not have her money. Not long afterwards, the country was overrun by war. The king gathered his people, and he did not know whether or not he could offer any opposition to the enemy, who was superior in strength and had a mighty army. Then said the gardener's boy,
I am grown up, and I will go to the wars also. Only give me a horse.
The others laughed and said, Seek one for yourself when we are gone. We will leave one behind us in the stable for you. When they had gone forth, he went into the stable and led the horse out. It was lame of one foot and limped hobblety-jig, hobblety-jig. Nevertheless, he mounted it and rode away into the dark forest. When he came to the outskirts, he called, Iron Hans! 3 times so loudly that it echoed through the trees. Thereupon the wild man appeared immediately and said,
What do you desire?
I want a strong steed, for I'm going to the wars.
Well, that you shall have, and still more than you ask for.
Then the wild man went back into the forest, and it was not long before a stable boy came out of it, who led a horse that snorted with its nostrils and could hardly be restrained, and behind them followed a great troop of warriors entirely equipped in iron, and their swords flashed in the sun. The youth made over his 3-legged horse to the stable boy, mounted the other horse, and rode at the head of the soldiers. When he got near the battlefield, a great part of the king's men had already fallen, and little was wanting to make the rest give way. Then the youth galloped thither with his iron soldiers, broke like a hurricane over the enemy, and beat down all who opposed him. They began to flee, but the youth pursued, and never stopped until there was not a single man left. Instead of returning to the king, however, he conducted his troops by byways back to the forest and called forth Iron Hans again.
What do you desire?
Asked the wild man.
Take back your horse and your troops, and give me my 3-legged horse again.
All that he asked was done, and soon he was riding on his 3-legged horse. When the king returned to his palace, his daughter went to meet him and wished him joy of his victory.
I am not the one who carried away the victory, said he, but a strange knight who came to my assistance with his soldiers.
The daughter wanted to hear who the strange knight was, but the king did not know, and said,
He followed the enemy, and I did not see him again.
She inquired of the gardener where his boy was, but he smiled and said that he had just come home on his 3-legged horse, and the others have just been mocking him and crying, Here comes our hobbledy-jig back again. They asked too, Under what hedge have you been lying and sleeping all the time? So he said,
I did the best of all, and it would have gone badly without me.
And then he was still more ridiculed. The king said to his daughter,
I will proclaim a great feast that shall last for 3 days, and you shall throw a golden apple. Perhaps the unknown man will show himself.
When the feast was announced, the youth went out into the forest and called Iron Hans.
What do you desire? Asked he.
That I may catch the king's daughter's golden apple.
It is as safe as if you had already had it, said Iron Hans. You shall likewise have a suit of red armor for the occasion, and ride on a spirited chestnut horse.
When the day came, the youth galloped to the spot, took his place amongst the knights, and was recognized by no one. The king's daughter came forward and threw a golden apple to the knights, but none of them caught it but he. Only as soon as he had it, he galloped away. On the second day, Iron Hans equipped him as a white knight and gave him a white horse. Again, he was the only one who caught the apple, and he did not linger an instant, but galloped off with it. The king grew angry and said,
That is not allowed. He must appear before me and tell me his name.
He gave the order that if the knight who caught the apple should go away again, they should pursue him, and if he would not come back willingly, they were to cut him down and stab him. On the third day, he received from Iron Hans a suit of black armor and a black horse, and again he caught the apple. But when he was riding off with it, the king's attendants pursued him, and one of them got so near him that he wounded the youth's leg with the point of his sword. The youth nevertheless escaped from them, but his horse leapt so violently that the helmet fell from the youth's head, and they could see that he had golden hair. They rode back and announced this to the king. The following day the king's daughter asked the gardener about his boy. The gardener explained that the boy was at work in the garden. He said that he had been at the festival too, and he had only came home yesterday evening, but strangely enough, he had come home and shown his children 3 golden apples which he had won at the festival. The king had him summoned into his presence, and he came and again had his little cap on his head. But the king's daughter went up to him and took it off, and then his golden hair fell down over his shoulders, and he was so handsome that all were amazed.
Are you the knight who came every day to the festival, always in different colors, and who cut the 3 golden apples? Asked the king.
Yes, answered he, and here the apples are, and he took them out of his pocket and returned them to the king. If you desire further proof, you may see the wound which your people gave me when they followed me, but I am likewise the knight who helped you to your victory over your enemies.
If you can perform such deeds as that, you are no gardener's boy. Tell me, who is your father?
My father is a mighty king, and gold have I in plenty as great as I require.
I well see, said the king, that I owe thanks to you. Can I do anything to please you?
Yes, answered he, that indeed you can. Give me your daughter to wife. The maiden laughed and said,
He does not stand much on ceremony, but I have already seen by his golden hair that he was no gardener's boy.
And then she went and kissed him. His father and mother came to the wedding and were in great delight, for they had given up all hope of ever seeing their dear son again. And as they were sitting at the marriage feast, the music suddenly stopped, the doors opened, and a stately king came in with great retinue. He went up to the youth, embraced him, and said, I am Iron Hans, and was by enchantment a wild man, but you have set me free. All of the treasure which I possess shall now be your property.
The White Bride and the Black One. A woman was walking about the fields with her daughter and her stepdaughter, cutting fodder, when the Lord came towards them in the form of a poor man and asked,
Which is the way into the village?
If you want to know, said the mother, seek it for yourself. And the daughter added, If you are afraid, you will not find it. Take a guide with you. But the stepdaughter said, Poor man, I will take you there. Come with me. Then God was angry with the mother and daughter, and turned his back on them, and wished that they should become as black as night and as ugly as sin. To the poor stepdaughter, however, God was gracious and went with her, and when they were near the village, he said a blessing over her and spoke.
Choose 3 things for yourself, and I will grant them to you.
Then said the maiden, I should like to be as beautiful and fair as the sun. And instantly she was as white and fair as day. Then I should like to have a purse of money which would never grow empty. That the Lord gave her also, but he said,
Do not forget what is best of all.
Said she, For my third wish, I desire after my death to inhabit the eternal kingdom of heaven. That also was granted unto her, and then the Lord left her. When the stepmother came home with her daughter, and they saw that they were both as black as coal and ugly, but that the stepdaughter was white and beautiful, wickedness increased still more in their hearts, and they thought of nothing else but how they could do her an injury. The stepdaughter, however, had a brother called Reginer, whom she loved much, and she told him all that had happened. And Reginer said to her, Dear sister, I will paint your portrait,
that I may continually see you before my eyes, for my love for you is so great that I should like always to look at you."
Then she answered,
"But I pray you let no one see the picture."
So he painted his sister and hung up the picture in his room. He, however, dwelt in the king's palace, for he was his coachman. Every day he went and stood before the picture and thanked God for the happiness of having such a dear sister. Now it happened that the king whom he served had just lost his wife, who had been so beautiful that no one could be found to compare with her, and on this account the king was in deep grief. The attendants about the court, however, noticed that the coachman stood daily before this beautiful picture, and they were jealous of him, so they informed the king. Then the latter ordered the picture to be brought to him, and when he saw that it was like his lost wife in every respect, except that it was still more beautiful, he fell mortally in love with it, and he caused the coachman to bring it before him, and asked whom the portrait represented. The coachman said it was his sister, so the king resolved to take no one but her as his wife, and gave him a carriage and horses, and splendid garments of cloth of gold, and sent him forth to fetch his chosen bride. When Reginer came on this errand, his sister was glad, but the black maiden was jealous of her good fortune, and grew angry above all measure, and said to her mother,
"Of what use are all your arts to us now, when you cannot procure such a piece of luck for me?"
"Be quiet," said the old woman. "I will soon divert it to you."
And by her arts of witchcraft, she so troubled the eyes of the coachman that he was half blind, and she stopped the ears of the white maiden so that she was half deaf. Then they got into the carriage, first the bride in her noble royal apparel, then the stepmother with her daughter, and Reginer sat on a box to drive. When they had been on the way for some time, the coachman cried,
"Cover thee well, my sister dear, that the rain may not wet thee, that the wind may not load thee with dust, that thou may be fair and beautiful when thou appearest before the king."
The bride asked,
"What is my dear brother saying?"
"Ah," said the old woman, "he says that you ought to take off your golden dress and give it to your sister."
Then she took it off and put it on the black maiden, who gave her in exchange for it a shabby gray gown. They drove onwards, and a short time afterwards the brother again cried,
"Cover thee well, my sister dear, that the rain may not wet thee, that the wind may not load thee with dust, and that thou mayest be fair and beautiful when thou appear before the king."
The bride asked,
"What is my dear brother saying?"
"Ah," said the old woman, "he says that you ought to take off your golden hood and give it to your sister."
So she took off the hood and put it on her sister, and sat with her own head uncovered, and they drove on farther. After a while, the brother once more cried,
"Cover thee well, my sister dear, that the rain may not wet thee, that the wind may not load thee with dust, that thou mayst be fair and beautiful when thou appearest before the king."
The bride asked,
"What is my dear brother saying?"
"Ah," said the old woman, "he says you must look out of the carriage."
They happened to be on a bridge which crossed deep water. When the bride stood up and leaned forward out of the carriage, they both pushed her out, and she fell into the middle of the water. At the same moment that she sank, a snow-white duck arose out of the mirror-smooth water and swam down the river. The brother had observed nothing of it, and drove the carriage on until they reached the court. Then he took the black maiden to the king as his sister, and thought she really was so, because his eyes were dim, and he only saw the golden garments glittering. When the king saw the boundless ugliness of his intended bride, he was very angry, and ordered the coachman to be thrown into a pit which was full of adders and nests of snakes. The old witch, however, knew so well how to flatter the king to deceive his eyes by her arts, that he kept her and her daughter until she appeared quite endurable to him, and he really married her. One evening when the black bride was sitting on the king's knee, a white duck came swimming up the gutter to the kitchen and said to the kitchen boy,
"Boy, light a fire that I may warm my feathers."
The kitchen boy did it, and lighted a fire on the hearth. Then came the duck and sat down by it, and shook herself and smoothed her feathers to rights with her bill. While she was thus sitting and enjoying herself, she asked,
"What is my brother Regina doing?"
The scullery boy replied,
He is imprisoned in the pit with adders and with snakes."
Then she asked, "What is the Black Witch doing in the house?" The boy answered,
"She is loved by the king and happy."
"May God have mercy on him," said the duck, and swam forth by the gutter. The next night she came again and put the same questions, and the third night also. Then the kitchen boy could bear it no longer, and went to the king and revealed all to him. The king, however, wanted to see it for himself, and next evening went thither, and when the duck thrust her head in through the gutter, he took his sword and cut through her neck, and suddenly she changed into a most beautiful maiden, exactly like the picture which her brother had made of her. The king was full of joy, and as she stood there quite wet, he caused splendid apparel to be brought, and had her clothed in it. Then she told how she had been betrayed by cunning and falsehood, and at last thrown down into the water, and her first request was that her brother should be brought forth from the pit of snakes. And when the king had fulfilled this request, he went into the chamber where the old witch was, and asked if she knew the punishment for one who does this and that, and related what had happened. Then the beautiful maiden, she was so blinded that she was aware of nothing, and said, "She deserves to be stripped naked and put into a barrel with nails, and that a horse should be harnessed to the barrel, and that horse sent all over the world." All of which was done to her, and to her black daughter. The king married the white and beautiful bride, and rewarded her faithful brother, and made him a rich and distinguished man. Noist and his 3 sons. Between Werrell and Soist there lived a man whose name was Noist, and he had 3 sons. One was blind, the other lame, and the third stark naked. Once on a time they went into a field, and there they saw a hare. The blind one shot it, the lame one caught it, the naked one put it into his pocket. Then they came to a mighty big lake, on which there were 3 boats. One sailed, one sank, and the third had no bottom to it. They all 3 got into the one with no bottom to it. Then they came to a mighty big forest, in which there was a mighty big tree. In the tree was a mighty big chapel. In the chapel was a sexton made of beechwood, and a boxwood parson, who dealt out holy water with cudgels. How truly happy is that one who can from holy water run. The Maid of Brakel. A girl from Brakel once went to St. Anne's Chapel at the foot of the Hindenburg, and as she wanted to have a husband and thought there was no one else in the chapel, she sang,
"Oh, holy Saint Anne, help me soon to a man. Thou knowest him right well, by Sutmer Gate does he dwell. His hair it is yellow, you knowest him right well."
The clerk, however, was standing behind the altar and heard that, so he cried in a very gruff voice,
"You shall not have him! You shall not have him!"
The maiden thought that the child Mary, who stood by her mother Anne, had called out that to her, and was angry and cried,
"Fiddle-dee-dee, conceited thing, hold your tongue and let your mother speak."
Domestic servants. Whither do you go? To Walby. I to Walby, you to Walby. So, together we'll go. Have you a man? What is his name? Cham. My man Cham. Your man Cham. I to Walby, you to Walby. So, together we'll go. Have you a child? How is he styled? Wild. My child wild. Your child wild. My man Cham. Your man Cham. I Tawalpi. You Tawalpi. So, together we'll go. Have you a cradle? How do you call your cradle? Hippodadle. My cradle hippodadle. Your cradle hippodadle. My child wild. Your child wild. My man Cham. Your man Cham. I Tawalpi. You Tawalpi. So, together we'll go. Have you also a drudge? What name has your drudge? From work do not budge. My drudge from work do not budge. Your drudge from work do not budge. My cradle hippodadle. Your cradle hippodadle. My child wild. Your child wild. My man Cham. Your man Cham. I Tawalpi. You Tawalpi. So, together we'll go. Simele Mountain. There were once two brothers, the one rich, the other poor. The rich one, however, gave nothing to the poor one, and he gained a scanty living by trading in corn, and often did so badly that he had no bread for his wife and children. Once, when he was wheeling a barrow through the forest, he saw, on one side of him, a great, bare, naked-looking mountain, and as he had never seen it before, he stood still and stared at it with amazement. While he was thus standing, he saw 12 great wild men coming towards him, and as he believed they were robbers, he pushed his barrow into the thicket, climbed up a tree, and waited to see what would happen. The 12 men, however, went to the mountain and cried, "Simele Mountain! Simele Mountain! Open up!" And immediately the barren mountain opened down the middle, and the 12 went running into it, and as soon as they were within, it shut. After a short time it opened again, and the men came forth carrying heavy sacks on their shoulders, and when they were all once more in the daylight they said, "Simele Mountain! Simele Mountain! Shut yourself!" And then the mountain closed together, and there was no longer any entrance to be seen to it, and the 12 went away. When they were quite out of sight, the poor man got down from the tree, and was curious to know what was secretly hidden in the mountain. So he went up to it and said, "Simele Mountain! Simele Mountain! Open up!" And the mountain opened up to him also. Then he went inside, and the whole mountain was a cavern full of silver and gold, and behind lay great piles of pearls and sparkling jewels heaped up like corn. The poor man hardly knew what to do, and whether he might take any of these treasures for himself or not. At last he filled his pockets with gold, but he left the pearls and precious stones where they were. When he came out again, he also said, "Simele Mountain! Simele Mountain! Shut yourself!" And the mountain closed itself, and he went home with his barrow. And now he had no more cause for anxiety, but he could buy bread for his wife and children with all of his gold, and wine into the bargain as well. He lived joyously and honorably, gave help to the poor, and did good to everyone. When the money came to an end, however, he went to his brother, borrowed a measure that held a bushel, and brought himself some more, but did not touch any of the most valuable things. When for the third time he wanted to fetch something, he again borrowed a measure of his brother. But the rich man had long been envious of his brother's possessions, and of the handsome household which he kept up, and he could not understand from whence the riches came, and what his brother wanted with the measure. Then he thought of a cunning trick, and he covered the bottom of the measure with pitch, and when he got the measure back, a piece of gold was sticking to it. He at once went to his brother and asked him, "What have you been measuring in the bushel measure?" "Corn and barley," said the other. Then he showed him the piece of gold, and he threatened that if he did not tell the truth, he would accuse him before a court of justice. The poor man then told him everything, just as it had happened. So the rich man ordered his carriage to be made ready, and drove away, resolved to use the opportunity better than his brother had done, and to bring back with him quite different treasures. When he came to the mountain, he cried, "Samele Mountain! Samele Mountain! Open up!" The mountain opened, and he went inside of it. There lay the treasures all before him, and for a long time he did not know which to grab first. At length he loaded himself with as many precious stones as he could carry. He wished to carry his burden outside, but as his heart and soul were entirely full of treasures, he had forgotten the name of the mountain, and cried, "Semsi Mountain! Semsi Mountain! Open up!" That, however, was not the right name, and the mountain never stirred, but remained shut. Then he was alarmed, and the longer that he thought about it, the more his thoughts confused themselves, and all of his treasures were of no help to him. In the evening, the mountain opened, and the 12 robbers came in, and when they saw him they laughed and cried out, "Bird, have we caught you at last? Did you think we would never notice that you had been in here twice? We could not catch you then. This third time you shall not get out again." Then he cried, "It was not I, it was my brother." But let him beg for his life and say what he would, they cut off his head. The 3 Black Princesses. East India was besieged by an enemy who would not retire until he had received $600. Then the townsfolk caused it to be proclaimed by beat of a drum that whosoever was to procure the money should be a burgomaster. Now there was a poor fisherman who fished on the sea with his son, and the enemy came and took the son prisoner, and gave the father $600 for him. So the father went and gave the money to the great men of the town, and the enemy departed, and the fisherman became burgomaster. Then it was proclaimed that whosoever did not say, "Mr. Burgomaster," should be put to death on the gallows. The son got away again from the enemy, and came to a great forest on a high mountain. The mountain opened, and he went into a great enchanted castle, wherein chairs, tables, and benches were all hung with black. Then came 3 young princesses who were dressed entirely in black, but had a little white on their faces. They told him that he was not to be afraid, that they would not hurt him, and that he could rescue them. He said he would gladly do that, if he did but know how. At this, they told him he must for a whole year not speak to them, and also not look at them, and what he wanted to have he was just to ask for, and if they dared give him an answer they would do so. When he had been there for a long while, he said he should like to go to his father, and they told him he might go. He was to take with him this purse with money, put on this coat, and in a week he must be back there again. Then he was lifted up, and was instantly in East India. He could no longer find his father in the fisherman's hut, and asked the people where the poor fisherman could be, and they told him he must not say that, or he would have to come to the gallows. Then he went to his father and said, "Fisherman, how have you got here?" Then the father said, "You must not say that. If the great men of the town knew of that, you would come to the gallows." He, however, would not give in, and was brought to the gallows. When he was there, he said, "Oh, my masters, just give me leave to go back to the old fisherman's hut." Then he put on his old smock, and he came back to the great men and said, "Do you not now see? Am I not the son of the poor fisherman? Did I not earn bread for my father and mother in this dress?" Hereupon his father knew him again, and begged his pardon, and took him home with him, and then he related all that had happened to him, and how he had gotten into a forest on a high mountain, and the mountain had opened up, and he had gone into an enchanted castle, where all was black, and 3 young princesses had come to him who were black except for a little white on their faces, and they had told him not to fear, and that he could rescue them. Then his mother spoke, and said that it might not very likely be a good thing to do, and that he ought to take a blessed candle with him, and drop some boiling wax on their faces. He went back again, and he was in great fear, and he dropped the wax on their faces as they were sleeping, and they all turned half white. Then all three of the princesses sprang up and said, "You accursed dog, our blood shall cry for vengeance on you. Now there is no man born in the world, nor will there ever be born any who can set us free. We have still 3 brothers who are bound by 7 chains, and they shall tear you to pieces." Just then there was a loud shrieking all over the castle, and he sprang out of the window, and he broke his leg, and the castle sank into the earth again. The mountain closed again, and no one knew where the castle had stood. The Lambkin and the Little Fish. There were once a little brother and a little sister who loved each other with all their hearts. Their own mother, however, was dead, and they had a stepmother who was not kind to them, and secretly did everything she could to hurt them. It so happened that the two were playing with other children in the meadow before the house, and there was a pond in the meadow which came up to one side of the house. The children ran about it and caught each other and played at counting out. "Inky Binky, let me live, and I to you my bird will give. The little bird its straw shall seek, the straw I'll give to the cow to eat. The pretty cow shall give me milk, the milk I'll take to the baker's take. The baker he shall bake a cake, the cake I'll give unto the cat shall catch some mice for that. The mice I'll hang up in the smoke, and then you'll see the snow." They stood in a circle while they played this, and the one to whom the word snow fell had to run away, and all the others ran after him and tried to catch him. As they were running about so merrily, the stepmother watched them from the window and grew angry. And as she understood arts of witchcraft, she bewitched them both, and changed the little brother into a fish, and the little sister into a lamb. Then the fish swam here and there about the pond and was very sad, and the lambkin walked up and down the meadows and was miserable, and could not eat or touch one blade of grass. Thus passed a long time, and then strangers came as visitors to the castle. The false stepmother thought, "This is a good opportunity," and called the cook and said to him, "Go and fetch the lamb from the meadow and kill it. We have nothing else for the visitors." And then the cook went away and got the lamb, and he took it into the kitchen and tied its feet, and all this it bore patiently. When he had drawn out his knife and was whetting it on the doorstep to kill the lamb, he noticed a little fish swimming backwards and forwards in the water in front of the gutter stone and looking up at him. This, however, was the brother, for when the fish saw the cook take the lamb away, it followed them and swam along the pond to the house, and then the lamb cried down to it,
"Ah, brother, in the pond so deep, how sad is my poor heart. The cook he whets the knife to take away my life."
The little fish answered,
"Oh, sister, up on high, how sad is my poor heart, while in this pond I lie."
When the cook heard that the lambkin could speak and said such sad words to the fish down below, he was terrified and thought this could be no common lamb, but must be bewitched by the wicked woman in the house. Then said he, "Be easy, I will not kill you." And he took another sheep and made it ready for the guests, and conveyed the lambkin to a good peasant woman, to whom he related all that he had seen and heard. The peasant, however, was the very woman who had been foster mother to the little sister, and she suspected at once who the lamb was, and went with it to a wise woman. Then the wise woman pronounced a blessing over the lambkin and over the little fish, by means of which they regained their human forms, and after this she took them both into a little hut in a great forest, where they lived alone, but they were contented and happy.
Going a-traveling. There was once a poor woman who had a son, who much wished to travel, but his mother said, "How can you travel? We have no money at all for you to take away with you." Then said the son, "I will manage very well for myself. I will always say, not much, not much, not much." So he walked along for a long time and always said, "Not much, not much, not much." Then he passed by a company of fishermen who said, "Godspeed to you." "Not much, not much, not much." "What do you say, churl?" "Not much." And when the net was drawn out, they had not caught much fish. So one of them fell on the youth with a stick and said, "Have you never seen me threshing?" "What ought I to say then?" said the youth. "You must say, 'Get it full, get it full.'" After this, he again walked a long time and said, "Get it full, get it full," until he came to the gallows, where they had got a poor sinner whom they were about to hang. Then said he, "Good morning." "Get it full, get it full." "What do you say, knave?" "Get it full." "Do you want to make out that there are still more wicked people in this world? Is not this enough?" And he again got some blows on his back. "What am I to say then?" said he. "You must say, 'May God have pity on the poor soul.'" Again the youth walked on for a long while and said, "May God have pity on the poor soul." Then he came to a pit by which stood a knacker who was cutting up a horse. The youth said, "Good morning. God have pity on the poor soul." "What do you say, you ill-tempered knave?" And the knacker gave him such a box on the ear that he could not see out of his eyes. "What am I to say then?" "You must say, 'Let the carrion lie in the pit.'" So he walked on and always said, "Let the carrion lie in the pit. Let the carrion lie in the pit." And he came to a cart full of people. So he said, "Good morning. Let the carrion lie in the pit." And then the cart fell into the pit, and the driver took his whip and cracked it upon the youth until he was forced to crawl back to his mother, and as long as he lived, he never went out a-traveling again. The Donkey. Once upon a time there lived a king and a queen who were rich and had everything they wanted, but no children. The queen lamented over this day and night and said, "I am like a field on which nothing grows." At last God gave her her wish, but when the child came into the world, it did not look like a human child, but was a little donkey. When the mother saw that, her lamentations and outcries began in real earnest. She said she would far rather have no child at all than have a donkey, and that they were to throw it into the water that the fishes might devour it. But the king said, "No, since God has sent him, he shall be my son and heir, and after my death he shall sit on the royal throne and wear the kingly crown." The donkey, therefore, was brought up and grew bigger, and his ears grew up high and straight, and he was of a merry disposition. He jumped about, played, and took a special pleasure in music, so that he went to a celebrated musician and said, "Teach me your art, that I may play the lute as well as you do." "Oh, dear little master," answered the musician, "that would come very hard for you. Your fingers are not quite suited to it, and far too big. I'm afraid the strings would not last." But no excuses were of any use. The donkey was determined to play the lute, and since he was persevering and industrious, he at last learned to do it as well as the master himself. The young lordling once went out walking full of thought and came to a well. He looked into it, and in the mere clear water he saw his donkey's form. He was so distressed about it that he went out into the wide world and only took with him one faithful companion. They traveled up and down, and at last they came into a kingdom where an old king reigned who had a single but wonderfully beautiful daughter. The donkey said,
Here we will stay.
He knocked at the gate and cried,
A guest is without. Open that he may enter.
When the gate was not open, he sat down, took his lute, and played it in the most delightful manner with his 2 forefeet. It was then that the doorkeeper opened his eyes and gaped, and ran into the king and said,
Outside by the gate sits a young donkey which plays the lute as well as an experienced master.
Then let the musician come to me, said the king. But when the donkey came in, everyone began to laugh at the lute player. And when the donkey was asked to sit down and eat with the servants, he was unwilling and said,
I am no common stable ass. I'm a noble one.
The crowd ascertained that if that was what he was, he should seat himself with the soldiers.
No, said he. I will sit by the king.
The king smiled and said good-humoredly, Yes, it shall be as you will, little ass. Come here to me. And then he asked, Little ass, how does my daughter please you? The donkey turned his head towards her, looked at her, nodded, and said,
I like her above measure. I've never yet seen anyone so beautiful as she is.
Well then, you shall sit next to her too, said the king.
That is exactly what I wish, said the donkey, and he placed himself by her side, ate and drank, and knew how to behave himself daintily and cleanly. When the noble beast had stayed a long time at the king's court, he thought, What good does this all do to me? I shall still have to go home again.
He let his head hang sadly, and went to the king and asked for his dismissal. But the king had grown very fond of him and said, Little ass, what ails you? You look as sour as a jug of vinegar. I will give you what you want. Do you want gold?
No,
said the donkey, and he shook his head. Do you want jewels and rich dress?
No.
Do you wish for half of my kingdom?
Indeed, no.
Then said the king, If I only did but know what would make you content. Will you have my pretty daughter to wife?
Oh, yes, said the ass. I should indeed like her.
And all at once he became quite merry and full of happiness, for that was exactly what he was wishing for. So a great and splendid wedding was held. In the evening, when the bride and bridegroom were led into their bedroom, the king wanted to know if the ass would behave well, and ordered a servant to hide himself there. When they were both within, the bridegroom bolted the door, looked around, and as he believed that they were quite alone, he suddenly threw off his ass's skin, and he stood there in the form of a handsome royal youth.
Now, said he, you see who I am, and see also that I am not unworthy of you.
Then the bride was glad, and she kissed him and loved him dearly. When morning came, he jumped up, put his animal skin on again, and no one could have guessed what kind of form was hidden beneath it. Soon came the old king.
Ah, cried he, so the little ass is already up. But surely you are sad, said he to his daughter, that you have not got a proper man for your husband.
Oh, no, dear father. I love him as well as if he were the handsomest in the world, and I will keep him as long as I live.
The king was surprised, but the servant who had concealed himself came and revealed everything to him. The king said that simply could not be true.
Then watch yourself the next night, and you will see it with your own eyes. And hark you, Lord King, if you were to take his skin away and throw it in the fire, he would be forced to show himself in his true shape.
Your advice is good,
said the king, and at night, when they were asleep, he stole in, and when he got to the bed, he saw by the light of the moon a noble-looking youth lying there, and the skin lay stretched on the ground. The king took the skin away, and he had a great fire lighted outside. He threw the skin into it, and he remained by it himself until it was all burnt to ashes. But since he was anxious to know how the robbed man would behave himself, he stayed awake the whole night and watched. When the youth had slept his fill, he got up by the first light of morning and wanted to put on the ass's skin, but it was not to be found. At this he was alarmed and full of grief and anxiety, and said,
Now I shall have to contrive to escape.
But when he went out, there stood the king, who said,
My son, whither away in such haste? What have you in mind? Stay here, you're such a handsome man, You shall not go away from me. I will now give you half of my kingdom, and after my death you shall have the whole of it."
"Then I hope what begins so well may end well, and I will stay with you," said the youth.
And the old man gave him half of the kingdom, and in 1 year's time, when he died, the youth had the whole. And after the death of his father, he had another kingdom as well, and he lived in all magnificence. The Ungrateful Son. A man and his wife were once sitting by the door of their house, and they had a roasted chicken set before them, and were about to eat it together. Then the man saw that his aged father was coming, and he hastily took the chicken and hid it, for he would not permit him to have any of it. The old man came, took a drink, and went away. Now the son wanted to put the roasted chicken on the table again, but when he took it up, it had become a great toad, which jumped into his face and sat there and never went away again. And if anyone wanted to take it off, it looked venomously at him as if it would jump into his face, so that no one would venture to touch it. And the ungrateful son was forced to feed the toad every day, or else it fed itself on his face, and thus he went about the world, knowing no rest. The Turnip. There were once two brothers who both served as soldiers. One of them was rich and the other poor. Then the poor one, to escape from his poverty, doffed his soldier's coat and turned farmer. He dug and hoed his bits of land and sowed it with turnip seed. The seed came up, and one turnip grew there which became large and strong, and visibly grew bigger and bigger, and seemed as if it would never stop growing, so that it might have been called the Princess of Turnips, for never was such one seen before, and never will such an one be seen again. At length it was so enormous that by itself it filled a whole cart, and 2 oxen were required to draw it, and the farmer had not the least idea what he was to do with the turnip, or whether it would be a fortune to him or a misfortune. At last he thought, if you sell it, what will you get for it that is of any importance? And if you just eat it yourself, why, the small turnips would do you just as much good. It would be better to take it to the king, and make him a present of it. So he placed it on a cart, harnessed 2 oxen, took it to the palace, and presented it to the king.
"What strange thing is this?" said the king. "Many wonderful things have come before my eyes, but never such a monster as this. From what seed can this have sprung? Or are you a favorite of good fortune and have met with it by chance?"
"Ah, no," said the farmer. "No favorite am I. I am a poor soldier, who because he could no longer support himself, hung his soldier's coat on a nail and took to farming land. I have a brother who is rich and well known to you, Lord King, but I, because I have nothing, am forgotten by everyone." Then the king felt compassion for him and said,
"You shall be raised from your poverty, and shall have such gifts from me that you shall be an equal to your rich brother."
Then he bestowed on him much gold and lands and meadows and herds, and made him immensely rich, so that the wealth of the other brother could not be compared with his. When the rich brother heard what the poor one had gained for himself with one single turnip, he envied him and thought in every way how he could also come by a similar piece of luck. He set about it in a much more cunning way, however, and took gold and horses and carried them to the king, and made certain that the king would give him a much larger present in return. If his brother had gotten so much for one turnip, what could he not carry away with him in return for such beautiful things as these? The king accepted his present, and he said that he had nothing to give him in return that was more rare and excellent than the great turnip. So the rich man was obliged to put his brother's turnip in the cart and have it taken to his home. There he did not know on whom to vent his rage and anger, until bad thoughts came to him, and he resolved to kill his brother. He hired murderers who were to lie in ambush, and then he went to his brother and said, "Dear brother, I know of a hidden treasure. We should dig it up together and divide it between us." The other agreed to this, and accompanied him without suspicion. While they were on their way, their murderers fell on them, bound him, and would have hanged him to a tree. But just as they were doing this, loud singing and the sound of a horse's feet were heard in the distance. On this their hearts were filled with terror, and they pushed their prisoner hastily into the sack, hung it on a branch, and took off to fight. He, however, worked up there until he had made a hole in the sack through which he could put his head. The man who was coming by was no other than a traveling student, a young fellow who rode on his way through the wood joyously singing his song. When he who was aloft saw that someone was passing below him, he cried, "Good day! You've come at a lucky moment!" The student looked around on every side, but did not know whence the voice came. At last he said,
Who calls me?"
Then an answer came from atop of the tree. "Raise your eyes. Here I sit aloft in the sack of wisdom. In a short time I have learnt great things. Compared with this, all schools are a jest, and in very short time I shall have learnt everything, and I shall descend wiser than all other men. I understand the stars and the tracks of the winds, the sand of the sea, and the healing of illness, and the virtues of all herbs, birds, and stones. If you were once within it, you would feel what noble things issue forth from the sack of knowledge." The student, when he heard all of this, was astonished and said,
"Blessed be the hour in which I have found you. May not I also enter the sack for a while?"
He who was above replied as if unwilling, "For a short time I will let you go into it, if you reward me and give me good words, but you must wait an hour longer, for one thing remains which I must learn before I do it." When the student had waited a while, he became impatient, and he begged to be allowed to get in at once. His thirst for knowledge was so very great. So he who was above pretended at last to yield and said, "In order that I may come forth from the house of knowledge, you must let it down by the rope, and then you shall enter it." So the student let the sack down, untied it, and set him free, and then he cried,
"Now, draw me up at once,"
and was about to get into the sack. "Halt," said the other. "That won't do." And he took him by the head and put him upside down into the sack, fastened it, and drew the disciple of wisdom up the tree by the rope. Then he swung him in the air and said, "How goes it with you, my dear fellow? Behold, already you feel wisdom coming, and you are gaining valuable experience. Keep perfectly quiet until you become wiser." Thereupon he mounted the student's horse and he rode away, but in an hour's time he sent someone to let the student out again. The old man made young again. At the time when our Lord still walked this earth, he and St. Peter stopped one evening at a smith's and received free quarters. Then it came to pass that a poor beggar, hard-pressed by age and infirmity, came to this house and begged alms of the smith. St. Peter had compassion on him and said, "Lord and Master, if it please you, cure his torments, that may he be able to win his own bread." The Lord said kindly, "Smith, lend your forge and put on some coals for me, and then I will make this ailing old man young again." The smith was quite willing to do all of this, and St. Peter blew the bellows, and when the coal fire sparkled up large and high, our Lord took the little old man, pushed him in the forge, and in the midst of the red-hot fire, so that he glowed like a rose bush, and praised God with a loud voice. After that, the Lord went to the quenching tub, put the glowing little man into it, so that the water closed over him, and after he had carefully cooled him, he gave him his blessing, when behold, the little man sprang nimbly out, looking fresh, straight, healthy, and as if he were but 20. The smith, who had watched everything closely and attentively, invited them all to supper. He, however, had an old half-blind, crooked mother-in-law who went to the youth, and with great earnestness felt more comfortable, and that he had sat in the red heat as if he had been in a cool dew. The youth's words echoed in the ears of the old woman all night long, And early next morning, when the Lord had gone on his way again and had heartily thanked the smith, the latter thought he might make his old mother-in-law young again likewise, as he had watched everything so carefully, and it lay in the province of his trade. So he called to ask her if she too would like to go bounding about like a girl of 18. She said,
"Oh, with all of my heart, as the youth has come out of it so well."
So the smith made a great fire and thrust the old woman into it, and she writhed about this way and that, and uttered terrible cries of murder. "Sit still! Why are you screaming and jumping about so?" cried he, and as he spoke, he blew the bellows again until all of her rags were burnt. The old woman cried without ceasing, and the smith thought to himself, "I have not quite the right art," and he took her out and he threw her into the cooling tub. Then she screamed so loudly that the smith's wife upstairs and her daughter-in-law heard it, and they both ran downstairs and saw the old woman lying in a heap in the quenching tub, howling and screaming, with her face wrinkled and shriveled and all out of shape. Thereupon, the two, who were both with child, were so terrified that that very night 2 boys were born, who were not made like men, but like apes, and they ran into the woods, and from them sprang the race of apes. The 3 Sluggards. A certain king had 3 sons who were all equally dear to him, and he did not know which of them to appoint as his successor after his death. When the time came when he was about to die, he summoned them to his bedside and said, "Dear children, I have been thinking of something which I will declare unto you. Whichever of you is the laziest shall have the kingdom." The eldest said, "Well then, father, the kingdom is mine, for I am so idle that if I lie down to rest, and a drop falls in my eye, I will not open it that I may sleep." The second said, "Father, the kingdom belongs to me, for I am so idle that when I am sitting by the fire warming myself, I would rather let my heel be burnt off than draw back my leg." The third said, "Father, the kingdom is mine, for I am so idle that if I were going to be hanged, and had already had the rope tied around my neck, and anyone put a sharp knife into my hand with which I might cut the rope, I would rather let myself be hanged than raise my hand to the rope." When the father heard that, he said, "You have carried it the farthest, and you shall be king." Sweet dreams.